way, cutting off all ties with his family. Mom was so blindly in love with him after this because she thought he was her real-life Romeo. But sadly, it didn't last. Dad was pretty mean with me and my elder sister Sasha when we were growing up. Once, I ran up to him excitedly to show him my report card full of A's. He tossed it aside without even looking at it.
So what? Anyone can study and get good grades. It doesn't make you special.
He never let me participate in any math international competition, saying,
"You can't leave the country. Girls should be raised to be good wives. Period."
Once, the principal called my parents and told them I should be transferred to another school for gifted students. Dad lost his mind and started yelling at the principal.
"You all feminist women, trying to poison our daughters."
As soon as we hit our teens, Dad made our lives a living hell. Suddenly, we weren't allowed to do anything or go anywhere on our own. Soon, he started criticizing the clothes we wore and said they were too revealing. Once, we were getting ready to go to a wedding. When our dad came to our room to see if we were dressed properly, he took one look at us and lost it.
"Go, wash your face. You look so ugly."
We were angry, but we did as he said. When we reached the wedding, though, once again, he became the doting father. What a hypocrite! Men and women are separated in these weddings, so I told Sasha that we could put our makeup on again and enjoy our night. And so we did. My brother didn't have these problems. He was Dad's little pet. God, he even got a cell phone at 8. Dad kept telling him he was the man of the house, and he had to keep us women in check. It seemed like Dad was getting more paranoid by the day. He shifted our computer in the lounge so he could see what we were doing. He threatened to kick us out of the house if we even mentioned having social media accounts. One day, when Dad wasn't home, I decided to set up a Facebook account. I wanted to join all the math groups on Facebook, but as soon as Dad entered, my stupid brother ratted me out. Dad went from normal to the Hulk in less than 5 seconds.
"How dare you? I told you to never make a Facebook account. Are you that desperate to find a boyfriend? No one will want you anyway because you're ugly."
Dad, I'm old enough to have a Facebook account. Dad got mad and disconnected the Wi-Fi. I tried talking to Mom about it, but it was pointless. She never saw any fault with anything he did. He's your father. He knows what's best for you. The next thing we knew, he pulled us out of school and enrolled us in an all-girls institution. I couldn't believe it. This is so unfair. All my friends are here. You can't do this.
I can. And I have. If you want to live under my roof, you will do as I say.
I couldn't let him get away with it. If he wanted to play hardball, then I'd learn from the best. He invited his friends over for dinner a week later, and it was the perfect opportunity to get a little revenge. When Sasha and I came down to greet the guests, Dad almost choked on his tea.
"What are you wearing?"
"You said we should dress to impress your rich friends." Dad shot Mom an angry stare, and she hurriedly dragged us out of the room. Strike one, and Dad was livid. For our stunt, he cut off our allowance and refused to give either of us any money. It was worth it. And it was okay because I was one of the best students in the class and kids were always asking me to tutor them. I lied to Dad and said my math teacher was forcing me to take extra classes because I was really dumb, and he easily bought it. So I started tutoring a bunch of kids after hours in school, and I was making good money. A month went by, and one afternoon at school, right in the middle of a lesson, the door suddenly burst open. I turned in horror to see it was Dad, looking mad as a raging bull.
"You take me for a fool, girl? Pack your things this minute."
I felt humiliated in front of my classmates, and I didn't want to make things worse, so I left with him. When we got home, he screamed at me some more and insisted I give him all the money I'd made tutoring, but I refused.
"Fine, but make sure it lasts, because there's no way you'll be making any more."
Dad kept a strict eye on me after that to make sure I got home right after school. At first, I thought there was no way I could teach anymore, but then I came up with a brilliant idea. Dad was always away hanging out with his friends in the evenings, so I decided to sneak students into my basement. I told Sasha all about my plan, and it was her job to make sure Mom and my brother wouldn't find out, and I was back in business. A few weeks later, while I was teaching, the door suddenly opened, and my brother was standing there. Sasha was right behind him, crying and saying that she was really sorry. My brother took one look around the room and said, "Just wait till Dad gets home. You'll be in so much trouble." I ran after him and grabbed him by the shoulders. "Listen here, you little idiot. What will it take to keep your mouth shut?" He thought about it for a few moments and then told me I had to give him half of whatever I was making. As if I was going to tell him how much that actually was. I agreed to it, and he kept his mouth shut. But I was always a little afraid he'd rat me out. A few days later, when the kids were entering the basement, I saw a boy staring at me. He was a few years older than me. He stepped closer and was about to say something when my brother jumped out from behind him and said, "Are you lost, kid? Need any help?" He was so annoying. The boy looked embarrassed and left. That night, I knew a new family moved in next door, and I was excited to have new neighbors. That evening, they came over to introduce themselves. With them was the boy I'd seen earlier. He was their son. Mom and Dad were so warm and welcoming with the neighbors. I smiled at how nice it felt to have a normal moment, but it didn't last. The moment the neighbors were out the door, Dad was at my throat again.
"I saw the way you were looking at him. We know nothing about them. He could be a criminal."
The next thing I knew, Dad was boarding up the windows in my room. He really was a lunatic. After that, things just kept getting worse. I'd saved up enough money to buy myself a phone, and I was so excited the day I got it. I snuck into my closet and took it out of the box and started browsing and downloading apps. I was finally able to access my Facebook account too. My excitement was short-lived though, because I came across a page that made my heart stop. Dad was on Facebook, and his profile was just pictures of him with strange women. The things on his page and his friends list made me cringe. I had no idea he was such a cheater. What would Mom say? I quickly ran to Sasha's room to show her what I'd found. She scrolled through the pages and sank down on the bed in disbelief. He wasn't trying to keep us safe from the cruel world. He was only trying to save himself from being exposed and make sure we never found out the truth about him. It's disgusting. Come on, we have to tell Mom. We ran to Mom's room where she was busy fixing her hair in front of the mirror. "Mom, I need you to look at something."
"I don't have time. Your dad will be here to pick me up soon."
"But Mom, it's about Dad." She looked at the phone and then back at us. I was expecting her to be angry with him, but instead, she started yelling at us.
"How dare you talk about your dad like this, after everything he's done for you?"
And with that, she stormed out of the room. We were in shock. Was she really that stupid? Or just in denial? The next morning, when Sasha and I reached school, her friend came up to her and said, "Sash, isn't this your dad?" I wanted the ground to swallow me up. Dad was trying to befriend girls from my school? The man was disgusting. It must be a fake account. Sasha walked quickly away to her class. Mom was still in denial. It was so annoying to see her make his favorite dishes every day and do his laundry. I just need to get her to open her eyes somehow. When Dad left on another overnight trip, we tried to talk to Mom again. We showed her Dad's Facebook page along with his friend requests to the girls at my school. But her reply shocked us. "You girls are ungrateful. Making a fake account just to get me to agree with you? You should be ashamed." "Mom, you've got to be kidding. You can't still think he's innocent." We were trying to convince her when we saw a shadow block the doorway. The blood drained from my face. Dad was standing right behind us. You're back early, honey." Dad looked like he was gonna erupt. He walked up to me and wrenched my phone out of my hand.
"You wretched creatures, openly going against me, feeding lies to my wife? And where did you get this phone?"
I stared at him silently, and my brother popped up behind him. "She teaches kids in your basement, Dad." Dad let out an angry snarl and smashed my phone against the wall. After that, Sasha and I were grounded and weren't allowed to leave our rooms. Then a few days later, my mom came in holding a fancy dress. "Get dressed, Sasha, and come downstairs." We looked at each other without moving.
"Now."
There were a lot of people in our living room.
"Ah, there's my sunshine. Come, sit with me."
I felt like throwing up. My heart was pounding, and all eyes followed Sasha as she walked across the room. I recognized the guy next to Dad as his business partner, but I had no idea who everyone else was.
"Ron has always been interested in marrying you to his son."
What? She was only 18. Sasha tried to get up, but Dad grabbed her hand and kept her from doing so. I was boiling inside. I wanted to tell them to get lost, but I knew that wouldn't end well. Mom and Dad were on their best behavior, and you'd think there couldn't be more loving parents in the world. It was an Oscar-worthy performance. After they left, Sasha stormed into my parents' room. How could you even think about marrying me off? And to that nincompoop? His family is really rich. He's a high school dropout. I plan on going to college, and I want a career. You can't do this to me. Watch me. I stood rooted in the corner. I couldn't let this happen. I had to do something to save my sister from this monster, our dad. That night, when I went to throw out the trash, the boy next door was in his yard. He smiled when he saw me. I walked straight to the trash cans, too afraid that Dad would see me. When I was walking back, I saw something on the fence that wasn't there before. I picked it up and ran up to my room. Over the next few days, he started leaving little swans for me to find. It was the sweetest thing. No matter how horrible my day had been, the swans would make me smile. Maybe one day I'd be able to talk to him. As the day of the wedding got closer, tensions rose higher. Dad got crazier, Sasha got angrier, and Mom just went about being a robot as usual. The day of the wedding arrived, and Dad was running around frantically, making sure everything was perfect. I walked into Sasha's room and gave her a tight hug. Listen to me carefully. I have a plan. The guests had arrived, and the groom and his family took their places. I knew everything was going according to plan when Mom came running in.
Why are you acting like a fool?
Sasha.
What happened to Sasha?
She's gone. She's run away.
What?
The groom and his family were livid. Ron grabbed my dad by the collar.
We've never been this humiliated in our life. You will pay for this. Please, Ron, we can work this out.
As I ran up to my room, I saw not one, but 8 swans, and my heart swelled. I didn't know how I'd ever thank the boy next door for helping me with my plan. I could hear Dad trashing the house downstairs. I needed to make Sasha run away on the wedding day, so Dad would be too ashamed to look for her and get her back. Just then, the door to my room opened. "Pack your things now. We're leaving." "What do you mean, leaving?" "You two have destroyed his reputation. Dad's lost his business partner, and you're asking why we're leaving?" With that, he slammed the door and left. Dad followed every move of mine like a hawk. I wasn't allowed to go to school on my own either. One day when I came back from school, Mom was sitting in the lounge, but she looked different. Dad walked in and sat on the couch.
Make me a cup of tea.
Mom didn't move.
Didn't you hear me? Make me a cup of tea. I didn't know what was happening, but I was loving it. Get out of my house, you cheater.
Dad was shocked. That's when I saw his phone in her hand.
All this time, I thought the girls were lying. But this? Get out. Get out. Now.
I thought Mom was going to pop a vein. I secretly hoped she'd kick my brother out too, but you can't get everything you want in life. Dad tried to fight back and feed her lies as usual, but she wasn't listening this time. When he realized there was no way out, he yelled,
"If I didn't need your money, I'd have left you a long time ago. You were always useless, and don't think you're going to get much from these ungrateful kids."
With that, he left, and that was the last I saw of him. Things started to get back on track. I had a life, friends, and a Facebook page. I started up my tutoring gig again, too. I was also able to track down Sasha eventually. I sent her a message on Facebook. I told her how Mom finally woke up and kicked Dad out, and how our brother was finding it difficult to adjust to life where he had to do his own chores. Even though Mom had finally done something brave, I could tell that she was depressed and heartbroken. I asked Sasha to come and see us. She had worked multiple jobs to put herself through college and was about to graduate. I was so happy for her. A few weeks later, the doorbell rang and I ran to the door. I let out a cry of joy when I saw it was Sasha. Mom heard the noise and came running to us too, crying happy tears as she took Sasha in her arms. As she wiped her tears, Sasha turned to me with a smile. "There's someone waiting for you outside." I stepped out onto the porch to see. It was the boy from next door. He was holding a paper swan. I smiled at him and held out my hand where he gently set it. "Let's go for a walk. I'd love to finally get to know you."
When I was 5 years old, I was playing alone near the road when suddenly, a bus full of kids stopped next to me. A tall man with a bushy beard came down. He knelt down next to me.
"Where are you off to, little missy? Would you like an ice cream?"
Do you have blueberry popsicle and orange icy creams?
Oh, yes, I have those. I have everything.
But I don't have money. I'll get it from Mama.
It's for free. Just come with me, princess.
Free? Why? Are you trying to kidnap me? Suddenly, he tried to grab my hand and pull me towards his truck. I was terrified. Let go! I don't want to go with you!
Get away from my girl, you monster!
Mama rushed forward and grabbed me while the man turned and ran away. Mama, how did you know I was here?
I saw the monster's face through my baby's eyes.
My eyes? How?
See, mi amor? Mama sees everything you see. She's got the doctor to put a special camera behind your eye so she can always come help her baby.
My eyes widened in shock as she carried me home. Mama was the coolest, or so I thought. Hi, my name is Isabella, and I'm a Tico. That means I'm from Costa Rica. I was born in one of its smallest villages. When I was 7, I found a book outside the village doctor's house one day. It was full of lovely pictures. I took it to Mama and asked her to help me read it. Mama snatched the book from me and threw it into the fire. Then she said if she ever saw me reading, she'd make me do all the house chores, alone. Fine, I'd just do it where she couldn't see me. The next day, I snuck out to the village doctor and said, if you teach me how to read, I'll make sure no one bullies your kids for being snobby brats. But before he could even say a word, Mama showed up. I told you, I know everything. Whenever you try to disobey me, I will make you regret it. It was obvious she could see whatever I did, all the time. But what if I did it in the dark so she couldn't see? So every night after everyone went to bed, I would light the tiniest candle in the house and teach myself to read some words. By the time I was 15, I was sure I wanted to go to school in the city. But Mama obviously decided it was time for me to get married.
You're lucky he agreed to marry you because, darling, you're ugly.
But the day before the wedding, the volcano close to our village erupted. Within hours, we had to leave everything behind and run to San Jose to our Uncle Pablo. On our way, someone told us that my groom had run away with another girl, with all the dowry my parents had given him. When we reached his house, Uncle Pablo immediately pulled Papi to his study, while his daughters, Daphne and Carla, rushed out to see me. Just as I was about to say hello, Carla slapped Daphne and came to me. I jumped back, scared she was going to hurt me. Oh, don't worry, we had a bet. If you're pretty, she would slap me, and if you're ugly, I would slap her. And yeah, I slapped her hard. You are ugly. Then Daphne came and gave me a quick kiss on my nose. What was happening? Aren't you a little cutie?
But you look innocent. How can I get you a boyfriend then?
A what? What's a boyfriend?
It's a guy whose life you'll ruin.
I don't want to ruin anyone's life. I don't want a boyfriend. Well, too late. I've already made my decision. They both burst into laughter at the exact same time. Suddenly they stopped laughing and glared angrily at each other. Ooh, sisterly drama. It turned out that Carla had stolen Daphne's boyfriend last year, and they'd not spoken to each other properly since. Then their mama said one of them had to share her room with me. Immediately, Daphne grabbed my arm and pulled me to her room. I'll take good care of her, Mama. Then she said loudly so her sister could hear, I need someone to take my revenge from this witch so-called sister. Once inside, I put my pillow on the floor and was about to sleep. But Daphne insisted I sleep on the bed. But I can't sleep on your bed. Mom will get mad. She put a little camera behind my eyes and she can see everything. Are you crazy or something? What camera? Just sleep on the stupid bed, you stupid village girl. Wait, Mom was lying about the camera thing all this time? And I believed her. I felt so dumb. In the middle of the night, I woke up to a strange sound. I sneaked a peek and almost passed out. There was a guy in the room, and he was kissing Daphne. Just then the door flew open and Carla charged at them. You little backstabbing, good-for-nothing witch! You're making out with my boyfriend! What kind of a sister does that? I'm just giving you a taste of your medicine. Remember when you stole my boyfriend? Besides, I thought he should date the prettier twin. Prettier? You're literally a copy of me.
There's 2 of you? What's going on? Which one of you is my girlfriend?
I am. No, me! Suddenly they were both pulling the poor boy and trying to kiss him. One of them threw a shoe which came flying at me. Ow! Keep me out of your drama, you psycho Humpty Dumpty! All 3 of them turned to me. The boy's eyes met mine, and my heart started beating like crazy. He pushed them both off him and stepped towards me. The twins looked from him to me and were immediately one team again. Get out of here! They pushed the boy out of the window and high-fived each other for getting their fight. But the next second, Daphne spat on Carla's face. I hate you. Don't think we're friends just because we both hate this cow. The next morning, I ran downstairs and found Mama crying. She said that since we were poor, we would have to work as their servants. Carla pinched me. You hear that? From now on, you're our maid, Cinderbella. Just then, Poppy spoke up and said that Uncle Pablo had generously decided I would start school with Humpty Dumpty. What? As soon as we got to school, the twins turned on me. Listen here, loser. Don't you dare tell anyone you're related to us. Yeah, and don't forget, you're still our maid. Then each one went with a boy, like a different boy from yesterday. As soon as I sat in class, I noticed everyone was staring at me, especially the boys. One of them instantly asked for my number. When the teacher came, she spotted me as the new kid immediately and asked about my previous school. I gulped, suddenly nervous. I learned to read and to write. She's lying. She's never been to school. She's our maid. No, that's not true. I mean, it's true I am their maid, and I've never been to school, but... Never been to school? I can't believe they put you in 9th grade. You should be in 1st grade. And within the hour, I was sitting amongst itty-bitty 1st graders. As soon as the teacher would turn to the board, someone would pinch me or pull my hair or throw spitballs. If you were in the village, I'd have you all running to your mamas and puppies. A small mousy girl, Mindy, threw a paper ball straight at my face. Yeah, but you're not in the village now, are you, you Dumbo? Oh, how I wish I could fight these rich brats. A few days later, the principal came to our class and found me sleeping. You made a huge mistake by putting me in the 1st grade. Just let me take some tests and you'll see. Finally, she agreed. Then the principal took me to the 9th grade. This girl here is a true genius. She's smarter than all of you without ever going to school. The guy who asked my number winked at me. Beauty with brains? Me likey. Maybe you can help me study privately. I grinned as I caught the look on the twins' faces. They looked like they'd smelt dirty diapers. At lunch, a group of kids gathered around me. One of them said he'd pay me $100 if I tutored him. Another yelled, My family is 10 times richer. I'll pay you $500. Before the end of the week, I was the official school tutor. Obviously, this meant I was one of the most popular kids at school. And best of all, money was rolling in. My parents also got extra jobs at a fancy restaurant, too. One day after school, a woman stopped me and said she'd give me $100 an hour if I helped her kid with math. A little later, I was at her home, waiting to meet her little angel. It turned out to be Mindy, the 1st grade bully. The minute she saw me, she ran out screaming, I'm not studying with this ugly village cow! No amount of money was worth teaching this brat. Just as I was leaving, someone called me. It was the boy from the twins' room. He looked just as shocked to see me. Well, say something. What? Oh, hi. I'm Juan, and you're beautiful. You are the evil twins' shared boyfriend. Ugh, don't even remind me of those psychos. They both still show up here and peek in through my curtains sometimes at night. I'm Bella, their cousin. Bella, I know this might sound a bit much, but ever since I've seen you, I can't stop thinking about you. Would you like to go on a date with me? I would, but I can't deal with the twins' drama right now. I just want to study and save up for college. They'll never know. No one will. Till you want them to. I really wanted to date him, so I said yes. In a minute, he was with me and kissed me intensely. Suddenly, someone started banging on the door. I see him. He's kissing someone. I can't see her face. Open up, Juan. We just want to talk to that witch. Juan helped me escape his house through the backyard while he held them off. I ran home to find the twins were there before me, and they looked pissed. Why are you grinning like you've got a hanger stuck on your mouth, moron? Why do you look like you're about to die? She threw a shoe at me while I ran upstairs. The next few months were amazing. Juan and I snuck around whenever we could. All the while, the crazy twins were hot on our tail. Once he came to the house, and just as he leaned in to kiss me, the twins appeared. I ended up pushing him into one of the bushes. Another time, I decided to wear a wig and huge glasses to one of our dates, and the next day, wanted posters were up all over the school. But it all came crashing down soon enough. One day, Juan surprised me by taking me to a very fancy restaurant. To my horror, it was the same place Mom and Dad had started working at. But thankfully, they acted like they didn't know me. But then out of nowhere, the twins showed up. Juan, babe, you want to meet your in-laws? Shut up, Daphne. What my parents do is none of your business. Yeah, but it's Juan's business, you gold digger. Babe, that's her parents. And she's our maid. Well, guess what? I knew all that. I don't care. I love her exactly as she is. She's so much better than you bimbos. Mom and Dad heard the commotion and came to us. And Carla started making fun of them and their clothes. That's when I really lost it. I'm so tired of you two. Ever since we've come here, All you've done is act like you're much better than us, just because you're born in the city. But that doesn't make anyone better. It's kindness and generosity that makes people better and worthy of love. And all you've been till now is mean and cruel. If that's what city people do, I'm so glad I was born in the village. Suddenly, everyone around me started clapping. Some kid from the table next to us threw a poached egg at the sisters, who screamed and ran away. That evening, I went to Mom and Dad's room and said I had saved enough money to move out. With your income and my tuition, we can totally leave this hell. The day after we moved, I was shocked to find out someone had put up a video of my little rant, and it was going viral. Everyone said I was brave and smart, while the twins were just awful bullies. They even got suspended from the school for a month, and they were banned from the prom. But I quit that place anyway and joined Juan's school. Life eventually turned normal. Best of all, not only did Mom and Dad join my classes to study, they became my best students. Hi, my name is Julie, and my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now! I have no idea where I was born or who my parents really were. All I ever knew was my orphanage and the kids there. But once when I was 5, I saw a magazine in a trash bin and I fished it out. As I flipped the pages, I came across a picture of a beautiful couple. They looked perfect! I was certain my parents looked like that. I cut out the picture and tucked it under my pillow. The next day, a couple came to the orphanage and the head mother took me to meet them. I looked at their faces and then at the picture in my hand. Nah, I'm not going with them. And with that, I ran off to hide. Basically, after that, I refused to get adopted till I met the couple of my dreams. By the time I was in 1st grade, most of my friends had left. One night, as I was looking out the window at the stars, I spotted some paint cans and brushes by a wall. I climbed down and started painting on the side of the building. I thought it looked really good, but the next morning, I woke up to the head mother's screams.
I want everyone downstairs, now!
As I joined the rest outside, she pointed at my painting.
Which one of you brats made this nonsense? Speak up!
Just then, a car drove up to the orphanage, and I was shook! It was a beautiful couple, exactly like the one in my picture. Okay, not exactly, but close enough. Suddenly the woman said, "Oh, wow! Who painted this wall mural?" "Me! It was me!" The head mother turned purple while the couple told me I was so talented. And then they adopted me. When we reached their house, my jaw dropped. It looked more like a palace. They took me to my beautiful room, and a maid walked in with paints and brushes.
You can paint the walls however you like, sweetheart. Go crazy!
For the next 2 years, I lived my best life. Grand birthdays, party on yachts, exotic vacations. My parents kept me by their side and were always boasting to their friends about how talented I was. I felt truly loved. Then one day, in 3rd grade, I went downstairs to find them crying. "Mom? Dad? What's wrong?" "Oh, darling, these are happy tears. I'm pregnant. After trying for 10 years, I can't believe this is happening." I ran forward and hugged them. It would be awesome to have a sibling. I fell in love with baby Polly at first sight. While she and Mom were resting in the hospital room, I went to the vending machine to get candy. But when I returned, the room was empty. I ran to the reception, and the lady there said that my family had just checked out. Wait, what? I felt panic rise in my chest. Just then, a kind-looking doctor approached me. "Sweetheart, is everything okay?" I got lost. Can you take me home, please?" The lady dropped me home, and I stormed off inside. I found my parents in my room, and all my stuff was outside. Some men were slapping on pink paint all over my wall art. "Mom, Dad, I'm here!"
Good to know. Why are you announcing it?
Hello? You guys forgot me at the hospital? No, I didn't. Did you hit your head somewhere? And can you please pick up your stuff? Turns out my parents had decided to convert my room to Polly's nursery, and I was shifted to the room in the other wing of the house. As Polly grew older, she had my parents wrapped around her little finger. She could do no wrong. Once when she was 2, we were having dinner when she jumped onto the table and pushed my bowl of hot soup onto my lap. "Gosh, Polly, what's wrong with you?"
Don't talk to her like that.
"She's just a baby. She doesn't know what she's doing." As I stormed off to change, I didn't feel too sure about that. By the time Polly was 4, my parents felt worried because she still only spoke in her baby language. One time when I was watching TV, she suddenly climbed onto the couch and brought her face close to my ear.
Julie, I hate you. You're disgusting.
What? What did you just say?
You heard me.
And with that, she smiled and started watching TV. Just then, Mom and Dad walked in and I shouted, "You won't believe this! Polly can talk! Like proper words!" "What? Oh, my baby, I missed it!" "What did she say?" "She said she hates me, and I'm disgusting."
Wow, Julie. Really? She just started talking and she's saying words like disgusting? What rubbish!
I swear! Oh, be quiet. Polly, if you can talk, say, "I love you, Mommy."
Baba Mumuka.
You've got us excited over nothing, Julie. I don't know why you're turning into such a brat. Oh my God! I was convinced my baby sister was a psychopath. One night, I looked at the symptoms of psychopaths online, and they were usually highly intelligent and used big words from a young age. Polly seemed to fit the description perfectly. She started talking properly in front of everyone soon, but that just made things worse. When I was in 11th grade, and Polly was 8, my parents decided to host a grand New Year's party. As I was getting dressed, I looked up in the mirror to see Polly standing behind me, holding a pair of scissors. "Hey, that's dangerous. Give it to me." She gave me a look that sent shivers down my spine.
You didn't say please.
And then she grabbed her long blonde curls and snipped them off. Oh my God, why'd you do that?
Oh, you'll see.
And suddenly, her bottom lip started to quiver and tears welled up in her eyes.
Mom! Dad! Look what Julie did! My beautiful curls! This is such a tragedy!
Mom and Dad came running and they were beyond furious. They wouldn't even listen to me.
We know you're jealous of Polly, but we never thought you'd go this far.
Sometimes I wonder if we made a mistake adopting you. Sometimes I think I made a mistake too, thinking you were the perfect parents. With that, I ran off to the park across the street. I was sitting on the swings when someone joined me.
Hey, is everything okay? Why are you here by yourself at night?
I live right across the street, and I'm fine. Why are you here?
Oh, I just moved here with my aunt, in the house next to that huge mansion.
I felt myself warming up to his kind face, but just then, my tummy let out a loud growl. God, how embarrassing! But he didn't laugh. He just leapt off the swing and said,
I gotta head home for dinner. Would you like to join me and my aunt?
When I got to his house, I was in for a surprise. His aunt was that doctor who dropped me from the hospital years ago, and she actually recognized me. As Lucas walked me back home, a clock somewhere struck midnight, and fireworks exploded all over the sky. Happy New Year! He suddenly took my hand, and my heart raced a little.
Everyone should have someone to kiss on New Year's Eve. Happy New Year, Julie.
He pulled me closer, and I leaned in for a kiss. My parents decided to give me the silent treatment for the next few weeks, but I didn't care. I'd spend all my time after school painting in my room or hanging out at Lucas's place. We'd started dating, and I was loving every second of it. One night, I let Lucas in through my window, and we were making out when suddenly we heard the lock on the door click, and someone flung it open. It was Polly! Oh my God! How did you open the door?
I have keys to all the rooms. Duh! I come here all the time. So, why are you keeping your boyfriend a secret from me?
You're seriously asking why? Maybe because you're a complete psycho and you'll find a way to ruin anything good in my life?
Jeez, you're so melodramatic. So, Lucas, how soon can you marry Julie and take her away?
What? I can't marry her right now, but...
Wrong answer!
And with that, she fled the room. 2 minutes later, my parents burst in to find me sleeping peacefully.
Where's the boy?
What? What boy? Polly said you had a boy in your room. Well, I was sleeping, so I don't know what crazy Polly saw. Go ahead and look. My parents searched my room and the servants searched the grounds and found nothing. After they finally left, I lifted the loose floorboard in my room and Lucas crept out from under it. That Polly thought she knew everything, but I'd been here longer than her. But to my horror, the door flung open again, and my parents and Polly were standing there.
See? I told you he was still here.
How did she even know? All hell broke loose as my parents called over Lucas's aunt and threatened to hand him to the police for breaking in. Please, sir, it won't happen again.
You bet it won't. Do you even know who I am? Stay away from my house, or you'll regret it.
As Lucas's aunt dragged him off, Dad turned to me.
You're grounded for eternity. God knows what kind of people your parents were, because you seem like a really bad egg. Well, by that logic, your parents must have been big jerks. How dare you talk like that? After everything we've done for you, you're just an orphan no one wanted, and we saved you from that miserable place.
No, you took me because you just wanted a talented child to show off. But since Polly came, you've reminded me every day that I'm not your kid. As I paced around my room furiously, my eyes fell on a stuffed teddy bear on the shelf. It was the only present Polly had given me once. And suddenly, I had a realization why. I pulled out the teddy bear's eyes, and I saw what I'd suspected. There was a tiny camera behind one of them. Polly had been using it to spy on me. I looked straight into the camera. Polly, you're a creep, but this is the last time you'll mess with me. And with that, I ripped it out and smashed it with my foot. That night, I packed my paintings and climbed out the window, leaving that house behind forever. And it felt good. But I didn't go to Lucas. I went back to the orphanage.
Well, I just knew you'd be back one day. You can stay, but you'll have to earn your keep.
I started teaching kids in the orphanage, and I felt happier than I had in ages. One day as I was going to class, a car drove up, and I was shocked to see Lucas and his aunt. Lucas ran to me and gave me a bear hug. His aunt took my hand next and said, Julie, Lucas and I were wondering, would it be okay if I officially adopted you? Thank you for that, but I don't need a parent. I can take care of myself. I'm just happy to have you as my friend. I kept dating Lucas while I worked my way through college. Soon after my graduation, he went down on one knee with a ring. And of course I said yes. We got married in a small ceremony, but I made sure to invite all the kids from the orphanage. We had the sweetest wedding day ever. A year later, I gave birth to a beautiful baby boy, and my heart soared with joy. I'll work hard to give you the best life possible, and I'll make you always know that you're truly, truly loved.
I couldn't stop yawning. We were having an orientation program at our school auditorium, but everything was so boring. I put on my earphones and listened to an upbeat song to wake myself up. Soon, I just found myself singing along with it. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours. Yeah, right? It's better than yours. Suddenly, I stopped when I realized that everyone was looking at me like I mercilessly kicked a puppy. Whoa, what did I do now? Just then, my sister Nova pointed to my earphones, and that's when I realized that my voice was louder than intended, and unfortunately, it was the prayer time. Oopsie. Hi, my name is Heather, and I'm your awkward main character who always ends up doing the most embarrassing things ever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was walking down the hallway when I noticed a guy smiling at me. He was holding a banner which said that he was asking me to the prom. Holy crispy biscuits! Someone actually liked me? I dramatically ran towards him and said, "Oh, my Romeo, yes, yes, yes! I'm going to the prom with you!" But to my surprise, he pushed me away. Ew, not you, weirdo. He was actually asking the girl behind me. Well, that was a little awkward. The girl was Shannon, the principal's daughter who acted like she was the queen of the world. She snatched the banner away from him and tore it in half. How dare you ask me out with that ugly face of yours? The poor guy dashed away with tears. Shannon had been plastering her stupid face all over the school the whole day, trying to get everyone's votes for the prom queen. I even heard her bad-mouthing my sister Nova, her ultimate rival. They had been competing in terms of fame and beauty, while here I was, just trying my best to act as normal as I could. Nova was a year younger than me, but we were in the same grade because, aside from being a goddess, she was also a genius and everyone was just obsessed with her. When I went to the school gym to see her, I was surprised to see all the boys lining up in front of her.
Please, Nova, I will do anything. Just go to the prom with me and I'll kiss the ground you walk on. I'll pay you $1 million and give you my private island.
But Nova was too busy to care. On the other hand, no one had asked me out yet. Maybe I needed to step up my game this time. Later that night, I decided to practice my social interactions. So I chose my bookshelf to pretend as my boyfriend. While I was kissing it, I caught someone watching me through the bedroom window across mine. Wait a minute, was that Enzo? He used to be my grumpy neighbor when we were kids, but they moved out 10 years ago, and no one had lived in their house since then. I was about to say hi to him, but he raised a banner to give me a message before closing off his window. Rude. During dinner, Mom told us that Enzo's dad decided to continue their business here, so they were staying here permanently. She also added that Enzo was joining our school too, and it made me excited for some reason. Later that night, while I was putting out the garbage bag outside, I saw him doing the same. I almost passed out when he turned to face me. He looked more handsome up close. Wow, look at you, growing up so fine. Miracles do happen indeed.
And you're still a waste of oxygen.
Look, I'm sorry for pushing you on an anthill and stepping on your flowers in your yard. I was just a kid back then. Can we forget the beef and start all over again? As friends, you know, and nothing else. I mean, you're cute, but sorry, you're not my type. But he just gave me a look like I was a lost turd in the street and walked back inside. What a jerk! I just focused on my current goal, getting myself a prom date. But first, I had to get a boy's attention. Most boys loved soccer, so I studied about it all night, and the next day, I walked up to the field where the hottest jocks were practicing and tried to join them. Soccer is the best. I love to kick balls real hard. Nice kick, homie! But everyone was acting like I was invisible. Maybe I should try harder. I grabbed a megaphone and walked up to the middle of the field. Did you know that soccer's modern origins began in England in 1863, but not sure about the exact month and day though. I'll dig into that later. And oh, my favorite player is Lionel Messiah. Finally, someone turned to me, and it was Jacob of all people, the most popular guy in school. Jackpot. As he walked up to me, I gave him my sweetest smile.
Excuse me, but can you move? We're practicing.
Oh, let me join you then. I snatched the ball from him and kicked it, but I ended up kicking him instead. Uh-oh. I dashed away from the field before he could kill me. Just then, I tripped and fell face first into some dog poop. When I looked up, I saw a familiar face walking up to me. It was Enzo. I thought he was going to help me, but to my surprise, he skipped over me and went to pick up a random sunflower on the grass. What a terrible human being! I went to the toilet to clean up and hyped myself up in the mirror to calm down. You're not a potato, you're the ripest strawberry, a queen, a rock star. You don't need to change yourself for someone's validation. Don't chase them. They should be the ones chasing you. But then, you're not running. You're literally standing right now, so how could they chase you? Maybe you should start running. Ah, you're so smart, you little strawberry. As I was blowing myself a kiss and posing like a constipated duck, I noticed someone's reflection behind me. It was Jacob. How long have you been standing there?
Long enough to fall in love with you?
Wow, did someone blackmail you or something? What are you doing here?
I'm here to punish you for kicking me.
But it was a harmless little kick. Or was it an assault? Oh no, I'm going to jail. Do you think they have Wi-Fi there?
You're amusing. Want to be my girlfriend?
Pinch me, punch me, shake me, throw me away to Mars. I might be dreaming. But no, Jacob, the cutest guy in school, just asked me out, so of course, I said yes. We finally started dating, and everyone couldn't believe it, especially Shannon. I'm sure Jacob's just using you for some little entertainment because you're literally a joke and an embarrassment. Remember? He's mine. He's yours, but he's dating me. Weird. Go lick some soap, please. How dare you talk to me like that? Don't you know who I am? You're Shannon, right? Before she could eat me alive, Nova suddenly came and snatched me away from her. What are you doing? What? I didn't do anything. I just told her to go lick some soap. Please, Heather, just stay out of trouble. You'll never win against her. She's the principal's daughter. If we continue to piss her off, we'll be doomed. I still need to be the prom queen and graduate as the top student. Just relax, okay? I got you. I knew Nova wasn't convinced, so I promised myself to behave. I ignored Shannon's death glares at school and focused on the perks of dating Jacob. But for some reason, I wasn't feeling the sparks. One night, he insisted on having dinner with us at home, and Mom couldn't believe it when I introduced him as my boyfriend. Are you sure you're not blind or something? Mom! Jacob just laughed while Nova went ahead to her room. As soon as Jacob left, she suddenly barged into mine. Of all the boys, why him? Don't you find it suspicious that he noticed you all of a sudden after all of these years? Why? You find it impossible for a guy like him to actually like a nutcase like me? It's not like that. I just don't really trust that jock. I started to realize Nova's warning over the next few days. Whenever Jacob and I were together, he would always ask me to do some weird things like talking to a dog and eating without using my hands. He and his friends would then laugh at me like crazy, and it was very insulting. One time after lunch, I had a little food crumb near my nose, and he didn't tell me about it. Everyone thought it was a booger, and he'd been laughing with them all day. I finally had enough. I needed to break up with him, so I followed him to an empty classroom, only to witness something that shook my world. He was trying to kiss a girl, and it wasn't just any other girl. It was my sister. I hid behind a wall to listen to their conversation.
Get off me, you jerk. Come on, Nova. Don't you get it? I only dated your sister just to get close to you.
I don't care. Just leave me and my sister alone. She slapped him before storming off, leaving me totally stunned. His revelation didn't break my heart, but what he did to us was so low of him. I had to teach him a lesson. That weekend after their successful soccer game, I snatched the announcer's mic and dropped a bomb on them. Hi, hello, excuse me. Jacob, first of all, congratulations on the win. Yay! And second, we're done, okay? This is a breakup, and it's not you, it's me. Just kidding, it really is you because you're boring, your breath is stinkier than poop, and your abs are not hard enough for me. So, bye! Everyone erupted into laughter as I walked away like a boss. Nova couldn't stop squealing about it when we got home. Of all the embarrassing things that you did, that was my favorite. We then decided to go to prom together, and to be honest, that sounded better. As Nova left, I caught myself glancing at my window straight to Enzo's. He was walking back and forth in front of his window while reading a book, and it was making me dizzy. Well, if he wasn't so grumpy and arrogant, that would have been attractive. It had only been a few weeks since he joined our school, but he had already formed his own fan club, and I wasn't surprised. Suddenly, he stopped and looked straight at me. I slowly and pointedly pulled out my chair, sat, leaned on my study table, and opened the book in front of me while making eye contact. Then I wrote something on a piece of paper and showed it to him. He looked amused for a second, but then he rolled his eyes at me before pulling his blinds closed. Wait a minute, why was I smiling? The next day at school, I found out that Shannon got mad because Nova accidentally ruined one of her posters, and now they were having the cat fight of the century. I threw myself between them and pushed Shannon away. Oh, please, Shannon, no matter how hard you try, my sister's gonna win that crown. You're just a plain pancake with 1,000 layers of makeup. My sister is way prettier than you. She's a natural. Natural? Let's make it artificial then. She grabbed a bucket of dirty water from the janitor's cart and splashed it on Nova's face. To get back at her, I grabbed the dirty mop and slapped it on her stupid face, taking everyone by surprise. Hurt my sister again, and I'll slap you with a cactus next time, you filthy creature. You're gonna pay for this. You'll see. That's right. Run home to mommy, because that's all you can do. As expected, the principal suspended both Nova and me for 2 weeks, and that also meant that we couldn't attend prom. Nova tried to negotiate with the principal, but of course, she'd side with her awful daughter. If my sister couldn't be the prom queen, then Shannon shouldn't be either, and I had to do something about it. After carefully planning my revenge, I put on a mask, gloves, and a hoodie, and some props before heading to Shannon's mansion at midnight. I hid behind some bushes as I waited for their front porch light to be turned off. Suddenly, someone popped in beside me.
Fancy seeing you here.
Holy puppies, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Judging by your outfit, I knew you were about to do something stupid again, so I just came to warn you that trespassing is illegal, and we should just go home.
Why do you care anyway? You're just my grumpy neighbor. Just then, 2 scary black dogs started barking behind us. Oh no, I know I'm not exactly pageant material, but do I look like a bone? Please, don't answer that. Just then, the dogs started chasing us. Enzo grabbed my hand and led me to the back of the house. We then entered an open window and ended up in the kitchen.
We can't stay here. We're gonna get caught.
Don't you think I know that? Remove your shoes. We can't leave marks. They can trace us through shoe marks. I've watched that one episode of CSI where the serial killer was caught because of his Adidas. Can you believe it? Suddenly, someone walked in. Enzo was quick to cover my mouth and pushed me against the wall to hide. As he was on high alert, I couldn't help but think how close we were right now. I could even feel his heartbeat racing. Or was it mine?
She's gone. Now tell me, what exactly do you plan to do for revenge?
Watch me. As we finally reached Shannon's bedroom, I took out my fake crocodile balloon, and while I was blowing it up, I noticed Enzo staring at me. What?
Nothing. You're cute.
Wow, I didn't expect that from you.
Sorry about being grumpy. Those were just the times that I had my period.
I continued blowing up the balloon to hide my blush, and when it was huge enough, I threw it beside the sleeping Shannon, waking her up. I started taking Polaroid pictures of her as she screamed her heart out, making sure I got her worst angles. Enzo and I were chuckling as we fled the scene. We then headed to the school to put up all Shannon's ugly, no makeup pictures all over the school. I got home still on a high about what we just did. Enzo was an amazing accomplice. Speaking of him, I turned to look at his window and my jaw dropped. He looked like he had just had a bath, and then I realized he was shirtless and I could see his abs. His very defined abs. Holy yummy macaroni! Just then he turned to me and caught me drooling all over him. I immediately pretended to be doing exercise by the window. Exercise is important, you know, especially at midnight. Not that you need that information. Like, look at your body, you obviously work out. You look healthy.
You look healthy too.
He then gave me a smile and shut his window. Ugh, that was awkward. The next day at school, the whole building was filled with Shannon's screams. Enzo and I couldn't help but laugh as we watched her tear off her pictures like an idiot. We became closer since then, and soon I just found myself falling for him. One day when I came down, I saw him in our living room. What was he doing here?
Hey, Heather, I want to ask you something.
Oh my gosh, was he finally gonna ask me out on a date?
Is Nova home? I came to return her notes.
Oh, so they were close too. Nova? Yeah, she's here, definitely. This is her house too. Let me get her. I went upstairs and told Nova that Enzo was waiting for her. She went down and they kept talking. I even heard them laughing, and for some reason, it sounded annoying. Enzo and Nova continued hanging out with each other. Of course, if he likes someone, that would be her. I shouldn't be surprised at this point. I decided to distance myself from him. I would act busy whenever he approached me at school. I didn't want another Jacob situation. I had to get over my crush before it was too late. But it wasn't easy, especially since every time I spoke to Nova the past week, she would be like, Enzo this and Enzo that. Did you know that Enzo is excellent at math? Oh, Enzo prefers salty food too. So that weekend, when Nova asked me to hang out with her and Enzo as a favor, I told her I was busy planning on stalking them. They went to the park to feed some ducks, and I was extremely jealous. Suddenly, it looked like he was about to kiss Nova. I jumped out of the bushes and screamed, "Stop! Don't kiss!"
What?
There's an insect. There, it's gone now. Well, hey, you two. Such a coincidence to see you both here.
Are you spying on us?
I'm no spy, you dork.
I thought you were busy.
I was. Anyway, I just realized that I need to go home. I left something in the kitchen when we went out, and I needed to make sure it didn't burn or something. That's why I've been acting anxious. That's right, I need to go home. But I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the day. Bye! Ugh, that was a disaster. But when Nova got home, she kept insisting that I was jealous. Fine, I was jealous, okay? But it was just a crush. You don't have to worry about it. I'll get over it soon enough. Just, can you please try to not bring him up every time?
Heather, there's nothing going on between us. Every time we hang out, we talk about you. I asked you to come with us today because he said that you've been avoiding him.
What?
The guy is in love with you, you fool.
Her revelation almost made me pee my pants. Thank God I was able to reach the bathroom just in time. I was expecting Enzo to talk to me about it, but to my disappointment, all he did was shut his window and avoid me at school. Weird. The day of the prom finally came, and Nova and I decided to crash the event, and everyone was so hyped up when we came with our iconic outfits. Shannon was about to throw some fit, but then the announcer came up on stage to finally announce the winners. As expected, Jacob won the prom king, and Nova as the queen. Deserved. This is unacceptable. She was disqualified because of her suspension. Shannon tried to snatch the crown from Nova, but some people picked her up and threw her out. Serves her right. I was about to look for Enzo among the crowd when I suddenly crashed into the table of drinks. Everyone turned to me as I bathed in orange juice. Just then, someone approached me and started wiping the juice off my face. Enzo!
You silly girl.
What are you doing?
Taking care of you?
Why?
Because I like you. I like how weird and awkward you are, and how loud your personality can be. I'm drawn to how real you are. I'm in love with you, Heather. Everything about you.
Well, I guess I like your abs. He chuckled and finally asked me the ultimate question.
Will you be my prom queen?
I thought you'd never ask. Everyone then cheered for us as we finally kissed. Hi friends, I'm Abigail and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born to one of the biggest rock stars in the country. My dad was super famous and was known as Richard, the king of rock. After my mom left him, Dad was always in the news for his dating life. He literally had a new girlfriend every month. Growing up, Dad gave me everything, except his attention. He was too busy touring the world and breaking hearts while I was looked after by the household staff. Once in first grade, our school took us on a day trip to the beach, and I was having a great time making sandcastles when suddenly I started feeling really dizzy. I don't feel so good. You don't look so good either. Ew, just don't puke on me. I tried walking to the teacher, but before I could, I landed straight into a sandcastle and everything went black. I woke up to find myself in the hospital with Dad by my side, and I was diagnosed with diabetes. The next few days, I was just really happy to have Dad at home, fussing all over me. He was busy looking for a live-in nurse who'd make sure I took my meds properly while he was away.
Too old, too grumpy. She looks lazy. Man, she's got a big nose. Oh, look, Abigail, she's cute. Let's call her.
Her name was Bridget, and Dad hired her the minute she walked in. Although I could tell that she was no good. After Dad left, she just spent the whole day watching TV or talking to her friends. Hey, lady, isn't it time for my medicine? Oh, sweetie, I don't know how to read the time. I'm dyslexic. Are you even a real nurse? Yeah, I did go to nursing school for like 2 months, but I dropped out. Sick people are gross. I just took care of my medicines myself because I couldn't trust her one bit, and I was gonna get her fired soon. My 10th birthday was around the corner, and I decided not to have a party for my classmates because I wasn't really close to anyone. I knew they were just friends with me because I was rich. Dad promised me he'd come home and we'd celebrate, just the two of us, but he never came. Call him. He promised he'd be here. What am I, your maid? And he's not gonna come now, so just eat something before you start feeling sick. Nuh-uh, you can't make me. I was beginning to feel dizzy, but I still refused to eat. Just then, a girl my age entered the room with a cupcake in her hand. Listen, you, this is my daughter Percy. She just came from the village today. She'll celebrate your birthday with you, okay? I honestly didn't want to, but then the girl suddenly shoved the cupcake in my mouth. Yummy, isn't it? There are more downstairs. Whoever reaches there first gets to lick the frosting. After that day, Percy and I became best friends, even though her mom sucked. I loved Percy and didn't want her to leave, so I never got Bridget fired. But when we were close to graduating high school, Percy dropped a bomb on me. She was going to Oxford University. That's frickin' expensive. And without you, I'll fade into Bolivia. You mean oblivion? And I saved money from all my summer jobs. Plus, I got a student loan. Can you imagine? I'll be the first in my family to go to Oxford. It's like a dream come true. Oh, what if I come to Oxford too? Come on, you can't tell the difference between Bolivia and oblivion. It's not like you can clear the SATs. They're super hard. But I did clear them. Actually, I barely cleared them after working my butt off for a month. The day my Oxford acceptance letter arrived, I felt like my heart stopped for a second. Yes! When I looked at Percy, I could see she looked really surprised. How? Is this a fake letter or a real one? Did your dad make a donation or something? How is this even possible? Percy, it wasn't that hard. Come on, let's go shopping! I was so pumped for London, but there was only one thing. My fear of flying. I'd never been on an airplane before, but I so wanted to do this. When we boarded the plane, Percy and I had seats in different aisles. That wasn't good. I knew I was gonna panic. I got a seat in the middle of an old man and some young guy. When the plane started moving, I felt like I was having a heart attack. Oh God, save me please. I think I'm drowning. Yep, my heart's sinking. I just want to get off this plane. Just then, the young guy next to me took my hand and he gave me a dimpled smile. Hey, calm down. You'll be okay. Just look at me and take deep breaths. And we're not drowning, we're flying. By the way, I'm Ryan. I'm Abigail. Okay, so the moment of truth, we've taken off.
I used to be frightened of flying too when I was a kid, but my aunt would distract me until the plane took off. Always worked like a charm.
Your aunt sounds amazing.
She sure is. Now, if you don't mind, you can loosen your grip on my hand.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize.
It's okay, as long as it worked for you. Gorgeous.
Throughout the flight, Ryan and I talked. He told me about how his aunt had raised him after his parents had passed away, and it was her dream to see him succeed in life. When we landed at the airport, I told Percy everything, and she asked me why I didn't get his number. Oh, bummer. When I entered the class on my first day at college and took a seat, the girl next to me gasped, OMG, I know who you are. Hi, I'm Sophia. And oh God, can you get me access to your dad's wedding? What is it, his third or fourth? My Insta followers will go wild if I post pictures from the wedding. Sixth, and I'll see what I can do. Just then, Percy came and sat next to me, and Sophia made a constipated face. The class is about to start. Just mop quickly and go. Excuse me? Mop? I'm in this class just like you. Really? And out of all the clothes in the world, you decided to wear these gray overalls? The same as the janitor's uniform? Epic! Okay, this girl was a jerk. I grabbed Percy's hand and we both sat far away from her. Percy was fuming and I told her she looked wonderful. Just then, I saw a familiar face enter the class. It was Ryan.
Hello, class. I'm Ryan, and I'll be teaching you archaeology. Let's start off with the attendance.
OMG? Ryan? My professor? Apparently, he was some kind of child genius and had graduated at a very young age. But when I tried to talk to him after class, he just walked away. Later, I told Percy who he was, but she didn't believe me. Oh, really? Then why didn't he say hi? I don't know. Maybe he had anemia or something. Amnesia, not anemia. It happened in every class. He always acted like I didn't exist. And after a while, I gave up trying to talk to him. But one time, I was in the cafeteria, and just as I opened a can of soda, it exploded on the person in front of me. On Ryan. Oh no, I'm so sorry. It was a mistake.
Oh, I guess it just runs in the family. You guys just make mistakes and never mean any harm, right? Just leave it.
Huh? What was that about? He walked away before I could ask, and I decided not to bother with it. I was here to study, and for the first time in my life, I was really enjoying it. Learning about prehistory captivated me, and I really wanted to become an archaeologist. A few weeks later, Percy got some bad news. Her mom was sick and she had to go back for a few weeks. Give my love to Auntie and don't worry, she'll be all right, promise. With Percy gone, I felt rather alone. But luckily, I made a few friends, and a week later attended a Halloween party with them, dressed as a vampire. I was having a great time, till I went to the bathroom and took off my mask. And Sophia turned up out of nowhere and started taking selfies with me. Wonderful. My followers are gonna go crazy. So, how are you, girl? Worse than I was a minute ago, because you're here now. Whoa, snappy. Is it because I showed your friend the mirror? Come on, she did look like a janitor that day. How do you even know her? She's my nanny's daughter, and we've been best friends since we were kids, and no one deserves to be here more than her. So please, don't talk trash about her if you don't want me to punch your face. When I got back to the main hall, an upbeat song came on, and a guy who was dressed as the Phantom of the Opera offered me his hand to dance. I was having a great time. And then the music turned to a slow number, and the guy pulled me close. He had his hand on my back. Just then I realized my zip was coming down, and he fixed it. Oh, thank you.
Wait, is that you, Abigail?
Ryan?
Yeah, sorry. I didn't know it was you. I gotta go.
He was about to walk away when I stopped him. Hey, what's the matter with you? Why do you keep acting like you have some problem with me? And what did you mean that day when you said it runs in the family?
Why don't you ask your dad?
My dad? What does he have to do with anything?
He has a lot to do with me and my aunt. Ask him how he betrayed the woman who made him what he is today. He made my aunt fall for him, stole her music tunes, and then just dumped her one day like she meant nothing. Seeing her crumble after your dad's betrayal was the hardest time of my life.
I'm sorry, Ryan. I know my dad isn't a saint, but what do I have to do with his past? It's not fair to judge me for something he did, and I never knew about it. Trust me, he wasn't really around for me much either. and I don't deserve your hate. Saying that, I just left the dance floor as quickly as I could. The next day in class, I was ecstatic to see Percy was back, but she looked really worried because Ryan had given her an F for low attendance. Abigail, you gotta help me. You say you know him, right? Ask him to give me an A or maybe a B, please. What? Percy, this isn't some lame high school. I can't just go to a teacher and ask him to change my friend's grades. Wow, you sure have changed, Abigail. I saw your selfies with that witch Sophia, and now you're refusing to help me out? Don't act like you got into Oxford on your own. I'm 100% sure your dad had something to do with getting you in. What the heck? Before I could even reply, Percy just stormed off and stopped talking to me. A week later, we had to submit an assignment for extra credits, and when the results came in, I had aced it. I was so happy. But now, I had to be Ryan's assistant for a month. One afternoon, I was sitting in the library filing papers for Ryan when I realized someone was next to me. It was him. I was startled and ended up spilling the coffee mug next to me.
Ouch! This is the second time you spilled something on me.
Sorry, you kind of sneaked up on me. As Ryan wiped the coffee off his clothes, I just looked at his face, thinking about the first time we'd met.
What are you smiling for?
I was just thinking about how you would make the perfect boyfriend. The older your girlfriend gets, the more interested you'd be in her, 'cause you're a historian. Finally, I saw the slightest smile and that gorgeous dimple.
Abigail, about the other night, I'm sorry. I know it wasn't your fault.
Without finishing his sentence, Ryan took my hand and just looked into my eyes. He was leaning in like he was about to kiss me. But right then, there was a sound near the window and Ryan jolted up to check it, and the moment was gone. But the next day when I entered my class, all eyes were on me.
Whoa, if it isn't the teacher's pet.
No wonder you're soaring so high these days.
What do you mean?
You don't follow me? Oh geez, you should. I now have a blue tick on my account thanks to you. Look what I received anonymously. It was a video of Ryan and me sitting really close in the library. I was furious. Don't be so happy about that blue tick. I snatched the witch's phone and smashed it on the floor and walked off. But Percy caught up with me. Oh, so this is how you get extra credits? Some of us actually worked really hard to be here, but people like you will do just about anything to get ahead, like flirting with the teacher. And when I ask you to put in a good word for me, you refused. Are you crazy? I really am studying hard, Percy. I know you liked him, but this is disgusting. I had my suspicions, but seeing you two in the library that day, I understood everything. Wait, so you made this video? Couldn't you have at least asked me what the truth was? I'm your best friend. Yeah? Is that why you've been going around telling people like Sophia that I'm your maid's daughter? Some friend you are. That's not what I said. I didn't mean it that way. And yes, I do like Ryan, but I would never use him to get ahead. I can't believe that's what you think of me. I'm done. With you, with Ryan, this Oxford dream, all of it. I ran off, and right outside, Ryan was waiting to talk to me, but I needed to be alone. So I ran out of the college toward the forest park. Ryan caught up with me, and just as I tried to push him away, we both fell with a thud, and then everything went dark. When I woke up, I found myself in Ryan's arms.
Oh, thank God you're all right.
Am I? I don't feel all right. Where are we?
We fell into a pit and there's no signals here. It's been hours and I've been screaming for so long, but no one's come.
I felt my head spinning and knew my blood sugar was low. Ryan hugged me to keep warm. What were you saying that day at the library? Tell me.
I was gonna say how much
What?
I like you.
I like you too. A lot. Saying that, I turned to kiss him and it was so perfect.
Abigail, we have to get out of here. I know you can do it. You need your meds and we can't wait.
Finally, with Ryan's support, I was able to climb out of the pit. As we were trying to make our way out of the forest, I saw all these people with flashlights in their hands and crashed into one of them. It was Percy. And then I blacked out again. When I woke up again, I was in the hospital and Ryan was sitting next to me.
Hey, gorgeous. You had me worried. I know we have all the time in the world to talk, but there's someone who's been waiting eagerly for you to wake up.
Ryan kissed me and left the room. And just then, Percy entered with tears in her eyes and begged for forgiveness. Percy, you've been my friend for as long as I can remember. I want to forgive you, but I'll need some time. Take as much time as you need. I am so sorry. My own insecurities got the better of me. You've been nothing but a great friend, and now I've ruined everything.
Maybe you haven't. Hi, I'm Mona. I'm one of the smartest girls you'll ever meet. Please like and subscribe. I was 5 years old when I was playing hide and seek with the neighbor's kids, and I got stung by some bees. My skin immediately started to swell, and moments later, I fainted. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. Your daughter has anaphylaxis, which is an extreme allergic reaction to bee stings, but that may not be all she's allergic to. You'll have to monitor her closely. After that, Mom was terrified and she wouldn't let me play outside. She also decided to homeschool me. During our lessons together, she always told me I was a genius. I still felt sad about not going to a real school, till she told me the big secret. School's gonna take away your genius and make you dumb like the other kids, because that's what the government wants. I wasn't sure why the government wanted that, but I didn't want it happening to me. While Mom was away working, I started making videos on YouTube to stay busy, and soon had some subscribers.
Hello guys, it's your stay-at-home genius. Today, let's talk about the amazing periodic table. Who knew there were so many elements?
Sometimes the comments on my video were quite mean. Literally every 11-year-old knows about the periodic table. Do us a favor and go to school. When I told Mom about the comments, she always said those kids were just jealous. Once when I was 14, I saw a really pretty bird on my window frame and I tried to touch it, but I ended up falling out the window into a bush. Oh my God, I was outside! Just as I was about to run back in, my arms and face started to itch like crazy. I called out to Mom, who rushed me to the hospital. After the medicine, I was half asleep when I heard the doctor and Mom talking. Your daughter's reaction happened because she's been indoors so much. Her immune system didn't develop properly. You have to let her join a school. But what about her condition? I've told you before, that's not how this works. What? The doctor told you to put me in school before, Mom? Honey, I did it to protect you. All these doctors, what do they really know? I was so upset. All these years, I'd been living like Rapunzel when I didn't need to. On the drive home, she continued to rant about the government. Mom, just stop it with your lies already. And guess what? I'm going to school. For days, Mom tried to apologize, but I completely ignored her. Then she gave up and put me in school. On my first day, I struggled to hide my excitement. Just as I was about to jump out of the car, Mom stopped me. You have every right to be angry, but you still have to be careful. Please, you need to wear this. It was a box of masks. Ugh, I didn't want to be some masked weirdo on my first day, but I also didn't want to get some bad reaction again. So I put one on. When I walked into my class, the teacher hadn't arrived yet, and I had the perfect opportunity to introduce myself. I climbed onto one of the tables. Greetings, my fellow classmates. I'm Mona, but some of you may know me as the stay-at-home genius. They all stopped talking. Great, I had their attention. As I start this new journey with you, I hope that you do not feel intimidated by my intelligence, and I look forward to helping you all. Shut up, weirdo. The entire class burst into laughter. Everyone was still snickering when the teacher walked in. They were all jerks, but I was going to show them. Who can tell me how many planets we have in the solar system? Me, sir. 9. 8, actually. Pluto isn't a planet anymore. What? Since when? Since forever, Miss Genius. And I soon discovered the strangest thing. I seemed like I was behind in every subject. I was dumb. At the end of the day, one of the teachers called me aside. We've observed that sometimes homeschooled students struggle to keep up. You may need to be placed in another class more suitable for your abilities. But this is the class I should be in. Yes, but you have to take a performance test at the end of the semester so we can be confident you can cope. She handed me some study materials and I headed home. I couldn't get over the fact that my whole life had been a lie. I'm not really a genius, am I? Oh, baby, you'll always be my little genius. You've ruined my life, Mom! I stormed off to my room and cried myself to sleep. The next day at school, I was heading towards the library when I felt something hit me with force, and I fell down.
I saw a boy named Ken from my class on a skateboard. Are you crazy? Who uses a skateboard in the hallway?
Oh, look, it's the genius. If you hadn't stayed home your whole life, you'd know that all the cool people skate in the hallways.
I just ignored him, but from that day on, Ken started joining me at lunch without an invitation. He was a mess who spent half his time in detention, but he was kind of funny, and I didn't mind not eating alone. The next few days, I spent every spare moment in the library preparing for the test, but I just felt lost. One day, I got so frustrated over some math equations that I started to cry. I was going to be sent to a class with kids half my age. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder and I jumped.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Is everything okay?
Seeing this handsome stranger being nice to me made me cry all over again. I can't seem to figure any of these out. I'm so stupid.
Hey, don't worry. I'll help you.
His name was Brad and he was a senior. He became my guardian angel as he helped me study every day. And I just couldn't help having a crush on him. But Brad had some strange rules. We could only talk or meet after school, and at other times, he'd act like I didn't even exist. One day, we ended up studying till quite late, and the school was empty as we were leaving. Suddenly, he took my hand, and my heart skipped a beat. But then, I pulled away. Why do you act like you don't know me in school, Brad? Are you ashamed of being seen with me?
It's not like that, Mona. My friends, they're not the nicest people. They don't even know you right now, but if I introduced you to them, I'm afraid they'd be rather mean to you. They usually are to anyone who's a bit different.
You mean odd? Weird?
Different. And I like that about you.
Suddenly, he pulled me close and said he wanted to see the face behind the mask.
Wow, you're even prettier than I imagined.
He kissed me softly on the lips, and it was wonderful. One afternoon, I was sitting alone and watching Brad with his friends when Ken joined me.
If you stare hard enough, you'll probably dig a hole in his back.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you insist. You want to hang out later?
Nah, I'll pass. Maybe some other time. I had decided just then that I was tired of only watching Brad. I had to show him that I was cool enough to hang out at his table. The next morning, I woke up super early to do my makeup. And when Mom dropped me off at school, I took off my mask. Mom had lied about a lot of things, so who said I really needed the mask? And I could feel all eyes on me as I walked in. Even Brad kept staring at me during recess, and he was so lost that he accidentally spilled juice on himself. Could this day get any better?
Well, who do we have here?
Mona, 2.0.
Interesting. She's pretty.
That day, Ken and I didn't eat alone. Other people joined our table and everyone seemed keen to talk to me. And the best part was, my allergies weren't acting up. Just then, a girl offered me some chips. And a moment later, my worst nightmare came true. I could feel my throat closing up. I felt the entire school watching me as I fell to the ground. I could hear panicked voices all around me. But just then, someone jabbed me with my EpiPen. Ken had taken it from my bag and saved me. He helped me up and I immediately felt better. Till I noticed Brad. He hadn't even moved from his spot. What the heck? I felt really disappointed, so I returned to school with my mask the next day. I couldn't make Brad care about me, and hiding behind the mask just felt more comfortable now. But later that day, Brad bailed on me for our lesson at the library, and I felt really mad. I stormed into the gym where he was playing basketball, and I didn't care that people were watching. You just sat there and watched me struggle to breathe yesterday, and did nothing.
Do I even know you?
Stop pretending, Brad. You've been my friend for months. More than that. You even kissed me the other day.
What? Me kiss you? In your dreams, loser. Why would I kiss you when I have the prettiest girlfriend ever?
Girlfriend? It finally made sense. He was always hiding because he didn't want to be seen by his girlfriend. I was so upset and slapped him real hard. You are a terrible person. But the next day, everyone was calling me a crazy liar. I was really beginning to hate high school, and I just wanted to go back to my old homeschooled life. I thought Mom would be delighted to hear, but to my surprise, she refused. Listen, Mona, when I was younger, I lost my best friend to a condition like yours, which made me so scared when you got it. I thought hiding you away was going to protect you, but I was wrong. Running from your problems never solves them. You're so selfish, Mom. You just make me do whatever you want, when you want. Sometimes I think I hate you. I took the picture of us on the fireplace and flung it at the wall. Mom yelled at me after that, but I just stormed off to my room. And I refused to go to school the next day. But later, as I was watching MSA videos in bed, someone tapped on my window. It was Ken. Get off your butt, princess. I'm here to quiz you. What do you mean? You're not gonna hide out here. You're gonna take that test. And you're gonna stay in my class. Because I find it really hard to make friends. You got that? Ken really was an amazing friend. And I thought about what Mom said too. Why should I quit school? I was gonna show everyone I deserved to be there. At school, I didn't really care about the stares and whispers anymore, but I still couldn't stop feeling stupid about Brad. Why did he do that to me? One day I walked into the science lab and found him there, and I just couldn't stop myself from confronting him. And he laughed. Look, I was just bored. None of the girls pay attention to me because I've been with the same girlfriend forever. But you didn't know, and I thought I'd have some fun with that. We still can, you know. I wouldn't mind kissing you again. Just then his girlfriend entered and gave him a tight slap. Soon the entire school knew his girlfriend had dumped his butt for being a jerk. I was totally focused on my test now, and studying with Ken became a routine. One day when he was over, I asked him, "What would you do if you had the chance to be anything?" "Join the Rikers skateboard competition. I don't care if I win. I just want to be there. It's so cool." "Then go for it." My dad won't let me. He says it's a pathetic waste of time. The day of the test finally came, and after completing it, I nervously watched as the teacher graded it. "Wow, this is impressive, Mona. Congratulations. You passed." I gave the teacher a big hug and ran to find Ken. I had a special thank you gift for him, but when I found him, the principal was yelling at him in the hallway. "Your continued disregard for the rules has brought nothing but disgrace to me." "Yeah, no kidding, Dad." "Dad?" I followed him outside and found him sitting under a tree. "So, the principal is your dad?" "Yep, and you just saw for yourself what a disappointment I am to him." "Listen, I gotta tell you something. Don't be mad, but I applied to the Rikers competition on your behalf. I sent them that crazy stunt video you have on Facebook, and they want you to participate. You've been watching out for me since I got here, Ken. Let me help you talk to your dad. Can we try, please?" I could see tears in his eyes as I spoke, and then suddenly, he held my face and kissed me. I felt a million butterflies erupt in my tummy. That day when I got home, I found Mom sitting in the kitchen, and I hugged her from behind. "I owe you an apology, Mom. I was a jerk. Thank you for not letting me quit. I'm just trying to make things right, honey. You're on the right track."
Hi, I'm Kat from Texas. Please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. For as long as I can remember, I've wanted to be an artist. When Mom would get me paint, I decorated the walls. Mama, look, my new masterpiece. You like it? Oh, good Lord, Kat. We just got the walls painted. Now I have to clean this up before the guests come. No matter what I did, I never seemed to impress Mom. She grew up in Luxembourg, and when her rich best friend moved to town, she became totally obsessed with her son and how perfect he was. I just have to say, I've never painted on the walls. Kat, you can learn a thing or two from Jacques. Mom always told me how art schools were expensive and pointless, and I should choose something better like Jacques, who wanted to be a doctor. If that wasn't enough, boy, was he annoying. Hey, why did your parents name you Kat? You look more like a hippo to me. Go away already. When no one was looking, he would pull my hair out of nowhere. Ow! You had something in your hair. You are such a liar. Ugh. If that wasn't enough, he would get weirdly protective of me. One time, we went to the water park and I was playing with some boys. It was all fun, but then Jacques came out of nowhere and pulled me out as if I was drowning. What was that? You looked like you were drowning. Are you all right? Moron, I was fine. The guy drove me nuts. I was so relieved when Jacques and his family moved back to Luxembourg. One time when I was 15, Mom told us how Grandma would be visiting us. I had never even met her or even heard of her before. So, my mom is coming. It would only be a day or two. Dad got so mad he walked right out. I was shocked.
Mom and Dad never fought. Turns out, Dad hated Mom's family, and they hated him right back. That's why we never saw them. Dad cooled down and told us he would not be there for the visit, but he supported the need for us to reunite. The weird reaction made me super nervous for the visit, but when Grandma came, she looked like a queen. Bonjour. I am so happy to see you all. It's been too long. Whose fault is that? Mon chéri, I want to put all that behind us. Although we disapprove of you marrying a poor man, it's clear you are happy.
She had dinner with us in private jet. When I got to the huge mansion she lived in, I was mesmerized. My room was the size of my parents' entire apartment. Then I met my aunt, who, for some reason, reminded me of the Wicked Witch of the West. Perhaps it was the nose. Maybe her eyes. Remember, I've got eyes on you. I then realized she was the complete package. A witch. At dinner, my aunt's daughter Adele sat next to me. She looked really cute, and I hoped she was nicer than her mom. It's nice to meet you. Out of nowhere, she knocked my glass out of my hand. Then she screamed loud enough for Grandma to hear. Look at what Katrina did. That glass is worth more than she is. I did not. Why are you lying? Adele leaned in closer, whispering. Oh, why are you lying? Huh? Whoa. I had to take my words back. She wasn't cute. She actually reminded me of Dudley, Harry Potter's cousin. The wicked mom-daughter duo could be mean to me all they wanted to, but I wasn't gonna let them scare me off. This was my only ticket to art school. Living with those two nasty witches under the same roof was a nightmare. The two would constantly make me do chores when Grandma wasn't around. I so wanted to talk to Mom, but decided not to tell her because I knew she'd be worried. One time, my aunt told me to pick some flowers for the dinner table. But not the blue ones. She is allergic to them. And then Grandma started sneezing like crazy. I told you to get the blue ones, you careless girl. She is allergic to pink. Bring my dinner in my room. I can't breathe here. When she left, Adele and my aunt gave me the most wicked grins. Gosh, I hated them so much. Once summer vacation ended, I started school and was completely overwhelmed when I saw all the strangers. But then I saw a familiar face. It was Jacques, and he looked so different. Gone was the short boy who pulled my hair. I hugged him tightly, and after small talk, he said, "Are you here for the art school?" How did you know? Duh. Our moms are best friends. I know everything. Come, let me show you around. Having Jacques around calmed me down a lot. During lunch, I sat with him, but suddenly Adele joined us. Jacques, why are you talking to her? My mom told me that her dad is so poor, he smells like garbage. My dad smells great. You wish your dad was as cool as cats. Adele looked like she'd been slapped, and now it was my turn to give her a wicked grin. That kind of backfired because after that day, Adele made all the kids say mean stuff to me like, ew, she's poor, get away. Though I ignored them, I was getting so tired of it all. She even made crazy stories about me. How my parents ran off to be in the circus, and that I was on the Discovery Channel for having abnormally large feet and whatnot. I did my best to spend time with Jacques and ignore that witch. He was actually being adorable. He would pick me flowers and tell me about what a struggle it had been moving back to Luxembourg and how much he missed his parents, who were free from all the drama here. It made me miss them too. One day as I entered school, Adele and her minions started mimicking me. Ew, I am Cat. I wanna be an artist. Newsflash, you are nothing but trash. Go back to where you came from. Oh, I was so done with Adele now. Why are you trying to bully me into leaving? Mom told me why you are here. You want Grandma to like you more, so she gives all her money to you. I just want to go to art school. Liar. Either you leave, or I will make your life miserable. I had no idea why it was all about the money for Adele and her mom. I shook my head and left. She was a lost cause. One day as I walked by the park, I saw the strangest scene. Adele kissing a boy who looked familiar. I waited for her in her room that night so I could talk to her when she got home. Who was that boy you were kissing? Suddenly, she turned white as a sheet. She begged me not to tell Aunt and even offered me money. I just want to know why you're keeping this a secret. Don't you even know what happened to your mom? Your dad was our family's cleaner.
Your mom fell in love with him and he stole from the family, and your mom actually left with him. Since then, this family doesn't trust poor people. My boyfriend, he is a gardener. Mom will kill me if she finds out. I had never heard that story before. I never thought my dad would do something like that, and I wondered if it was true. Well, I promised Adele that her secret was safe with me. The whole family drama and the Adele thing had me so occupied that when Jacques asked me out, I was completely caught off guard. He took me to the nicest restaurant, and there I told him everything happening at Grandma's place. I wanted his opinion on everything, and he told me not to worry. But suddenly he smiled at me and leaned forward to wipe off ketchup from my chin. Gosh, you are still the girl I had a crush on. You had a crush on me? Why do you think I always teased you? I went about it terribly. I was embarrassed back then. What can I say? I was a stupid kid. I had no idea you liked me, but I kinda like you now. Jacques then leaned in and kissed me. It was an amazing night, but when I got home, the whole family was waiting for me in the living room. Who were you out with this late? It was that boy, wasn't it? I looked over at Adele and realized she hadn't said anything. She knew I was keeping her secret and she wouldn't rat me out. Her mom was just determined to make me look bad. I don't see how that matters. Her awful dad stole from us. This girl is probably as stupid as her mom was. That's when I heard Jacques' voice behind me. You forgot your sweater. Kat, is this the boy you are seeing? Mother, we are going to repeat history if you do not send her back right away. I know this boy. He may not be as bad as Katrina's father, but he is not on our level. Look at her, just 15 and going out making boyfriends? I am pretty sure Adele is also 15, but she has a boyfriend. She is allowed and Kat isn't. How convenient. Suddenly, my aunt's eyes jumped out of her head. Is this true, Adele? Do you have a boyfriend you never told me about? Adele was sure about to cry, so I jumped in. Ex-boyfriend, but it's over now. They broke up last month. Adele looked relieved. My aunt crossed her arms and left the room. I walked Jacques out, but he wouldn't look at me. Why do you want to stay here, knowing how evil they are? I mean, yeah, they think they're above my dad, but they were just mad because Dad stole from the family. It's different now. You believe that? My mom was here when your parents were kids, and she told me your aunt was in love with your dad. She was always jealous of your mom because your dad chose her. She framed your dad and forced him to leave the country. Of course your mom went with him. He left me there, feeling ashamed for ever doubting my dad. I should have known my aunt was jealous. She hated me from the start and turned everyone against me. How could she hate her own sister so much? At that moment, I just missed Mom so much and I wanted to just hug her. So I called her. I shouldn't have come. What happened? Are they treating you badly? Aunt is evil and I can't stay anymore. I'm coming home. Listen, I left because I felt like I had no other choice. I want you to come home, but I also need you to stand up for yourself. As soon as I hung up the phone, I heard crying. I realized it was coming from Adele's room. What happened? This is your stupid boyfriend's fault. My boyfriend has been fired. I should have known not to date him. This is not his fault. Your mom got him fired, just like she got my dad fired. And we're not gonna let her get away with it. I know you hate me, but you have to trust me on this one. I don't hate you. I just didn't want you here. But if you want to help me help Gabriel, maybe you're not as bad as I thought. We stayed up late that night, and I realized that without her mom around, Adele was actually a nice person. I went to breakfast early, and it was just my aunt at the table. Just so you know, this is my last day here. I just want to know why you hate Mom, your own sister, so much. Why did you frame my father? Your father did steal. I saw it with my own eyes. You were obsessed with him. That's why you lie and pretend to hate poor people. Because you're embarrassed he chose Mom. It's time for you to get over it. I don't hate poor people, just him. Then why did Gabriel's dad get fired? Did he steal something too? I don't know how you know about that, but I had to do what was best for my daughter. Oh, so history repeats itself. Wow. Did you falsely accuse him of something? Just like you falsely accused my dad? Guess what? I did set up Gabriel's father, just like I set up your dad. He didn't steal anything. I lied, but what are you going to do about it?
Suddenly, Grandma appeared in the doorway with Adele. She had heard everything.
I can't believe you as the reason I haven't had a relationship with my daughter all these years. Adele can date anyone she wants. And if you say a word, I'll have you kicked out. Katrina, I am so sorry.
I gave her a hug. I told her I loved her, but I needed to go home. Grandma assured me she'd still support me going to art school. I gave Adele a hug too, and we promised to stay in touch. Just when I got my bags ready to go to the airport, I saw Jacques waiting for me.
My mom told me you were going back home, but I had to give you a ride myself. I'm sorry about what I said. I just know you deserve better than these people. I care for you. And, I'm moving back to America because I want to be close to you.
Oh, close to me? Why, so you can tug on my hair like when we were kids?
No, silly, because I love you.
I love you too.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Okay, you're probably wondering why I only have one half of an eyebrow. It's just that I was waxing my eyebrows and I had a little accident. But no biggie, your girl's gonna pencil them in just as soon as I find my brow pencil.
Ruby, you're gonna be late for school. Again.
What am I supposed to use? Lipstick? Ugh. Oh, magic marker. Guys, please don't give me that judgy look. I can't go to school without eyebrows. Oh, wait, sorry. I meant to introduce myself. I'm Ruby, and I live in Montana with my parents as an only child. Oh, before I continue, would y'all mind hitting that like and subscribe button? Sorry, my director will fire me if I don't tell you guys that. Anyway, I live with my parents, but I'm not really close to them, and I don't relate to them either. It's not that mom and dad are bad parents, it's just that they're possibly the most boring people on the planet. Oh, let's face it, you won't ever be a normal, responsible adult. You silly thing. You probably wouldn't even notice if your own head fell off. Whoa, rude. Also, I'm only 13, Mom. I don't want to think about marriage. But Mom disagreed. In fact, she wanted to get me engaged right now. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating. She just wanted me to meet my potential fiancé, hoping he'd fall in love with me and propose after high school. So in 8th grade, she introduced me to her friend's son Grayson, who was a couple of years older than me, and a triple package. Handsome, smart, and planning on starting his own company one day. So, Gremlin.
Grayson.
Totally. So, your biceps, they're huge. I've never seen biceps that big before. And not that they look bad, they look very, very fine. Sorry, did that sound creepy? I swear, I'm not a creep.
Please kill me.
Oh, I can't kill you. Sorry, I really can't go to jail for murder right now. At least not until the new Wednesday series gets canceled. Anyway, this has been a lovely meeting, Mr. Healthy-looking biceps. Keep up the good work. Boy, that was awkward. I guess Grayson won't be my future husband after all. But secretly, I did really want a boyfriend. So, that summer before 9th grade, I decided to give myself a makeover. A new skincare routine, a healthier diet, and a better wardrobe. Though, when I was shopping at the mall for my wardrobe, things got a little crazy. While I was picking out dresses, I also decided to get some new bras. But just as I was walking into the changing room, I ran into my crush. His name was Colin, and I hadn't seen him all summer. He looked a million times more handsome. Hey, dude. Fancy seeing you here. These aren't mine. They're for my mom.
Your mom likes bras with unicorns on them?
No. I mean, what's wrong with unicorns? Do you have a problem with them? Because that's just racist. I ran off before Colin could answer. That didn't exactly go well. And when I got home, things just got worse. I found out Mom's friend's son Grayson was gonna start volunteering for her company. Remember that handsome snob with the enormous biceps? He wasn't exactly thrilled that we'd be seeing each other all the time at the house and at social gatherings. Pfft, as if I was excited about it. Ignore stupid handsome Grayson. Back to my glow-up makeover. Not to brag, but I looked like a knockout the first week of 9th grade, and everyone showered me with compliments, including Mom and Dad.
Finally, you cleaned yourself up a little. Look, sweetie, our ugly duckling has turned into a swan.
Mom!
She looked beautiful before, and she looks beautiful now. I don't get what the big deal is. She just caked on 10 layers of makeup to make herself look like a Barbie doll and put on flashy clothes.
I just just rolled my eyes hearing that. Of course the jerk had nothing nice to say about me. Well, his opinion didn't matter, because the following week at school, guess who finally noticed me? My longtime crush, Colin. Even after our embarrassing unicorn bra encounter, he asked me out to a movie, and a couple weeks later, we started dating. Talk about the perfect start to a girl's teenagehood and high school career. Colin writes me good morning texts and takes Instagram selfies with me. I remember the olden days when I was a sad, lonely girl, but now my life is perfect. On the night before winter break, Colin took me to an exclusive cool kids party. But just as I was getting ready to leave, I saw Grayson waiting for me outside. What the frick was he doing here? And how did he even know where I was?
Your parents asked me to come check on you and then drive you home. You're at a midnight party with your boyfriend, Ruby. Someone needs to supervise you.
Who do you think you are? My dad? You can do whatever you want, but I don't need any supervision. I meant to do that. Anyway, I'm gonna go kiss my boyfriend now, so bye!
I just hope he's available to kiss you. I saw him looking pretty happy talking to some other girl a few minutes ago.
Yeah, because it's a crime to talk to other girls when you have a girlfriend. Grayson, get a life. He was really starting to get on my nerves, so to stick it to him, I took the bus home, and he had to drive all the way back to his house for nothing. It served him right for being such a control freak. Unfortunately, though, I couldn't see Colin after the party because he was going on vacation. I knew he'd be busy, but a week went by, and he didn't call or text at all. Okay, no reason to panic. Couples need space. I totally get it. I had other stuff going on in my life. I went to a yoga class, read books, painted my nails. Finally, when we got back to school, I searched everywhere for Colin. I didn't have much luck until I wandered into the school garden to find him kissing another girl. Ahem!
Oh, Ruby. Sorry, I meant to tell you. I'm getting back with my ex-girlfriend. We've sort of been on a break, which is why I asked you out, because I was still getting over this precious girl.
So I was just your rebound? You are such a jerk! How could you use someone like that?
I'm sorry. You're really great and all, but I just wasn't feeling those magical sparks between us, you know?
I just smacked him across the face and told him we were done. And then to really stick it to him, I texted Colin, "We're done," 3 more times over text message. The truth was, though, I felt really depressed about my breakup. I mean, yeah, I was mad at Colin for what he did, but I was more mad at myself for believing he'd actually cared about me. I distracted myself the next few days by hanging out at the pet shelter and keeping the kittens company. It was exactly the heartbreak therapy I needed. I was even starting to feel better until Dad called me, begging me to come home and help him prepare for a fancy work dinner. But when I arrived at the house, Grayson was already in the kitchen with his sleeves rolled up. Ugh, I just knew my parents had told him about my breakup, and he was waiting to rub it in my face.
I asked Grayson over to help us cook since your mom isn't home yet. Yeah, and also, because your dad told me you don't know how to cook. Did you seriously start a fire trying to deep fry ice cream?
First of all, the fried ice cream disaster wasn't my fault. I just happened to forget to watch the tutorial first. And second, I've had a really hard couple of days, and I don't have the energy to handle you right now. So just go away and don't talk to me for the rest of the night. But you can hang out in my room if you want and use my computer if you're bored. May I recommend MSA videos? Watch them on YouTube though, not TikTok, because TikTok's bad for your attention span. But anyway, see ya! Unfortunately, Dad didn't let me get rid of the idiot that easily. And as expected, Grayson took full advantage of getting to boss me around and talk to me like I was an idiot.
Go salt the water. Don't put sugar, put salt. You're not allowed to touch the knife. I don't trust you around a knife.
I felt just about ready to punch him until Grayson came up behind me and guided my hands in rolling the dough with his big, strong arms. It even made my heart rate go fast. I guess it was a good form of cardio exercise.
Nice job. You know, you actually don't suck at this.
Mom was quite late, but when she finally came, she was with her boss, and his arm was around her. What was that about? Then at the dinner table, Mom and Dad's boss made an announcement.
Excuse me, may I have everyone's attention? I would like to introduce my new co-owner of the company. Audrey, darling, congratulations. That also brings me to my other news. The two of us have decided to restart our business in Australia, and we'll be moving there in a month. What do you mean? We're gonna be moving in a month?
No, I'll be moving. Actually, I'm divorcing you. I'm just not happy with our life here, and I need a change. I hope you'll understand. My heart stopped as I saw Dad's stunned face and all the guests staring at us. Many of them were strangers I barely knew. The whole thing was just this surreal, unexpected mess. And fast forward 2 months later, Mom was gone, Dad was a wreck, and I was still numb numb with shock. I didn't exactly have time to cry and grieve though, cause I had to take over the house since Dad wouldn't leave his bedroom. 3 guesses how that went. Yeah, I broke our dishwasher, also our oven, and killed all our houseplants cause I forgot to water them. Not that I was surprised. It was like Mom said, I was just too dumb to ever be able to take care of myself, let alone Dad too. One day, I just couldn't take the stress anymore and literally fell asleep on the kitchen floor. When I opened my eyes, Grayson was staring down at me, and for some reason, it made me feel relieved.
Ruby, are you okay?
No, I'm not.
You know, you don't have to do this all by yourself. I can help you. I'm here for you.
I don't want your help. You don't have to suddenly be nice to me now just because you feel sorry for me. I know you hate me.
Who said I hated you? I don't hate you at all. All those times I insulted you, I was just teasing. But I'm sorry. I guess I just don't know how to act around a girl I think is cute.
Wait, Grayson thought I was cute? No, that wasn't possible. Perfect, handsome, and smart guys like him don't think girls like me were cute. Well, okay, with my glow up, I'm a little bit cute, like Ariana Grande, K-pop cute, but my cuteness was all I had going for me. I didn't have any other good qualities. So yeah, I didn't believe Grayson's words for a second. But for some reason, he stuck around for several days after that and basically forced me to rest and take care of myself. One night, I was even having cramps and he made me tea. Thanks for all this. I really appreciate it. Just one follow-up question. You said I was cute the other day, right?
Yeah, what about it?
What do you see in me, man? I mean, I know I kinda got pretty after my makeover.
Again, with you and your dumb makeover that I never even cared for. Ruby, you're funny, you're charming, you're interesting, and hands down, the kindest person I've ever met. Why isn't that enough for you? How come you don't believe in yourself?
Grayson's words really caught me off guard. I didn't really have an answer for him. Well, actually, I kinda did. The truth is, it's hard to have confidence in yourself when you're always bumping into walls, losing your stuff, and eating soap. Okay, calm down. I've only eaten soap once, and it was an accident. Basically, I was in some fancy hotel, and they had some tiny soap bars in the bathroom that looked like candy, so I ate one. I don't actually eat soap on a daily basis, but you get my point, right? Animator, show the reference scene of 14-year-old me making myself over that summer. Remember when I felt super confident after my major glow-up? Yeah, that wasn't real confidence. Real confidence isn't based on stuff like outside beauty and high IQ. Real confidence comes from loving yourself no matter what. So I guess now it's time for makeover number 2, feeling good on the inside. And a few months later, I did start to feel a lot better. And apparently, confidence is a lot more attractive than looks anyway, because one morning, freaking Colin showed up at my doorstep begging me to take him back.
Which do you want? A bouquet of roses or lilies? Or would you prefer chocolates? A life-size teddy bear? What do you want from me?
I'd like for you to get off my porch. Also, I don't like either of these bouquets. I'm just not feeling a magical spark. I was about to throw the flowers in the loser's face when suddenly Grayson showed up behind me because he was already over at my house. We'd gotten super close over the last few months, and between you and me, I've developed major feelings for him. I guess that explains why I was happy when he sprung onto Colin and tackled him to the ground. The boys were like animals, full on rolling into the bushes, and I certainly didn't mind watching the spectacle. Come on, ladies, admit it. Who doesn't love it when boys fight over you? Finally, though, Colin ended up leaving, and Grayson pulled me into a very pleasant hug.
So, when do we get to have our first kiss?
Maybe we can have a beach date tonight? Because I really don't want to kiss you next to loud traffic. Animator! Hey, me again. Can Grayson and I maybe have a nicer setting for our first kiss? Yeah, keep going. This is supposed to be my romantic moment, dude. Oh, yeah, I like the sunset. Perfect. Thanks. Anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed hearing my insane drama. If you want more stories in this style, make sure to comment below. Ruby, our craziest MSA character. Hi, I'm Rachel from Pennsylvania, and I'm Amish. Please like and subscribe. The Amish community believes in a simpler lifestyle than the rest of the modern world, and this is reflected in our clothes and our simple ways of living. Some of us don't even have cell phones in the 21st century, including me. But I was always curious about the world and wanted to experience everything. Once when I was 5, I found a lost doll on my way to school. And in our culture, dolls aren't supposed to have faces, but this one did. I was thrilled to find it and took it to school with me. But as soon as I took it out of my bag, the kids screamed. OMG, a doll with a face. Where did you get this thing from? I guess it belongs to some tourist who must have visited the area and... So you stole it from her? No, she forgot and... Just then, the teacher came running. She took the doll from my hands and tossed it into the dustbin. But I wasn't giving up so easily. After school, I snuck into the classroom and took the doll out of the bin. And then I heard the teacher's voice.
What do you think you're doing?
The teacher took me to the principal, and soon the news spread across the town that I was evil. But my parents didn't care. I'm so sorry, Mom and Dad. I caused you trouble.
Oh, it's okay, honey. We know that you're a good girl who is just curious about things. You don't have to be sorry about anything, love.
And then she hugged me real tight. But no one else liked me after that. Not much changed until I turned 16. And then it got worse. Because this was the age that girls in the community started getting married. And I didn't want to. I was confident no one would ask for my hand in marriage since everyone thought I was evil. But to my horror, it happened. One day I had some guests over and my parents told me, "Oh dear, Jim has decided that he wants to marry you. And even we think you both are a great match."
So, what do you say?
Say? I didn't know what to say. I pulled the guy aside and asked him to say no.
No, I can't do that.
What? Are you crazy? They'll get us married if you don't.
That's what I want, Rachel. I've been in love with you ever since I saw you, and Rachel, stop. Please listen to me.
He was a sore loser, and I didn't want to marry someone like him. I tried to talk to my parents, but they said it was for the best. Really? Now I had no option but to run away. I left home and kept running until I reached the main road. And there, I saw a bus approaching me. The bus stopped and some kids got down. And that's when I saw the most shocking thing. A girl, just like me, was standing right in front of me. What the freaking pigeon? She looked just as shocked and walked towards me. Wow, you look just like me. That's so amazing. I'm Lindsay. What's your name? I'm Rachel. Well, Rachel, your clothes? They look so cool. Where did you get them from? I don't know why, but I told her my entire life story. And suddenly, Lindsay smiled at me and told me this crazy idea. Rachel, do you want to trade places with me? What? Well, I want to see your community, and maybe I'll get some time off my stupid life, and you get to live the life you want out there. Well, I was speechless. I was really scared to do it, but when I thought about the marriage proposal waiting for me at home, I said yes. Rachel and I exchanged our clothes, and it felt so different. All these colors on my body were crazy. Suddenly, the bus honked, and Lindsay told me to get on it. She hugged me and said goodbye and ran back towards the direction I pointed her to. I got on the bus, and it was all so weird. All the kids were calling me Lindy, and she seemed to be a super popular girl. But then suddenly, a girl came to me and slapped my face really hard. What the heck? This is the last time you kiss my boyfriend. You hear me? Her what? I was in shock. I'd never kissed anyone. But then I realized probably Lindsay did. I didn't know what to do, so I just went to the back and sat there. When we reached the school, a lady standing by a car waved at me.
Lindsay, how dare you go on this trip without informing me? And why are all your teachers telling me you're a brat?
That's enough.
Not another word from you. I'm taking away your phone, young lady.
My phone? I don't have a phone. Lindsay probably took it with her, and her mom looked furious now. She asked me to get into the car, and just as we reached home, she said,
"You sneaked out when you were grounded, and now I'm extending your punishment. You're not leaving this house for another week."
OMG, this was like back to where I started from. Lindsay's mom sent me to her room, which was mine now. And this room was full of things I'd never seen in my life. A TV, a computer, a closet full of colorful clothes. This place was heaven. And then I jumped onto her super soft bed and fell asleep. Suddenly, I felt like I was kissing someone in my dream. But I screamed my lungs out when I realized it wasn't a dream. There was a boy in my room kissing me. He tried to hush me and said in a low whisper,
"Why are you screaming? It's me, Toby, your boyfriend."
Boyfriend? Lindsay betrayed her boyfriend and kissed some other guy? She was really something. Suddenly, he came closer, and I could even see in the dark how handsome he was. But what are you doing here this late?
I come here every day ever since you've been grounded, remember? What's wrong with you, babe?
He touched my forehead so gently, I couldn't help but melt a little. Then he took out a beautiful necklace from his pocket.
I bought this to mark our first month together. Shall I put it on you?
He was doing all this for Lindsay, who betrayed him for some other guy? For a moment, I started to hate her. I decided I was going to tell him that I wasn't Lindsay. But just then, I heard her mom walking upstairs.
Lindsay, I heard some noises. Are you okay?
Toby and I looked at each other, super scared, but he quickly ran out of the window, and both of our butts were saved.
Were you talking to someone?
No, of course not. I don't even have my phone on me. I left it on the field trip, remember? She looked at me suspiciously and then went away. A few days passed, and I was just stuck at home. All thanks to Lindsay, the brat. But thank God for Toby, who visited me every day, and every time I wanted to tell him the truth. But I was afraid he'd get mad and stop seeing me. One night when he dropped by, he got up to leave after 20 minutes. I asked him why, and he said,
Babe, I play volleyball at the beach every Saturday night, remember?
The freaking beach? I leapt up excitedly and said I wanted to go with him. He looked really surprised.
But you hate the beach, and the sand, and volleyball. And you also hate my friends and never want to hang out with them?
Wow, what was wrong with Lindsay? Oh, I guess I've just been cooped up for so long. I really just want to go out. He looked super happy, and we both snuck out the window. I had to stop myself from gasping when I saw the sea for the first time. It was so beautiful. I had an amazing time with his friends, and after his game, we took a moonlit walk on the beach. I closed my eyes to feel the wind in my hair, and when I opened them, I saw Toby looking at me curiously. He stopped and took my hand.
Lindsay, I don't know what it is, but something about you has changed. You're enjoying all these things you never do with me, and you even look different. I haven't seen you much without makeup, and I have to say, you're even prettier this way.
And with that, he pulled me in close and kissed me, and I just couldn't help kissing him back, even though I felt so guilty. I'd been so caught up with Toby, I hadn't even thought that much about Lindsay, and I decided to check up on her. I sneaked into her mom's bedroom one evening and took her cell phone. I found Lindsay's contact there and called her, but she just cut my call. I tried again, and she kept rejecting it. Ugh, this girl. Then I sent her a text message saying it was me, Rachel, and then she replied with a picture. What? No, this girl was insane. Suddenly, I turned around to find Lindsay's mom standing right behind me.
You're not Lindsay, are you?
What? How did she know that? Suddenly, she put her hands around my face. You guys look so alike. I can't even tell you apart. What are you talking about? Do you know who I am? And who are you?
My name is Sabrina. I grew up in an Amish community, but I never felt connected to anyone in it except for my sister, your mother.
She was my mom's sister?
At the age of 20, I got pregnant with twins, and I knew my sister could never have any children. So before leaving town, I gave you to her.
Wait, what? So you're my mother?
Yes, but that doesn't mean my sister isn't. She loves you more than me, I'm sure.
Well, of course she does. She didn't leave me like you did. And you're a terrible woman. I can't believe you abandoned me and thought of only yourself. I hate you. I just got up and ran out of there like crazy. It was raining heavily and I kept running until I bumped into someone. Toby.
Lindsay, are you okay? What happened?
I was so out of breath, I couldn't speak. I started to cry, and Toby hugged me tight and took me to his home. After some time, he gave me some hot chocolate to drink, and while I was drying myself by the fireplace, Toby came and hugged me from behind.
Lindsay, it's okay if you don't want to tell me anything, but I want you to know that I'm falling in...
Toby, stop! I turned around and he looked confused.
Is everything okay?
No, it's not. I'm not Lindsay. I told him everything about the switch and even that Lindsay cheated on him. You're a good guy, Toby, and you deserve so much better. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. Toby stood there stunned. I hugged him tight and left. It was almost dawn and I decided I was gonna go back and stop Lindsay from ruining her life. But just then, a car stopped in front of me and Sabrina jumped out. Rachel, there isn't a day that I haven't thought about you. It was really tough for me, but I don't regret what I did. My sister is a very good human being and she deserved happiness. And you, tell me, would you give her up as your mother? Suddenly, I realized that she was right. My mother was amazing, and I was so wrong to leave her like that. I turned to Sabrina. We have to leave now. Lindsay is getting married. She drove with the speed of light, and when we got to the farm, I ran to my house, and there, I saw Lindsay kissing Jim in the front yard. Lindsay, stop! Are you crazy? Jim looked at me like he'd seen a ghost and ran away like crazy.
Everyone was right. You're a witch. A witch!
What are you doing here? And Mom, I swear I didn't do it. It was Rachel's idea to switch places. No, it wasn't. You've got to stop with these lies and stupid things that you do. I can't believe we're sisters.
We're what?
Sabrina told her everything as she stood there in complete disbelief. Just then, Mom came out and hugged Sabrina. Oh, sis, it's been so long. I missed you so much. And then she turned to me and pulled me close. Rachel, my child, I heard everything and I'm so sorry, honey. I should have told you that I'm not your mom. No, you are. You are my mom and I love you. I shouldn't have fled without telling you. I like my life with you and Dad, but Mom, I just wanted to see more. You were always a curious one. Sweetheart, if that's what you want to do, you can have it. And there will always be a home for you here to come back to. As I hugged Mom tight, suddenly Lindsay let out a loud squeal. OMG, Toby, baby, what are you doing here? Did you come all this way for me? He gently pushed her aside.
No, I didn't, Lindsay. We're over. You can kiss or marry whoever you want.
He pulled me to the side and said,
I came here for you. You didn't let me finish my sentence earlier. I wanted to tell you that I'm falling in love with you. With you, Rachel. And if you're moving to the city, I'd love to ask you out on a proper date.
I'd really like that. And I love you too, Toby.
Hi, I'm Clover from Oklahoma. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a busy doctor mom who spent most of her days treating patients and performing surgeries. She loved her work so much that when I was about to come into this world, she was busy delivering other babies and the nurses had to pull her out to deliver me first.
She's so pretty, like a snowflake.
I was born with blue eyes and white hair, unlike anyone in my entire family. And wherever we'd go, everyone would stare at me.
What a unique kid. You should have her tested. Maybe she's an X-Men with mutant DNA.
Oh, go away! Listening to such stupid people and seeing how Mom got scared for me every time, I decided to fix things on my own. I took some paint colors and decided to color my hair all brown.
Oh, Clover, what are you doing, honey?
I don't like strangers coming up to me all the time, Mom. I want to fix it myself so I can be normal like the others.
Sweetie, you are normal and you don't have to change anything about yourself for anyone.
But they just keep bothering me.
Then give them time. When people see something they're not used to, they get excited, but over time, they'll get over it. Trust me. To my delight, I discovered what Mom said was true. When I started school, at first, all the kids would stare at me, but then they all wanted to be my friend. By the time I was 14, guys would go crazy over me. And even though I secretly liked all the attention, I wanted to focus more on myself and my studies. So I worked my butt off and got into the best high school in Texas. But when I told Mom this, she shocked me with something even bigger. She was going to volunteer in a small village in South Africa and asked me to move in with my aunt who also lived in Texas. My aunt? How come I've never heard of her after all these years? That's because she ran away to marry a super rich guy and got in touch with me only recently. But why her, Mom? And how am I going to live without you? The place I'm going to is very remote with almost no communication with the outside world. That's why I want you to stay with family who can look after you when I'm not here. And you're all grown up, honey. There's a world out there you need to explore on your own. Mom hugged me tight, but I really wasn't excited about her leaving like this. Days after Mom left, I took a flight to my aunt's place. But when I reached the address Mom gave me, I got the shock of my life. My aunt wasn't rich. Instead, she lived in a very small house, and when I knocked on the house door, a pan came flying at my face. What the flying pans?
Oh, darling, I am so sorry. It's just this bratty daughter of mine. She keeps throwing nasty fits. You, come on in. She took me inside, and I could see this house hadn't been cleaned in ages. Yikes. It's just a pet. Don't freak out, princess. Freak out? I wanted to run from this place, especially because I had to share a room with nasty Nia, and she was the most unhygienic of all. So, what's with the white hair? Does it get you the boys, or do you have one of those real conditions like they show in MSA videos? You watch MSA? Yeah, and that's how I know I'm the main character. Now take the couch and don't fart all night. Ew. She was sick, but there was nowhere else I could go now, so I decided to make this place my home. And these people, my family, like Mom had asked me. The next morning, before Aunt and Nia woke up, I cleaned the entire place to give them a surprise. But when I returned from school, the house was all upside down again. You guys, I worked all night to clean this place. Well, who asked you to do it? And anyway, I couldn't find any of my stuff with everything so tidy, so I messed it all back up. Ugh, this girl was such a nuisance. I almost wanted to call Mom and tell her to come back. But that's when I learned that Mom got stuck because a serious illness broke out in the area where she was working. And the government in that state announced an emergency and sealed it. So when's Mom gonna come back? And is she okay? Yeah, she's safe, but I have no idea when she'll be back. Now tell me, did you clean the house all by yourself? Your mom told me you can cook too. And did she give you any money? And even though my heart kept sinking thinking about Mom, my aunt would keep me busy with the house chores. And just like that, I became a live-in maid for these people, and Nia and I became like siblings who quarreled all the time. What did you do with my boots? I sold them for $40 at school. Profit, you see. Only you ain't smart. They cost more than $400. Oh, you're so stupid. She'd even have wild parties at home just before my tests to annoy me. And my aunt would sleep peacefully on the couch, like a deaf bear in hibernation. God knows how she managed to run the house without money. She didn't give me any allowance, and I decided it was time to make my own money. So I took up a job at a local salon, but then one evening while I was on my way back home, rain started pouring, and I started to run, but just then, a car came and stopped right in front of me. Camilla, get in. I kept ignoring him because that wasn't my name, but the guy kept following me in his car and then stepped out. I turned around to hit him, but he held my hand firmly. Hey, chill. Look, I'm not gonna force you to come back with me, but just listen to me once, okay? He let go of my hand and kept talking to me like I was someone else. Look, sir, I think you're mistaken. I'm not Camilla. It can't be. You both look so similar. God, is that your real hair? He then apologized to me and went away, but only after a few seconds, he came back running. What now? I can at least drop you at home. It's terrible weather and I'd like to apologize for my misunderstanding. He seemed like a nice guy, and because of the rain, I decided to take the lift. But on our way home, he showed me pictures of this girl who looked just like me. What's this? Did you Photoshop these? And then he told me something shocking. This girl was a model, but she ran away, and ever since then, he's been searching for her. But I'm not her. I know. That's why I want your help. Until I find her, do you think you can work in her place? And I'll pay you a lot, too. Me? I can hardly walk properly in slippers. I'm no model, but I can teach you. Look, I don't want to force you, but I took advance payments and Camilla ran away with all the money. Now, if you won't do the shows, I'll have to refund triple the amount and I'll go broke. I felt bad for him, but I had school and even Mom wasn't around, so I politely refused. But then a few days later when I woke up, I saw all the stuff was put out in the garden for an auction sale. Nia, what the heck are you doing with all my stuff? Making more money out of it? Your mom's gone and we have no idea when she's coming back. You can't just stay with us for free. So, who wants this shawl? Hey, that's my mom's. Give it to me. We both pulled it apart and went flying in different directions with the shawl ripping into pieces. I felt terrible seeing this and just wanted to move out now. So I called up James, the guy in the car, and took his offer on one condition, that he'd let me continue with school, and he agreed. He took me to the modeling agency dressed as Camilla, and later that night when I was in bed, I heard a knock on my window. James, what are you doing here? I'm grateful that you agreed to do this, Clover. So, I bought you this. I stuffed my mouth knowing I had to go on a diet from the next day. But from then onwards, James would sneak into my room every night and teach me how to act like Camilla along with how to pose and walk like a model.
He'd even pick me up and drop me back at school. And we'd have so much fun together that it felt like I had a new best friend that I could trust. Then on the day of my first ramp show, I was getting dressed in the green room when I heard a familiar voice. I went out to check and saw Nia was yelling at James. "If you don't pay me the rest of the money now, I'm gonna tell her the truth."
Here, take this for now. I'll pay you the rest later.
James went off, but I couldn't help thinking what all this was about. "Nia, what are you doing here? And what's this money for?"
Why should I tell you, smarty princess? Did Mama teach you to be street smart and not get used?
Get used? What do you mean?
He paid me to make things difficult for you at home after he met you, so you'd take his offer. He followed you that night and knew you lived in my house, so we talked.
You're lying.
Of course, that's what you'll think because you've always thought of yourself as someone superior to me, and as a fool because I lived in poverty.
There was no way she was right about this. So I immediately went to James and confronted him about this.
I'm sorry, Clover, but I just wanted you to take the offer desperately, and I couldn't think of anything else.
But why? Why would you do that?
I don't want to gain sympathy, Clover, but the truth is, I have a chronic disease and I need lots of money for the treatment. Here, you can see my medical records.
Oh, James, I'm sorry to hear this, but I'm not yet sure if this justifies what you did, man.
I know. I just wanted to save my life, Clover. I know it was wrong, and I couldn't live with myself knowing I had tricked you into this, but I'm glad the truth came out. And it's okay if you leave, but...
I'm not leaving.
What? Look, I don't want you to think of me as some charity case.
No, it's not charity. What you did was wrong, but ever since, you've just been nice to me, and I want to help you, James. He hugged me tight, and then I rushed to the stage because I was already late for the show. But the minute I got onto the stage, I realized there was something wrong with my dress. Thankfully, the model right behind me saw this and helped me cover it. And the show was a super hit. James took me out to celebrate, and he looked so happy.
God, you were breathtaking today. And so many people wanted to sign you for more modeling jobs, but I refused since you have school.
What? No, you should have taken the offers.
But Clover, I don't want you to compromise on something you love. Besides, I told you, it'd only be a few shows and then you can go back to your previous life.
But what if I don't wanna? I love doing what I do right now, and this isn't for anyone else but me. So you should take the offers, James. That brought the brightest smile on his face, and from then onward, I started working harder. I did 2 more shows for big brands, but then one day, something bizarre happened. As I walked out of the changing space, I got the shock of my life. Camilla? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I saw you on the TV and magazines pretending to be me. Why the heck would you do that? 'Cause you ran away with James's money and he needed help. That's a pathetic lie. I ran because James is the biggest jerk on the planet. He used cheap tricks to get me into the spotlight, like messing with my wardrobe, and then wanted to make me do cheap shows for good money that he could make. What are you saying? Tell me none of that has ever happened to you, and he didn't use some cheap tricks to gain your sympathy. He's a big liar and crazy about money. He tricked me into signing some bad modeling projects, and when I refused to do them, he threatened me legally. That's why I ran away. All of a sudden, the ground beneath my feet shifted, and I felt devastated. But I knew I couldn't be weak now, and I had to come up with a plan to teach this jerk a lesson. There was one person I knew who could help me come up with an evil scheme, but she wasn't gonna do it for free. So, now the smarty pants princess needs my help. Yeah, the jerk didn't pay me the amount we agreed on. Can you imagine someone conning Nia, the queen of conning? And yeah, I'll help you, and I expect payment. So I want every penny you have saved up, and I want a foot massage. Fine, as long as you take a bath for once. We came up with a plan, and then a few days later, James came up to me with a bunch of documents.
Just like you said, I took on those projects and now we just need to sign the papers.
Oh, that's amazing! Did you sign them already?
Yeah, I did.
Perfect. Now let's put this on and let's get you on the ramp.
Camilla, what nonsense.
It's the same thing you've been doing to the other models all this time. Now it's your turn.
What do you mean?
These papers that you signed say that you owe us 2 times the money that you earned from all these projects, and if you fail to pay, you'll go to jail.
What? How's this possible? These papers...
I changed them. I broke into your office while Clover distracted you and changed these. Easy peasy.
And I paid her to do that. I'm sorry, but I was desperate too. He tried to run away, but Camilla had called the cops in time and he got caught. As he was being taken away, Nia turned to us. "Now, try to be a little more careful next time, both of you idiots."
You're right. Thanks for your help, Nia.
"And Clover, I want the money you promised to give me. Also, I have something to tell you, but no drama or I'll slap you. My mom called and said your mom is back and with my mom now."
My mom was a popular Italian actress, so right since I was a toddler, I was used to the paparazzi going berserk the moment I stepped out in public. And honestly, I loved being in the spotlight.
Hello, guys. Ready for some new poses?
I always knew I wanted to be an actress like Mom, so I begged her to take me to auditions. I'd get in front of the camera and everyone would go nuts. Mamma mia, Valentina, you're a born actor. Well, that was kinda true. Mom said I was a very expressive baby. And when I was in the 2nd grade, I pretended for a whole year that I was some celebrity whose life was being secretly recorded. Thanks to my natural acting skills, I was already a successful actress by the time I was 15. My life was almost perfect, but things started going downhill quickly after that. Mom lost some film contracts to younger actresses, and she started getting plastic surgeries to look younger. A few of them went horribly wrong. "Mom, what did you do to your lips? You look like a duck." "Shush, I know what I'm doing, Valentina." But Mom ended up looking so weird. No one wanted to cast her in their films anymore. This broke her heart, and she slowly transformed into this wild party animal who dated a new guy every month. And the worst part? She was blowing tons of money buying expensive gifts for them. "Mom, I just saw your boyfriend kissing one of our maids. He's a total jerk." "Oh, really? Then I guess I'll give that limited edition Rolex watch to my next boyfriend." Mom kept going around with the biggest buttheads on the planet and spending money like water. Her falling reputation in film circles affected me too, and in a matter of a few months, we were both sitting at home with no work. Then Mom tried one business idea after another, but nothing worked out. And soon enough, we exhausted all our savings. Even the banks kicked us out, and all of our relatives turned us away. I was so angry at Mom for getting us into this mess, and the paparazzi were having a field day selling news about our downfall. But one night, Mom walked into my room and sat on my bed. "Valentina, I'm so sorry about everything. Oh, how I just wish that American business was in my name. That could have saved us right now." What business? "I invested in a perfume business with my friend in the US a few years back, and it became really successful. But it's entirely in her name." "Why?" I didn't want to pay the taxes." Oh my God, that was typical Mom. "Last year, I had a fight with her, and now that witch won't give me my share of the investment back. What if I go to the US and talk to her?" Mom loved the idea, and I took the next flight to the US. When I reached Mom's friend's house, she looked pleased to see me. "Wow, you're as pretty as your mom, or as pretty as she used to be once." Thank you. I think you know why I'm here. Your mom and I are childhood friends, and you're very welcome in my house. Stay as long as you like. But I'm talking about Mom's investment. What's the hurry, Valentina? We'll talk about this unpleasant business later. The next day, I kept trying to remind her of Mom's money, but she simply wouldn't talk about it. I knew this was not going to be easy, but I was determined to get our money back from that witch. One day, as I was leaving her study, I bumped into a boy around my age. I figured he was Mom's friend's son, and for some reason, he was dressed like Michael Jackson. "Hi, I'm Will, but I guess you already know that." "How would I know your name?" "I know yours." "That's because I'm famous." Ugh, why is everyone here so stupid? Hey, I'm not stupid. In fact, I might just be the solution to all your problems. Mom told me why you're here. I can help you get your money back in a month. Mom will do anything I say. Trust me, but on one condition. And what's that? You have to fake date me in front of my ex. She dumped me last month for another guy, and I'd love to show her that I'm with someone like you. You're a great actress. It shouldn't be a problem. I stared at him and thought about it. Fake dating this weirdo wasn't something I was looking forward to,
but I really needed that money. We have a deal. You get me my money in a month, and I'll make sure your ex eats her heart out and runs back to you.
The next morning, I was nervous about going to a new school in a foreign country, but when I got there, kids practically jumped on me.
You're that Italian actress, Valentina, right?
I saw your toilet cleaner commercial. You looked like a goddess cleaning toilets with your perfect hands.
Just then, a guy took off his t-shirt and asked me to sign it. I obliged my fan happily, and soon, all the guys were doing that. I was loving this place. But just then, a teacher came and told everyone to put their shirts back on. What a buzzkill. I looked for Will to show me around school, but he simply disappeared. Sometime later, I found him in the cafeteria in a corner with a guy who seemed to be bullying him. There was a pretty blonde girl with them too. The bully took out a paper from his pocket and started shouting,
"Attention, everyone. Here's a song that our lover boy Will once wrote Mia. Mia, you're as sweet as honey. I'll buy you gifts with my money. Your hair is silky smooth. I even like your wisdom tooth."
The girl, who I guessed was Will's ex, looked really uncomfortable. Stop it, you're embarrassing him. But obviously, that jerk just kept laughing and going on. I walked over and snatched the paper from him. What is wrong with you? You're such a rude donkey. And Will, I didn't know you write so well, babe. I'm so glad I met you in Italy last summer.
That caught Mia's attention.
Wait, last summer? As in, before Will and I dated? Don't worry, we didn't start talking again until an hour after you broke up.
Mia turned red and walked away with her moron boyfriend. Whoa, did you see how jealous she looked? You're awesome.
Tell me something I don't know. By the way, that song was awful.
I promise, I've gotten better since.
For the first time, I saw Will smile and noticed his cute dimples. The next day, Will turned up at school wearing a t-shirt with my photo printed on it, and it had Sugar Boo written in bold letters. And at lunch, he was standing on a chair in the cafeteria waving me over.
"Valentina, the love of your life is here."
It was so freaking embarrassing. But just as I was pulling him down, Mia walked in, so I grabbed Will's collar and kissed him. Babe, I missed you so much. It's been 2 hours, 34 minutes, and 23 seconds since I last saw you.
Oh, my Sugar Boo. I'm sure it must have hurt when you fell from heaven. Is there an airport nearby, or is my heart taking off?
God, he could win an Oscar for overacting. Later that day, I gave Will some tips on how to be a cool boyfriend. No more sleazy pickup lines or cringy songs.
But I read online that girls want their boyfriends to write songs for them.
Yeah, if they are good at it, which you are not, my friend. You just get me chocolates and flowers. Luckily, Will turned out to be a fast learner. We kept fake dating for a few weeks, and to be honest, it was fun. I even took him to the mall one day and gave him a complete makeover. The next day at school, I could see jaws drop when we walked hand in hand. Will was loving being popular, but the idiot was still hung up on Mia.
Our fake dating is working. I caught Mia looking at us 17 times today.
Come on, do you still want to date Mia? I don't think she's anything special. And with your new looks, any girl would go out with you.
Any girl? Will you go out with me? I mean, for real?
That question took me by surprise.
See, the problem is your life's always been so perfect that you have no idea what rejection feels like.
I wasn't rejecting you. And just so you know, my life is far from perfect. I'm here in a foreign country, miles away from home, just because my mom blew all our money, and I can't even land a movie role. But the point is, you deserve better than Mia.
Maybe you're right. Okay, now you stop frowning, or you'll get wrinkles on your pretty face.
He gently pinched my cheek, and for some reason, I felt butterflies in my tummy. Weird. A few days later, Mia surprised both me and Will when she came over and invited us to a party at her place. Will was excited to go, so I said yes. Mia had invited the whole class, and we were having a blast dancing when suddenly a slow song started playing. Will pulled me close, and we swayed to the slow beats. My heart was racing a bit, and he smiled down at me with those adorable dimples. And suddenly, he kissed me, and not like one of our fake kisses. I felt like the world around me had stopped. When he pulled back, I was breathless, and I thought he looked shaken too.
Mia saw us kissing. I'm sure she must be burning with jealousy. Wait, she's coming our way. Be cool, Will.
Oh, so the kiss was for Mia. That shouldn't have hurt, but strangely it did. Well, I wanted to talk to you for a moment. He immediately let go of me and followed Mia. I just stood there like an idiot. When Will didn't return for half an hour, I went looking for him and found him in the kitchen, washing dishes. Will, what's the matter with you? You left me alone for this?
Actually, Mia's maid didn't turn up, so she asked me to help her. And guess what? She said she'd even think about getting back with me.
What? Suddenly, dozens of kids barged into the kitchen along with Mia's boyfriend, who started recording Will on his phone.
This is your place, you loser. Can you come to my party next week? I'll pay you $50 to do the dishes.
Everyone started laughing, and just then, Mia walked in too. Stop it, you all! I asked Will to help me. He's just being a good friend. But Will didn't say anything. He simply took off his apron and left. I decided to leave the party too. But suddenly, Mia grabbed my arm. Remember this. Will might pretend to like you, but I still have him wrapped around my finger. He'll do anything for me, and I can have him back anytime I want. So, you're just going to keep stringing him along? You're a witch, Mia. And guess what? When I was looking for Will earlier, I saw your boyfriend making out with another girl in the bathroom. And I wasn't even lying. Those two jerks deserved each other. When I reached home, I marched straight up to Will's room angrily. How do you feel making a complete fool of yourself?
Well, Mia did side with me.
Oh, stop it. Do you seriously think she wants to get back with you? She's manipulating you. Are you blind?
What's your problem? Don't you want me to get back with Mia so that you can just get your money and leave?
You're pathetic, Will. Know your own worth and have some self-respect, dude.
I don't remember asking you for a lecture on how to live my life.
Fine. Do whatever you want. Date Mia, marry her, whatever. I don't care. I slammed the door hard and stormed off to my room. Idiot. The next day, I didn't even sit with Will at lunch. And I felt even madder when I saw Mia walk up to him. Will, I broke up with my boyfriend. That jerk was cheating on me. And I was a fool not to realize how amazing you were. Can we get back together? I know you still care.
Well, I'm not too sure about that anymore. I'm done being your backup plan, Mia. Good luck with your life, but I'm not interested anymore.
Mia looked stunned, and Will just walked out. That was amazing! When I reached home that day, I found Will waiting for me in my room with an envelope in his hands.
You kept your part of the deal. Now it's my turn.
I took the envelope, and when I opened it, my eyes almost popped out. It was a check for $20 million. How did you manage to do this?
Let's just say I'm Mom's only weakness, so it wasn't that difficult.
Thank you. I guess now there is no reason for me to stay back any longer. Will looked at me and then spoke.
I guess there isn't. I'll drop you at the airport when you're ready.
Soon, I flew back to Italy, and Mom and I started our own perfume business with that money. Thankfully, it took off, and I also started getting acting offers once things settled down. One day while I was shooting, I noticed a familiar face in the crowd, a face I'd been dying to see again. Will, what are you doing here?
Listen, Valentina, I know I suck at writing songs.
Hi, I'm Apurva from India, and I live with the cheapest person in the world, my mom. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I don't know if Mom has always been a miser or raising me alone made her one, but boy, could she pinch pennies. I never had birthday presents, Christmas presents, or any toys to play with. Well, not really. She always told me to use my imagination and make my own toys. Here's an empty carton I got from work. It will make a great dollhouse. Mom, I don't have any dolls. She picked up 2 hard-boiled eggs, drew faces on them, and handed them to me. There, these can be your dolls, and we can eat them later too. All my clothes were hand-me-downs from neighbors and cousins, but when I had to start school, Mom obviously had to buy me a uniform, and she bought it 3 sizes too large. Mom, I've tripped twice on this skirt. It's too long. Just pull it up a little higher. You'll grow into it before you know it. Well, that couldn't happen fast enough, and I got laughed at in school. A lot.
But Mom really went overboard in 8th grade when I just started my period in school. We stopped to buy pads on the way home, and her eyes nearly fell out as she looked at the prices. No way I'm buying these. I'll make them for you at home, Apurva. I'm an expert.
Mom, can you please, for once?
Can I have the attention of the ladies here? These companies are robbing us blind. Make your own pads for yourselves and your daughters. Let's boycott these.
Oh my God.
I just vowed that I'd have a different life when I grew up. I wanted to be rich, a millionaire. A good job could make me rich, except that I hated studying. But watching TV, I felt that acting would be the easiest way to earn money. And also, I was pretty, though no one ever said that to me. But whenever I looked in the mirror, I saw a beautiful girl. One weekend in 9th grade, I heard about an audition for a TV series in our town, and I was so excited. When I reached the venue, there was a long line, and I noticed there was a spot boy who was letting rich-looking girls stand first in line even if they came later. But when I tried to stand in the front, he pushed me.
Poor girls at the back.
What? You swollen piggy! Just then, a glamorous-looking girl walked in, and the second the casting director laid eyes on her, he shouted,
Yeah, this girl looks like a star. We've got our actress. Girls, you can all go home.
Wait, what? Just because she was rich, she was selected without an audition? Stupid director, stupid audition.
Stupid you, out.
That day I realized it was very difficult to get launched in the showbiz industry unless you're extremely rich or have connections. So I decided that I'd get into the biggest school in town where lots of celebrities' kids went to. I had to make friends with the right people, and the only way for me to get in there was through a scholarship, which meant studying hard. But my craziness to become rich got me studying day and night.
Oh, Apurva, I feel so emotional when I see books in your hands. Keep working hard, and one day you'll achieve all your dreams.
Thank you so much, Mom.
Just try studying more in the day so you don't need to keep a light on all night. I pay the bills, you know.
Oh God, Mom, you'll always stay the same. Before I could say more, Mom ran away. She was impossible. I took the entrance exam a couple of weeks later, and I got in. Luckily, the new school had a uniform, but I still used up my savings to buy a nice bag and some shoes. I had to dress to impress. On the very first day, I walked into the classroom with all the confidence of someone super rich. Just then, my shoes were splashed with water, and I looked up to see a pretty girl holding an empty bottle. OMG, my expensive shoes! I got them for $200 just a week ago from Europe. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just having fun with my friends. It was an accident. Oh, okay, yeah, no worries. I've got like 5 more pairs of these. It turned out that the girl was Sitara, the daughter of an actress and a film director, and we instantly became friends. She'd often want to talk about her parents and their lives, and all I could think about was how much I wanted to be like them. One day when I was walking down the hallway, I saw Sitara with her minions bullying some poor girl. Where'd you get these clothes from? The garbage? And this cloth bag? Ew. Did your mom make it? Sitara snatched the girl's bag, and just as she was about to rip it, I ran forward and took her hand. Come on, Sitara. Why are you even talking to this lame girl? We're rich. We're born to give fashion advice to poor idiots. Let her go. She just seems like a hopeless case, not worth your time. I returned the bag to the poor girl, and she ran off like a scared rabbit. I hated Sitara's behavior, but I had to put up with it. As we all sat down in the cafeteria, Sitara announced she was having her birthday party that evening, and I was excited to attend. That is, until she said, "Hey, Apurva, would you like to go shopping with us after school?" No, I have to go home. Mom needs me for something. Then what will you wear to my party? Oh, I'll wear anything from my closet. Seriously? Like, you'll wear the same outfit twice? Oh, of course not. I was just kidding. I'll definitely go and buy some new clothes. See you all at the party. I didn't have anything nice in my closet. I ran to the mall after school and bought an expensive dress, but I didn't remove the tag. I'd return it after wearing it. When I reached Sitara's place, I was stunned at the size of her mansion. She then introduced me to a handsome boy who was her brother, Rocky. I liked him at first sight, and he seemed to like me too.
But just when Sitara was about to cut the cake, her minion suddenly said loudly, "Apurva, why haven't you removed the tag on your dress?" "Oh, I didn't? I don't know how I forgot to. I'll do it at home." But just then she pulled the tag away.
See? It's so easy.
Gosh, how would I return it now? I was cursing that girl inside as I smiled at her. I was worried about the dress, but Rocky distracted me soon enough by asking me to dance. He danced with me all evening, and it was amazing. The next day in school, Rocky sat next to me at lunch, and soon we became very good friends. We'd often go out together, and I loved spending time with him. Once we were at the park getting ice cream when we spotted some beggar kids playing nearby, and Rocky bought ice creams for all of them. That was really sweet.
Those kids were sweet. By the way, you got something on your nose.
What? This. And then he rubbed his ice cream on my face and ran away laughing as I chased him. I was fast falling in love with him. And I was on freaking cloud 9 when he told me he loved me too. One evening when I was walking home, someone suddenly called out to me. It was Sitara in her car with her friends.
Apurva? Come on, I'll drop you at home.
Walking is what poor people do. No, it's okay. Actually, I just had a very heavy lunch today, so I'm just trying to digest it. But she insisted that I get in the car. My heart was pounding as Sitara was asking me the way, and I was randomly telling her to turn left and right. Just then, I picked out a big house and shouted, Stop the car. This one's mine." Ooh, nice home. But it looks like it's locked. Oh, actually, I'm all alone at home today, so I locked it when I went out. Gosh, where are my keys? Never mind, I'll find them. You mean these keys? And Sitara fished some out of her bag. I have them, because this is one of the 6 mansions my family owns in the city. I was always suspicious of you, Apurva, and I was right. You're a liar and a fraud. How dare a poor beggar like you befriend me and date my brother? Just look at her, shameless moron. Sitara, let's beat her. And as this girl came closer, I pushed her hard away from me. Hey, back off. I'm not scared of anyone. I don't live on your charity, so I'm not gonna put up with any of this nonsense from you. I stormed off, but by the time I got home, I was in tears. I felt so mad, not because those girls had insulted me, but because I'd been so stupid pretending to be someone I wasn't. I thought these were the people I needed to be friends with, but I was wrong. And I was done. I thought I'd call Rocky and tell him everything, but he was out of town for a few days, and I decided to wait for him to return. The next day, as I entered the school, I saw everyone staring at me like I was some kind of criminal. Of course, Sitara had told everyone about me. Just then, a ball hit me in the head. I turned to see Sitara and her minions. How can anyone be so shameless? I didn't think you'd be able to show your face now, but gosh, you just have no self-respect. Just then, I spoke loudly in the hall so everyone could hear me. Everybody here? Attention, please. I'm poor. What am I? Yes, poor. And I'm not ashamed of it. I'm here because I'm smart, not like these morons whose parents paid bribes for them. Hearing that, Sitara charged me and we broke into a big fight, and we both landed detention for a month. But the only thing I cared about was Rocky finding out. I was afraid he'd think I'd fooled him with my lies and he would dump me, and I really didn't want to lose him. The next day, I saw a poster for some acting auditions on the bulletin board. They were for a role in a TV series, and I immediately signed up. But just then, Sitara pushed me aside and signed up too. Oh, look who's aspiring to become an actress. Babe, these things are meant for rich people with connections. Don't even bother. If you don't want a bruised face right before the audition, better shut up and keep walking, Sitara. I'll see you on the stage. The next couple of days, all I could do was practice for the auditions. Even Mom was excited to come see me. But when I got there on the day, I was taken aback to see Rocky there, next to Sitara. I warned you about Apurva, Rocky. I know poor girls like her. When they can't get rich, they find a rich boy. Why else would she lie about it? I just couldn't make eye contact with Rocky and started walking away. But he caught up with me.
Apurva, you're not even gonna talk to me now? You think I care if you're rich or poor? I love you for who you are. You'll always be the same for me, no matter what anyone else says."
I stared at him in shock, and then I hugged him tight. "Rocky, are you crazy? She's no match for us. Get away from her poor butt." But Rocky totally ignored her, and Sitara angrily stormed off. Rocky wished me luck, and the audition went well. When the results were to be announced, I could hardly breathe.
"So, the winner is up."
Just then, a guy ran onto the stage, whispered something into the announcer's ear, and then turned to the mic again.
"So, the winner is Sitara."
The ground under my feet slipped while Sitara screamed out for joy. I couldn't believe it. I really thought I had it this time, but I just wasn't rich enough to buy myself the part. As Mom and I stepped out of the venue, Rocky joined us and offered us a ride home. After he dropped us off and drove off, Mom said,
"Wow, this boy is a catch.
"Isn't his dad a famous film director?
Good job on trapping someone like him, Apurva.
With connections like these, I promise you'll become a successful actress one day, just like you always wanted." "Mom, you are..." But just then, the door opened and Rocky walked in.
Apurva, you forgot your bag in my car."
"Oh, thanks, Rocky. Come, sit with us."
"I can't right now. I'm in a rush. I'll see ya."
And he left. The next day in school, as I looked for Rocky, I walked into the cafeteria and found him sitting with Sitara's group, while she was standing on the table, busy making fun of me. Oh, you should have seen that beggar's face when she didn't win. I'm sure she went home and cried like this. And then she dropped down to the floor and started kicking and screaming while everyone laughed. "Wow, Rocky, so you're just gonna sit there and watch her mock me?"
"Yeah, I think I will. It's what you deserve."
And he walked away as I stared in shock. But then I went after him. "What have I done that you're behaving like this?"
Isn't being poor a good enough reason? Sitara was right. I'm way out of your league.
He walked away and I was left in angry tears. How could I have been so wrong about him? He was just like his sister. He stopped loving me because I was poor? Well, I would forget the jerk too, ASAP. Soon after, I found out that the TV series Sitara was selected for was filming the first episode in our school. I joined the crowd and had gathered to see the shooting. On the director's cue, Sitara started saying her dialogue, but she immediately forgot them. And even after 100 takes, she couldn't deliver one line of dialogue properly. The director was so frustrated that he banged his head on the desk, and I laughed out loud.
Who laughed? Who is that? Come out.
I raised my hand.
How dare you laugh at my shooting? You think acting is easy?
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, really?
The director snatched the script from Sitara and gave it to me, thinking I'd make a fool of myself. But when I delivered the dialogue perfectly, he looked stunned.
Oh my God, you're so talented.
I know.
The emotions, dialogue delivery, everything was just amazing.
I know that also. Thank you so much, sir.
Team, take up this girl. She's gonna be my lead actress. And throw this good-for-nothing Sitara out. These rich people think they can buy anything with money.
Gosh, was I dreaming? Was I finally becoming an actress? I immediately called my mom to give her the news, and from that day onwards, my dream life began. I graduated from school soon and worked in many TV series, and soon became a celebrity. And I had the life that I'd always wanted. Years passed, and one day when I was being interviewed on TV, the host asked me, "Miss Apurva, our audience really wants to know more about your love life. Are you dating someone?" "Oh, no. I just try to stay away from love. I did love someone very much once, and I thought he was a good person. But I wasn't rich back then, and that's why he rejected me. So now I really can't trust anyone." I'd spoken lightly about it in the interview, but it was true. Later that night, I was in my room when I got a call from an unknown number, and I nearly dropped the phone when I heard the voice.
Apurva, please, don't hang up on me. It's me.
Why are you calling me, Rocky?
Because I saw your interview and I realized I'd been the world's biggest fool. All those years ago, I overheard your mom saying you'd planned to be with someone rich, and that just broke my heart. But when I heard you say you loved me once, I couldn't help calling you.
I was speechless. All these misunderstandings had kept us away all these years. Rocky, It's been a really long time since I've seen you. Can we meet tonight?
I'll be right there, Apurva. I was only 10 when my next-door neighbor asked me out. I want you to be my girlfriend, Dylan.
Ew, gross. Jack!
Ow! Hi guys, I'm Dylan from Portland. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I rushed back and told my mom, and she just laughed. You're a smart cookie, Dylan. There's no hurry to date boys. He apologized and we made up because I didn't want to lose my only best friend over some silly thing. My life was amazing. I had my mom and Jack, but everything changed after that summer. Mom surprised me with a packed suitcase and a brochure. What's this? I thought it would be good for you to get away and meet new people, since we can't afford a vacation this summer.
No, I don't want to go. Jack and I already have plans, Mom. If you send me there, I'll just call you every day, every hour, or every second until you come and pick me up.
Mom had made up her mind, and she wasn't changing it, no matter how hard I begged. The day had arrived, and I wasn't ready to leave Jack. He pulled something out of his pocket. It's a leather friendship bracelet. Mom let me buy it at the mall. I thought maybe you'd think of me while you had it on. Yeah, it's a bit flimsy, but we girls love it, right? He tied it on my wrist, and I was just adjusting it when, snap, it broke.
Whoops.
Good thing you didn't buy the pearl one.
I'll fix it, and I won't ever take it off.
I was crushed. I'd have to leave my best friend for an entire summer. As if that wasn't enough, when I arrived at camp, all the kids seemed to know everyone there already, and I felt like an outcast. So I was tossing rocks into the lake, lost in thought, when I felt a tap on my shoulder.
Let's see who can skip rocks the farthest. No thanks.
I guess I thought she was there to pick on me too, but she plopped down next to me and smiled.
Oh, come on. It'll be fun. I'm Molly, by the way.
Hey, Dylan, we go to school together, right?
Yep, and you look like you could use a friend. So what do you say? Ready for a little friendly competition? Are you ready for me to kick your butt? I'm the best rock skipper known to man. Ha! We'll see about that.
We had a blast, and I laughed my lungs out. From that day on, Molly and I became joined at the hip. Molly was more social than me, which helped me break out of my shell. I got to know other kids, and I felt like I fit in. I no longer called my mom to pick me up, and I felt myself changing. Until swimming day. No one had a clue that I couldn't swim, and I was too embarrassed to admit it. I tried, but it was like I was Titanicking without a lifeboat. Of course, a few jerk boys figured it out and started to poke fun at me. Imagine being 10 years old and having a bunch of kids laugh at you because you can't swim. I wanted to run off, but then Molly spoke up.
Whoopsie daisy. It looks like I just peed in the pool a little.
Of course she didn't, but the way those guys scrambled away was enough to give me a good laugh, and I felt my confidence creep back in, thanks to her. The rest of camp wasn't so bad after we put those boys in their place. Camp ended, and I got Molly's number to stay in touch. The first thing I did was go to Jack's. I was excited to give him a bracelet. I had made it in camp, but no one was home. Even his porch swing was gone. Mom, where's Jack? I'm sorry, Dylan, but Jack and his family moved away to California. He left you this. I was feeling devastated, but at least I could keep in touch with him, even though he was miles away. We started chatting and calling, and over the years, I started to like him more and more. As we got older, things changed, and he talked less and less until one day his calls just stopped. He even blocked his Instagram account. He totally ghosted me. I guess he found himself a girlfriend. Talk about a broken heart, but I still had Molly. At 16, we vowed to make our junior year the best ever, and maybe find ourselves some boyfriends. Did you talk to the new guy, Kyle? No, why would I? He keeps to himself. He's really cute. You're right, he's quiet, but I think I can get him to open up. You do have a knack for that. The final bell rang, but Molly continued gushing about Kyle. She always made me late, so we split, and I ran to class and I was about to sit, but I missed my seat. And butt planted on the floor in front of Towns Miller, the most popular guy in school, and my dream crush. My hopes and dreams of impressing him were ruined. I looked over, unaware that Kyle had been staring at me. Hey, Kyle. My face was beet red, but he ignored me anyway and turned his attention to his phone. Such a rude dude. I didn't tell Molly this, but she wasn't lying. Kyle was hot. After school, I went to the mall with Molly to look for dresses for our upcoming formal. Neither of us had a date, so we decided to go with each other. We both slipped the glamorous dress
glasses on. I felt so pretty in mine, and despite the price tag, I was convinced I'd wear this gown to the formal. When I came out, Molly was already waiting for me and twirling in front of the mirror. Dylan, look at us. We look like the popular girls. Screw the popular girls. I feel like a princess. It felt magical. But as I looked in the mirror, I spotted Kyle standing outside the store, staring at us. OMG, Molly, look! And just as we both turned to look, my foot snagged my dress and ripped it right off my body. We need to make a run for it, or else you're gonna be paying for a $3,000 pile of rags. No, wait. OMG! What is this? This big shop filled with pitiful things? I could even sue you for this. We are very sorry. It's our fault. It was from a defective batch. I'll give you both a 50% discount on any dress you choose from the store. This day couldn't get any better. Despite flashing Kyle and the entire dress shop, we were still laughing at my mortifying moment right before we ran into Kyle. Kyle, hey, what are you doing here? I waved, trying to play it cool, but knowing Kyle had seen me embarrass myself a few times now, I felt like sinking through the floor into the pits of hell. But why did I care anyway? Molly was so into Kyle that it was nauseating. It's a mall, so I'm shopping. Kyle blushed when he looked at me. I hoped Molly didn't notice, but when I looked over at her, she was practically drooling over him. Get a grip, girl! Molly looked like a psycho Cheshire cat. I'm having a party this weekend. Wanna come over? Yeah, sure, I guess. Molly gave Kyle her number, and that's all she talked about on the ride home. And the next day at school wasn't any better. I was walking down the hall when Towns yelled, "Looks like Aunt Flo came for a visit." I spun around, totally puzzled, as everyone was laughing. Out of nowhere, Kyle came running over and wrapped his flannel shirt around my waist. "You can borrow this." I stood there and gawked at him, but then I realized I must have gotten my period. Of course, that would have happened in front of Towns of all people. Thanks, Kyle. He was so sweet, but I was bummed that Towns made fun of me. I talked to Molly, and of course, she made everything better. But before we left, she pointed to my waist. "This is Kyle's. I'm so jealous. I wish I had my period instead of you." She was like a lovesick puppy. Later that day, I found Kyle looking inside his locker. Why didn't he notice? Try again, Dylan. He peeked out, but I felt myself sweating when he turned his familiar gaze toward me. Thanks for this. It's okay. Then he left, and I slammed my locker shut without realizing my hand was inside. Like always. Ouch! That weekend, Molly had her party, and Kyle was there. I gotta give the girl credit. She always went after what she wanted. The only problem was, I liked Kyle too. Ugh, why do I have to like the same guy my friend does? I stepped inside, and surprisingly, Towns walked right up to me. It turns out she also invited him. I know he made fun of me, but he was too handsome, so he deserved a chance. You have a date for the formal, Dylan? I'm going with Molly. No, you're not. You're going with me. I am? Towns moved his head close to mine, and I prayed I didn't have bad breath. Yes, you. Molly's going with Kyle, so you're going as my date. Wait, what? Hearing Towns admit that he wanted me to go to the formal with him was amazing, but I was hurt that Molly made plans without telling me. Should I be mad? But why should I when we're both going with our crushes now? Molly was busy, so I walked over to Kyle since he was the only other person I knew there, and Towns was busy talking to his friends. So, you and Towns, huh? I nervously tugged at my old bracelet, something I've always found comforting since I was a kid. It's nothing official. We're just going to the formal together. Molly probably had to bribe him to go with me. What makes you say that? I'm not exactly Miss Popular, and Towns is like the school heartthrob, in case you haven't noticed. Maybe he sees more in you than those popular girls. You're funny, kinda clumsy in a cute way, and a really good friend to Molly. You've got great qualities, Dylan. Excuse me? What? Is he flirting? The rest of the party went well. Molly and Kyle spent a lot of time together, and I got to know Towns a little better. Now, let's jump to the night of homecoming. I went arm in arm with Towns. He looked amazing, and I felt like I was on cloud 9, standing next to him when everyone had their eyes on me and looking like royalty in my gown. I immediately spotted Kyle, but to my surprise, Molly wasn't with him. Towns immediately found his friends and left. I was kind of pissed, but I wouldn't let him get me down. This was my night to have fun. Hey, you made it. You look beautiful tonight, Dylan. My heart skipped a beat when Kyle said those words, especially since Towns didn't even compliment me. My face got hot when he gave me a once-over. Everything about him that night screamed flirting. He couldn't possibly be into me, right? That would be bad. You're wearing that bracelet again. His
fingers brushed my wrist. Kyle, if this is you flirting with me, don't bother. Just then, Town swooped in and dragged me to the dance floor. And unfortunately, I smashed his toes as I tried to keep up with him. You're brutal, Dylan. You need dance lessons. You don't have to be such a jerk about it. I was leaving when he spun me around, lifted my chin, and moved his face close to mine. He was gonna kiss me, and I didn't feel ready at all. I panicked and ended up bumping my head on his chin. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Ouch, my lips. I brought you here as my date, and now I'm gonna go home with broken feet because of you. The least you could do is kiss me. Just then, Kyle stepped up to us. They both glared at each other, and Kyle looked so territorial. I have to admit, it was kind of hot the way Kyle looked like he wanted to strangle Towns. And I just realized that Towns had been the biggest blunder of my life. Whoa, calm down, guys. You better stay away, Towns. Just then, Molly walked up and pulled me away. Talk to her, Kyle. You promised, or should I say, Molly, that's enough. Hey guys, are you guessing the same? Is it like Molly left Kyle for me? Talk to me about what? Dylan, I'm not who you think I am, and I'm sorry I hid it from you. It's Jackie Kyle, or you know me as Jack. No, you must be kidding. He held my wrist, probably afraid I'd run away, and now I knew why his eyes felt so comforting all this time. It's me, Dylan. I moved back here with my mom so she could be closer to my aunt. You're Jack? All this time? Why would you lie to me, Kyle? Or should I call you Jack? I can explain, please. After we moved, things fell apart. My dad got mixed up in bad business, and my mom had to find another job when the police finally arrested my father. We moved to New York to be closer to family, and that's around the time you and I lost touch. I was embarrassed about my father and kinda shut everyone out. My mom even let me change my name so people wouldn't connect me to my con artist father. You didn't have to shut me out, Jack. You used to tell me everything. I know. I'm sorry. I didn't want to have to explain that my father was in jail. I figured no one would recognize me after all these years. I just wanted a fresh start, but hiding who I was from you was too hard. But who cares what people think? I don't care that your dad is in jail. You're still Jack, the boy who stole my heart all those years ago. Will you forgive me? I suppose I could consider forgiving you, but what about Molly? Molly knows my feelings for you and urged me to talk to you. What can I do to make you not hate me? I suppose if you kiss me, I could forgive you. You won't slap me and run away this time? Try it and find out. He kissed me softly, and it felt perfect, just as I thought it would. I felt like I was floating in the clouds. So, Jack and I reconnected, and we've been dating ever since. Molly eventually started seeing a super nice guy too, and I ended up having the best junior year ever. Hi, I'm Nellie from San Francisco. Please like and subscribe. My mom worked as a caretaker at a rich old man's home, and Dad was a street vendor who sold chocolates. My sister, Jenna, who was 2 years older, took care of me while our parents were at work. Once when I was 7, Mom took me and Jenna to the mansion where she worked, and it was massive. The old man who lived there couldn't move around much and had no family, so Mom did everything for him. Feeling curious, I sneaked into his room to see him. Just then, I saw him struggling to reach for the glass of water, and I ran forward to help. He smiled and asked, "Oh, such a lovely girl. What's your name?" "Nellie, and what's yours, sir?" "You can call this old man anything you like, little Nellie." I started enjoying his company, and he loved mine. But Jenna never cared to meet him. She would just come to watch TV at the mansion every day. Once in the 5th grade, I was asleep when Jenna poked me awake at night and said she had something to show me. To my shock, it was a really expensive-looking watch. "Oh my God, where'd you get this from?" "I found it in the drawer at the mansion. Isn't it cool?" "No, it's not cool, dummy. It's stealing." "But no one's ever going to wear this. Think of the stuff we could buy if we sell it, Nellie." "No way! You have to put it back, or I'll tell Mom and Dad and the old man." She made an annoyed face, but the next day she took it with her to return it. When we got to the mansion, though, we received some shocking news. The old man was gone. I was heartbroken to hear it. Soon after, the old man's lawyer showed up, and Mom sent me and Jenna away while they talked in the study. The minute the lawyer left, we heard screams, and we found Mom and Dad dancing. "We're billionaires! The old man left all his money to us. This is the happiest day of our lives." "We're rich? Nellie, can you believe it? It's all ours now. This watch? Mine." And before I knew it, we'd moved into his mansion.
and my family went on a shopping spree. They were spending money like crazy. Nellie, buy some fancy clothes, please. We're joining the new school with all the rich kids. We need to look like them. No thanks. Designer dresses aren't my thing. We were enrolled in the best private school in town. Since both Jenna and I loved dancing since we were kids, I went to sign up for the school's dance club right away and found her there too. We auditioned, and I was excited when we were both selected, but Jenna was acting like she didn't even know me. The next day, I was sitting by myself in the cafeteria when a girl walked over and said, "Hey, get lost, kid. This is Amy's table." But there are so many other empty tables, and who's Amy? I'm Amy, and Amy always sits on this one. She suddenly picked up my plate of spaghetti and rubbed it all over my shirt. There, your t-shirt is designer now. Original art by Amy. I was about to smack her when suddenly I saw Jenna marching over to my table with a glass of juice. But when she came close, she threw it straight at my face. Didn't you hear Amy the first time? Move it. As the two high-fived, I ran off to wash the juice out of my eyes. What was wrong with Jenna? As I washed my face and looked up, I saw Jenna standing behind me. Do you want to explain what just happened there, super jerk? Yeah, I'm here to explain it, so listen closely. You want to be a loser? Fine. But I want to start over with my life, and I'm gonna be popular. So you better not tell anyone that we're sisters, okay? And with that, she just walked off. Which? She and Amy kept bothering me in school, but I tried ignoring them and focusing on getting better at dancing. And within a few years, I was officially a part of the school's dance team. The studio was my happy place. But I couldn't say the same about home. Jenna and Mom were too busy partying and attending fancy events, while Dad was always out driving his luxury cars, and I was often all alone. At least we spent some time together before we got all this money. But to my surprise, I found out that Mom was throwing a huge party on my 15th birthday. When I stepped out into the pool area that evening, I was really surprised because I couldn't spot anyone from my class. They were all Jenna's friends. And standing next to the cake, all ready to cut it, was freaking Amy. What are you doing, weirdo? It's my birthday. Your birthday? Oh my god, I completely forgot. Well, looks like you and Amy have the same birthday. Jenna asked me to throw a big party for her gorgeous friend. Maybe you can both cut the cake together? No thanks, Mom. I'm good. Yeah, Amy's not sharing space with this poorly dressed loser. The photos have to go up on my Instagram. Yeah, sure. I'm the loser. But so are you. It's pretty lame that someone else's mother had to throw you a birthday party. Where's your own mom? Amy leapt forward to attack me, but I pushed her off and she landed straight in the cake. She pounced at me again, and as we wrestled, we both ended up falling into the pool. Amy started to scream and cry because her look was ruined, and Mom and Jenna started screaming at me. Ugh, they were all unbelievable. I just stormed off, cleaned up, and snuck out to go to school, to the dance studio. I turned on the music, but suddenly I saw a strange figure behind me in the mirror, and I screamed. Who are you? Why are you sneaking up on me, creep?
Hey, relax. I'm Daniel. My parents donated this dance studio to the school. I come here every evening to practice. You're the one interrupting.
I couldn't think of a reply, so I just walked out, but he followed me.
I didn't mean to offend you, and you don't have to go. Maybe you could dance with me?
I looked straight into his dreamy blue eyes, and I couldn't refuse. Yeah, why not? We danced and then talked for hours. I found out he was my senior in school and already part of an established dance group. We grew close and always met at the studio. It was our spot. And soon, I had a pretty big crush on him. Once Jenna saw me talking to Daniel on the playground, and as soon as he left, she ran to me.
Hello, my little sister.
Little sister? Aren't you afraid someone will hear you? Oh, you're funny. BT Dubs, how do you know Daniel? He's so cute, and I've had a crush on him since the first day. Are you guys friends? Please introduce me to him. Wait, what? Jenna liked Daniel? My heart just sank hearing that. I liked him too, but I couldn't hurt my sister. The same evening, I met Daniel and decided to talk to him. Daniel, I need to tell you something. My sister, Jenna, I think she likes you. She's super cute, and you both will be great together. I can introduce her to you sometime.
Jenna. Oh, yeah, I've met her, but she isn't really my type. And besides, there's someone else.
And with that, he took my hand and my heart was racing.
It's you. I like you, Nellie.
And suddenly he leaned in for a kiss. Just as our lips touched, the door burst open and Jenna barged in with Amy right behind her. Oh my God. Good thing I told you to follow her, Jenna. Amy's always right about people. Jenna stared at me with pure rage.
Wow, my own sister stabbing me in the back? You act like you're so innocent, but you're such a snake.
Jenna, this isn't what it looks like. I didn't mean to.
What, did you just fall on his lips? I'll tell you what it looks like. I told you I liked someone, and the next thing I know, you're in his arms? Just to get back at me, huh? Jenna, I kissed her, and I'm sorry, but I like her.
Oh, shut up. Do you even think I care about you? I care about my sister betraying me. Jenna, please. I tried talking to her so many times after that, but she didn't listen to a word, and I felt terrible. Even at home, she would act as if I was invisible. And soon after, I found out that as the dance team captain, she'd kicked me out of the team and replaced me with Amy. What? We were participating in a national level competition soon. When I told everything to Daniel, he came up with an idea.
Why don't we enter the competition as a separate act? You don't need to be part of the school team to do that.
I agreed, and on the day of the competition, Jenna had no idea we were participating. When our names were announced, Jenna's jaw just dropped open. We danced really well, and the whole audience got on their feet to applaud us. Jenna's act was right after ours, and it started off smoothly. But right in the middle, Amy forgot all her steps. As she fumbled around on the stage, she went crashing straight into Jenna, and the two landed on their butts. The entire crowd burst out laughing as Jenna screamed at Amy. "You've ruined everything, clumsy idiot. Just get off of me." Amy and the whole team just stormed off the stage. At the end of the competition, I was shocked when Daniel and I won. As we were handed out trophies, Jenna climbed onto the stage and attacked me. "This belongs to me, you witch. You just keep stealing things that belong to me." "I didn't take anything that was yours. If this trophy makes you happy, have it. Here, I dedicate this to Jenna, the loser who can't accept defeat." And I just left the stage. She was crazy. A few days later, our school was hosting a charity event, and all the parents were a part of it. Mom donated a huge amount of money, and later she was called onto the stage and given an award. Just then, I saw Amy climb onto the stage too, and she snatched the mic from the host. "Thanks to Jenna's mom for donating such a huge amount to the poor. You came from the same background, so you understand them completely, of course. Jenna told me how you guys were so poor. You were cleaning toilets at a rich man's house, and now look at you. Wow." Mom's jaw dropped, and so did Jenna's. Everyone started whispering, "Really? She used to be a maid?"
But she tells everyone she was born a billionaire.
Mom ran through the crowd until she found Jenna and pulled her aside. "That little brat, Amy, what did you tell her?" I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't know she was going to publicly announce that. My reputation is ruined because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. What will they think of me now? That I was poor? Yes. What's wrong with that? I didn't know we had to be ashamed of our past. And if money is all your friends care about, you should get new friends. It's not a secret that Jenna had to hide. Jenna just stood there silently, and I turned to her. "Jenna, I know you hate me, but I swear, I met Daniel way before I knew you liked him. I would never hurt you intentionally. You're my sister, and I miss the old you who used to take care of me and dance with me." Jenna suddenly started to cry and hugged me. "Nellie, I'm sorry for being such a jerk. I just wanted nice things and to be treated nicely. And all the money, it just got to my head. I started behaving badly just to fit in with the rich kids. And I knew Daniel didn't like me, but I still acted like a fool. I've missed you too." I was so glad to have my sister back. But Mom suddenly leapt towards me. "You're such a stupid girl." But Dad stopped her.
How dare you? Have you forgotten all this money is Nellie's?
Wait, what? Dad then told me the old man had left everything to me, and once I turned 16, I was the only one who could decide how it would be used. Seriously? You've just been misusing my money all these years? And I bet you were never gonna tell me, Mom. I'll make sure you don't spend a penny on another stupid thing again. Hi, I'm Luna. I'm 16, and while most people see me as just another shy girl, my life is anything but ordinary. I keep to myself, lost in books and daydreams, trying to navigate a world that doesn't quite seem to fit me. But my life is a delicate balance of hiding and longing, and a secret I guard with everything I have. My family and I recently moved to a small town called Whispering Pines, nestled in a deep forest. My mom, Celine, said it was for a fresh start, but I knew better. She was always anxious, her eyes darting around as if expecting something to jump out at her. She constantly reminded me to stay hidden and keep your secret. Okay, back to my secret. Each night as the moon rose, I slipped into the woods and transformed into a unicorn. It's a magnificent form with a shimmering white coat and a horn that glowed like moonlight. In the forest, under the cover of night, I was free, a creature of magic, running wild and unbound. But by day, I was Luna, the girl who avoided mirrors and hid under a hood. I was isolated, not quite fitting in with any group at school. I didn't seek out friends or companionship because getting close to anyone could have put me in danger. So I remained on the fringes, living a double life that was both exhilarating and exhausting. Then there was Jasper. He's an artist with a sketchbook perpetually in hand, always drawing and observing. There was something different about him. His eyes seemed to see beyond the surface, and he had been curiously watching me ever since I arrived. His presence was a mix of intrigue and unease for me. One day, after school, he cornered me by my locker.
Hey Luna, I've noticed you always wear that hood. Is there a reason?
I shrugged, attempting to sound nonchalant. Just like it, keeps me warm. He raised an eyebrow, unconvinced.
There's something more, isn't there? You're always hiding.
I laughed nervously, trying to deflect. What about you? Always drawing? Jasper flipped open his sketchbook to reveal a detailed drawing of a unicorn. My heart skipped a beat.
The other night, while I was walking through the woods, I found these strange tracks in the snow. So I did a little research, and maybe, just maybe, there are unicorns out there.
I tried to maintain a casual demeanor, though anxiety bubbled beneath the surface. Unicorns aren't real, Jasper. He looked at me, his eyes sparkled with curiosity.
What if they are? What if there's something magical out there that we don't know about?
I forced a smile, feeling a sense of dread. Maybe. But I wouldn't worry about it. Despite my attempts to dissuade him, Jasper's curiosity didn't wane. He continued to question me, probing with a mix of genuine interest and persistence. His questions, though innocent, hit too close to the truth and made me uncomfortable. The next day, while I was walking to the local bookshop to get a new journal, I saw 3 men and 2 women exiting a large black SUV, all wearing the same black suit and tie. As I stayed hidden in the shadows, I got close enough to hear them speaking to Whispering Pines local sheriff, Marty Luca. They told him they belonged to a government agency of environmental researchers, but their high-tech gadgets and probing questions suggested otherwise. It was clear that they were searching for something, and I couldn't shake a feeling that it might be me. Later that night, I told my mom about the mysterious group of strangers that had arrived. Immediately, my mom's anxiety reached new heights. I watched as she ran to the closet and pulled down an old photo album from behind a row of hat boxes. She fluttered the pages until she stopped at an old newspaper clipping with a photo of the same people I saw earlier that day.
Luna, we have to be extra careful now. The OSS is here, and they're not what they seem.
I looked at her, confused. What do you mean? Who is the OSS? She gripped my shoulders, her voice trembling.
Office of Supernatural Sightings. They're looking for magical creatures. If they find out what you are, they'll capture you and use you for their own purposes. You must stay hidden.
But I need to go out at night. It's the only time I truly feel alive. My mom's eyes filled with tears.
I know, sweetheart, but it's too dangerous. Please, promise me you'll be careful.
I nodded, but in my heart, I knew it was a promise I may not be able to keep. The allure of the forest and the freedom it represented was too strong. That night, I snuck out as usual, but the OSS's presence was palpable. Their advanced sensors and patrols made it clear they were on the lookout for something. My heart raced raced as I navigated the forest. I was careful to stay out of sight, but in my panic, I accidentally left behind a few strands of my magical mane caught on a branch. The next day, Jasper found the strands while sketching in the woods. He was intrigued, examining them closely. Later, he approached me in the school hallway, holding the strands out with a mixture of curiosity and excitement.
Luna, look what I found!
He held them up to the light. They sparkled with cosmic energy.
They're different, almost magical.
I tried to dismiss his concerns with a laugh, but Jasper's gaze was unwavering. Magic? Are you sure? He nodded, his eyes serious. Then he looked deeply into my eyes, like he could see right through me.
There's something about you, Luna, and you've been acting so strange lately.
I felt a rush of anxiety. I don't know what you're talking about. Jasper's frustration was evident.
Come on, Luna, I'm not trying to pry. I just want to understand. Is there something you're hiding?
I hesitated, torn between fear and the desire to confide in someone who seemed to care. But the moment was interrupted as my mom approached and pulled me away from Jasper. What's wrong? The OSS is intensifying their search. They set up traps in the forest. They're using tracking technology, and they're questioning the townspeople. My mom's fear became even more apparent, urging us to leave town immediately.
Luna, it's getting too dangerous. We need to leave before it's too late.
I crossed my arms in defiance. I'm not leaving. I've been running all my life. I want to stay. Mom looked over my shoulder at Jasper.
You can't risk everything over a boy. You don't understand how serious this is, Luna.
I do understand. And Jasper is my friend. I trust him. My mom scoffed and walked away, clearly frustrated. I approached Jasper and took a deep breath, my heart pounding in my chest as I looked into his eyes. Jasper, there's something I've been hiding from you. Something I thought you could never understand. My hands twisted nervously. I took Jasper into an empty classroom so we could talk in private. I'm not like everyone else. I'm a unicorn. As the words left my lips, a soft, ethereal glow surrounded me, and a single shimmering horn slowly appeared on my forehead, illuminating the night with a radiant, magical light. I watched his face, waiting for his reaction, fearing he would turn away, but hoping beyond hope that he would stay. Jasper's face softened, and a smile slowly spread across his lips. He reached out and gently touched the glowing horn, his fingers trembling with awe.
I always knew there was something magical about you. Thank you for trusting me enough to share this.
He let out a soft laugh, his eyes bright.
You're beautiful, Luna. All of you.
In the following days, Jasper and I spent countless hours together, working on a plan to outsmart the OSS. His artistic talents became crucial. We created detailed maps and tracks to mislead them, and in the hours we spent together, the bond between us grew stronger. Jasper's presence was a source of comfort. For the first time, I felt that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who truly understood and cared for me. One afternoon, Jasper voiced a troubling thought.
What if they catch you, despite our efforts? What if they find out everything?
I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. They want to control me, to use me for their own gain. But having you help me is everything. I've never had someone stand by me like this before. Jasper reached out and gently touched my arm.
I won't let them catch you. I'll do everything I can to keep you safe.
His words brought me a sense of relief and hope, but also a growing fear. The OSS's search was becoming more relentless, and time was running out. The night of the final confrontation arrived. The OSS's search had become more intense, with advanced tracking technology and sophisticated traps. My mom was even more frantic, and her anxiety made it difficult for her to focus. Jasper arrived with a determined expression.
We have one last chance. If we can make them believe the unicorn has left town, they'll stop searching.
He worked tirelessly through the night, setting up a series of diversions and false evidence. Jasper used his artistic skills to create elaborate fake tracks, leading the OSS in circles. I used my unicorn magic to add an extra layer of deception, making it appear as though I had been everywhere at once. The process was exhausting. We were both drained, but driven by hope and the desire to protect my secret. As dawn approached, the OSS's frustration was evident. They started to pack up, convinced they were following a false trail. Jasper turned to me, his eyes filled with concern.
Are you okay?
I nodded as tears welled up in my eyes. I'm just grateful. Thank you, Jasper, for everything. He smiled, though there was a hint of sadness in his eyes.
I'd do it again in a heartbeat. You deserve to be free.
As the OSS retreated, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in a long time. The weight of my secret was lighter, and I was comforted by the knowledge that I wasn't alone. Jasper had been a beacon of hope in my darkest moments. With the OSS gone, my mom's fear slowly subsided, though the threat of their return lingered in the air. As the weeks passed, the town returned to a semblance of normalcy. I continued my life as Luna during the day, but the nights were still mine. Jasper and I maintained our secret meetings, and our friendship grew deeper with each passing day. He became a confidant, someone who understood both my human and unicorn sides. Then, one evening, as we walked through the forest together, Jasper turned to me.
Luna, what do you want for the future?
I thought for a moment, the weight of my dual existence heavy on my shoulders. I want to find a place where I can be both Luna and the unicorn, a place where I don't have to hide. Jasper smiled, his eyes shining with determination.
We'll find it together.
We continued our walk in companionable silence as the moon cast a gentle glow on the path ahead. There was still uncertainty, but there was also hope. Jasper's presence was a reminder that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who cared about me and believed in my future. In the days that followed, Jasper and I continued to navigate the challenges of keeping my secret while building a life in a small town. We shared our dreams, fears, and hopes, and our friendship deepened. Jasper's sketches were a chronicle of our journey, capturing the magic and struggles of our shared experiences. One night, as we sat together by a small stream in the forest, Jasper asked,
Luna, what's the most important thing you've learned through all of this?
I reflected on the journey, the challenges, and the moments of connection. I've learned that even in the darkest times, there's always a light. It might come from unexpected places, like a friend who believes in you, and sometimes the magic we seek is within ourselves. Jasper nodded, his gaze thoughtful.
I think you're right, and I believe that with your strength and our friendship, we can face whatever comes our way.
We sat together in the moonlight, the stream's gentle murmur, a soothing backdrop to our conversation. The future remained uncertain, but with Jasper by my side, I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead.
Relaxing in a beautiful hotel in Paris with the cutest French boy smiling at you from across the pool is just perfectly splendid in every way. My personal assistant / best friend Lexi rushed towards me while holding a letter. She read it out loud.
Fancy a date on my yacht tonight? Meet me at 7 on the harbor.
The boy across the pool winked at me. That night, I learned that his name was Pierre, and he treated me like a princess. But our splendid date was interrupted by a panicked call from Lexi.
Your dad's secretary called, and he's just sent the jet for us to leave right now.
Ugh, he must have been mad because I'd been absent from school for a week now. I so didn't need school. I said my goodbyes to Pierre, who said he wanted to see me again, but I just smiled and left. Oh, hey there. My name is Blair, and I have an almost perfect life. I'm as smart as Einstein himself. There's only one little problem. I'm dyslexic. But it's no big deal because I have Lexi to read everything for me. I used to be #1 in literally everything, but things took a wild turn when a foreign exchange student joined our class. Please hit that subscribe button before I tell you my whole story. The next day, my limo dropped Lexi and me off at our school, a very expensive private one, where only families with a net worth of at least $1 billion can attend. Blair, watch out! I screamed when I saw an angry dog charging towards me. What was it doing here? Pets aren't allowed. Francesca, my arch nemesis, picked it up while laughing at me. Good boy, she whispered, but I heard it. This insecure brat always found a way to ruin my day. Oh, hey, Blair. I'm giving out our newest luxury product, this $1 million perfume, for free. I thought you might need one. Thanks, Francesca, but I'd rather donate it to charity. The principal appeared and got angry when she saw her dog. Our dog mansion with 10 floors is currently being renovated, so my baby needs to roll with me. Ugh, what a show-off. The principal shut her mouth when Francesca gave her a stupid perfume, too. In the middle of class, I suddenly forgot how to breathe when the most gorgeous boy that I'd ever seen walked in. Everyone, I would like you all to meet Terrence, a foreign exchange student from Korea, and he will be with us for this school year. We were all speechless as we looked at him. Francesca immediately offered her seat, but Terrence just headed quietly to the back. Our math teacher then started the discussion and suddenly asked us to solve the area of a stadium on our tables. Such a no-brainer. The answer is, it's 69,963 square meters. We all turned to Terrence like we'd seen a ghost. He'd answered before me. Like, how? After class, all the girls flocked around him, including Lexi. I tried to smile at him too, but he didn't smile back. What a snob. I snatched Lexi away from him and told her to cut it out. Do that again and I'll fire you.
Oh, come on, Blair. He's literally perfect. He's like Lee Min-ho.
He's not my type. Terrence might have heard that because he turned to me, but so what? He snubbed me and first impressions last. Every year, our principal holds an auction party, and this year, all the proceeds would be going to poor children in Africa. The last item to be auctioned was a beautiful pearl with a special history. It cost around $50 million. As expected, Francesca and I started the bidding battle. 100 million, 200 million, 500 million. 1 billion. Then the principal asked if anyone wanted to go any higher. Lexi leaned closer to me and tried to stop me, but I couldn't let Francesca win. 2 billion. 10 billion. Silence filled the room when a male voice joined in and said, $100 billion. Everyone turned to the back. It was Terrence again. He really was something else. The principal declared, "Wow, that's a new record. Sold." My eyebrows shot up when I saw Francesca offering him a handshake in a flirty way. Lexi said, "I think you two look better together." Ew, stop that, Lexi. He's a snob and only loves his phone. During our finals week, as usual, I took a special oral exam because of my reading condition. When the results came back the next day, the blood drained from my face when I didn't see my name at the top spot. It was Terrence. He hadn't even been in our school a full year. Then Francesca appeared from nowhere and said, "Just accept the fact that you're a loser now, Blair." I asked Lexi to do some research on Terrence. I needed to know what was up with him. He seemed like the love child of Einstein and Bill Gates. One day, while I was rushing to the toilet, I bumped into him and tripped over. Jeez. His chest was as hard as a tree. I looked up at him and met his cold, brown eyes. I was expecting him to offer his hand, but the jerk skipped past me like I was trash on the floor. I'd never felt so humiliated. It was the first time a guy had ignored me. Lexi came to the rescue and helped me to my feet. He helped me when I tripped out of my helicopter yesterday. Sorry, girl, but you're not his type. Francesca's comment made me furious. Thank God Lexi calmed me down, or else. During lunch, Lexi told me that she'd finally finished her research on Terrence. He was a young CEO in Korea, and his company develops games and software. That's why he's always on his phone. So, he's a self-made billionaire. Interesting. I was on my way to our campus's art center one time, and I stopped when I saw a board ahead. It had some words on it. Francesca and her friends were right behind me, but I didn't want to ask her for help, so I tried to read it myself. It seemed to be saying something about a vacation. I ignored the sign and continued walking. Suddenly, the ground under me collapsed. Someone caught me right on time before I was buried alive. I looked up to see my savior. It was Terrence. He let me go and dusted his uniform off. Don't you know how to read? It says deep excavation ahead. I have dyslexia. Anyway, thanks for saving my life. Just be careful next time. My heartbeat was still going fast as I watched him walk away. A few days later, the principal announced the annual competition between private schools called the Battle of the Brains. I was so ecstatic when I was picked again to represent our school. I always aced it. The problem was the competition would be all about teamwork, so I needed a partner. And Terrence was picked. Lexi came up to me and said, "Oh my God, I ship you both. This is going to be fun." I ignored Lexi's stupid comment and told Terrence to meet me in the music room. We needed to talk about the competition. While I was waiting for him, I started playing the piano. I couldn't finish the song because I forgot the keys. Just in time, he arrived and continued for me. We were so close to each other and it felt really weird. I was about to move, but the way he played was hypnotizing. I flinched when I felt a spark as our fingers touched. He looked down at me after he finished playing. "That's how you do it. I don't need piano lessons right now. We need to plan a strategy. Just focus on the spelling. Memorize the letters of the longest words, and we'll be fine. Don't underestimate me, Terrence. How about you? Are you going to study?" The dummy answered me with a poker face and left the room. Sometimes I really hated his guts in his gorgeous face, and seriously, he was so confusing. The competition day finally came, and we were totally silent during the ride. He later fell asleep on my shoulder, and I went stiff as a board. Should I move my shoulder, or should I let him sleep in peace? The limo passed over a rough road, which woke him up. He looked up at me, and I immediately looked away. Can you, scoot over? You're in my personal space. My heartbeat went back to normal when he moved. I was so nervous during the game, but as expected, we made it to the final round. Terrence won the versus round against another boy, and then it was my turn. I needed to win this so we would be the winners already. I was shocked when the announcer said that it was a spelling round. Oh no. Spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Terrence gave me an encouraging look. I focused and wrote down all the letters according to my memory. I felt like passing out from nervousness when I slowly raised my answer. Correct. I jumped around in happiness and found myself hugging Terrence. When I realized what I was doing, I immediately pulled away. He then patted my head and smiled at me for the first time. And I must admit, he looked even more gorgeous. You did great. Well, thanks for your advice. Lexi showed up to congratulate us. Oh my gosh, you guys were so good. You two should get married already. Ugh, Lexi and her random fangirling. Terrence smiled at me in the hallway the next day, and it made me feel something in my stomach. What a miracle that he wasn't wearing his headphones and holding his phone in front of his face. Suddenly, the girls started screaming. I went to see what was happening and was shocked to see Pierre in our school uniform. He was showing everyone my pictures that he took on his phone. Oh, finally. There's my girl. Pierre immediately walked up to me and kissed me on the cheek. What are you doing here? I told you. I wanted to see you again. I enrolled in your school just to be with you. I didn't know what to say. Pierre kept following me around, and it bothered me. I wanted to turn him down, but I felt bad for breaking a nice guy's heart. Mademoiselle, come. I have a surprise for you. I told Pierre that I still had a class, but he grabbed my arm and was about to pull me outside when someone grabbed my other arm. It was Terrence. Come on, we're running late already. Everyone stopped in their tracks to watch. Terrence and Pierre were glaring at each other, and there I was, looking like a statue between them. Neither of them wanted to let me go, and it was so awkward. I caught Lexi's eye and gave her the signal to help me. She acted like she sprained her ankle and purposefully fell on Pierre. Lexi then winked at me as Pierre turned to help her. She was the best. I didn't know how to get rid of Pierre over the next few days. Terrence started avoiding me too. Once, when I went into class, Pierre winked at me and told me to come and sit next to him. I said, Pierre, I just want to be clear that you're not my boyfriend. Yet. That night, Francesca threw a party on her own private island and invited everyone. I didn't want to go, but Pierre was so persistent. During the party, he was telling me about his plan to buy a resort in Paris. He was talking nonstop while all I could think about was Terrence. I wished he was here. I signaled Lexi to start our plan. I excused myself to the restroom as she came over and I let her entertain Pierre. I sneaked out and found myself in a beautiful garden. While I was smelling some flowers, I suddenly felt someone's presence beside me. I turned to see Terrence. You're here. I didn't think you'd come. Francesca came over to my place yesterday and invited me. What? I wanted to ask him what else she did at his place, but I chickened out. He was looking up at the sky and suddenly a snowflake dropped on his forehead and he slowly closed his eyes. It was a beautiful moment, and I just found myself staring. It's the first snow of the year. Oh. Is it? He seemed to be so happy about it, and I wondered why. Where's your boyfriend? He's not my boyfriend. I just met him in Paris last time I was there. I'm relieved. What do you mean? The snow continued falling over us. He stepped closer and suddenly kissed me on the forehead. I like you, Blair. I wasn't expecting that. My heartbeat was so loud I was shaking. Moments later, I finally gave in to my attraction. I think I like you too. Let's get out of here. I told him that only my dad had access to our helicopter, but he just gave me a smug smile and said, That's not a problem. Did he plan ahead or what? The helicopter flew us to a beautiful place, and while we were enjoying the marvelous view beneath us, I felt his hand holding mine. It gave me an electric feeling. I'd never felt this way before. After our helicopter date, he brought me to this Korean restaurant and made me taste their delicious specialties. We fought over the bill, and he won and paid for it. I then gave the waiter a tip, a key to a car. That's very generous of you, but I prefer giving tips like this. He gave the waiter a business card and told him that his secretary would assist him in enrolling in the school of his choice. Education is more important, Blair. Oh, he was wiser than I thought. It was almost midnight when we strolled in the park. When I complained about my high heels hurting my feet, he gave me a piggyback ride. This man had never failed to surprise me. We were inseparable over the next few weeks, while Lexi always ended up distracting Pierre. One day, Terrence was teaching me Korean when Lexi kept calling me. I was enjoying our session, so I ignored her calls. Later that day, I was on my way to my locker when I saw Francesca's dog again. It started chasing me and I ran into the nearest room. While I was catching my breath, I was surprised to see Pierre in there too. Bonjour, mademoiselle. Miss me? Before I could react, he suddenly kissed me. I was so shocked that I couldn't move. I slapped him and walked out to look for Lexi, but I couldn't find her anywhere. She wasn't answering my calls either. Where was she when I needed her? The next day, everyone was looking at me like I'd done something terrible, which I apparently did because an anonymous account had posted a picture of me kissing Pierre on Instagram. No, it was all a mistake. I asked Lexi about it, but she was so mad at me. What did I do? That pervert made a move on me. You weren't there when I needed you because you only care about Terrence now. Lexi, I'm so sorry. Please don't do this to me. You're my best friend. No, Blair, I'm just your personal assistant. Oh, not anymore, because I'm resigning. I was crying as she left me. I looked for Terrence and found him in the music room. Terrence, it's not what you think. Let me explain. I don't deal with cheaters. I tried to convince him, but my heart broke when he said, "Get lost, Blair. I don't want to see you again." I was totally miserable after that. My best friend and boyfriend were ignoring me, and everyone was calling me a cheater. One day, I passed out in my room because I hadn't eaten all day. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was Lexi. Thank God you finally woke up. You had me so worried. Are you okay? How can I be okay when you hate me now? Oh my God, stop. I'm not used to seeing you cry. Lexi then told me that she overheard Francesca and Pierre talking about their plan to set me up. I knew it. I need to talk to Terrence. She then looked away and said, "He went back to Korea this morning." What? Are you freaking serious? I felt like someone had thrown cold water on me. She just bowed her head and avoided my eyes. Why so soon? Is this a prank? I'm so sorry, Blair. I already told him the truth and he believed me, but he still left. No. This can't be happening. I tried to get up, but Lexi told me that my doctor had advised that I shouldn't leave bed yet. I called Terrence, but his phone wasn't on. I checked his social media accounts and confirmed that he was already back in Korea. I just wanted to sleep and hope that it was all a dream. The next day, I woke up to Lexi's scream. She pulled me out of bed and dragged me outside. There was an unfamiliar jet landing outside. A handsome boy then stepped out, and I swear, my heart jumped with joy when I realized who it was. I ran up to him and hugged him. He apologized for doubting me and for not telling me about him leaving. I just needed to finish my surprise for you. He then showed me an app on his phone. You can download this from the App Store. I've specially developed this for dyslexics. Oh my God, this is amazing. I love you, Terrence. I love you more, my Blair. I was so over the moon when he finally kissed me. Another cute Korean guy came out and Lexi looked like she just peed her pants. Terrence introduced him as Andrew, his brother, and Lexi started jumping in excitement. Thank God you have a brother. Terrence and I just laughed as we held each other's hands.
Later, my mom and boyfriend appeared in the park, and my mom looked angry. She was calling my name, and then the most awkward thing ever happened. She spotted my so-called friends and ran over to them asking if they'd seen me. She even told them I just had my implants done. They both went bright red and shook their heads, and suddenly I felt like they didn't deserve to get away with this. I climbed out from behind the tree, not realizing there were twigs and leaves in my hair, and walked over to them, smirking. I could see them whispering to each other. Do you think she heard us? Then my mom just grabbed me and said I needed to stop acting like a child. I looked back at my old friends, and they were laughing. It sounded like the most evil sound ever, and I decided I'd never speak to them again. I had no idea what was coming, and that getting the implants would ruin my life and reveal all our family's dark and dirty secrets. On the way home, I thought I was going to have a panic attack. My mom put the radio on and I just sat there. I couldn't believe my ears. I was finally hearing music for the first time, and all I could do was think of my dad. Every time he'd take me out in the car, he'd turn the radio on and then his head would start bopping along and he'd do all these hilarious dance moves. To a deaf person, he looked insane. But now that I could hear the music, all I wanted was to be in the car with him, dancing like a nutcase too. We finally got home, and I needed to lie down. I got out of the car, and then I spotted Sweetie Pie waiting for me at the window. She's been my dog since I was a kid, and she's the sweetest little thing, hence the name. As we walked up to the house, something wasn't right. I ran back towards the car, feeling scared, and my mom said it was just Sweetie Pie barking. Oh my gosh, it sounded like a monster, like even worse than crying. My mom opened the door and Sweetie Pie came racing towards me, and I'm not joking, I freaked out. The first night at home was horrible. I looked forward to hearing for so long, but so far it had just been a disaster. I couldn't sleep because everything was so loud. And then late at night, I heard voices. They were coming from my mom's room, and I figured she was on the phone. I wanted to go tell her to be quiet, but when I tried to get into her room, her door was locked. I knocked, and suddenly I heard my mom say, "Shh." Then she poked her head out of the door and told me to go back to bed because she was on a work call. I didn't believe her for a second. Over the next few days, I felt more alone than ever before. My boyfriend came over to watch movies one night, and we always watched with the subtitles on. I know I should have kept the volume up to get used to hearing voices, but I couldn't stand it. It was giving me a migraine. Anyway, my mom came home in the middle of it and asked why I turned the sound off. Then she started shouting that she'd worked her butt off to afford these implants and that I was nothing but an ungrateful little girl. Then she stormed upstairs. I was so shocked. My mom was acting so different. And come to think of it, so was my boyfriend. He seemed quiet somehow, like something was wrong. He asked if we could talk, and I made a joke that only I could talk. After that, he got up and left, saying he was tired. I woke up the next day and decided I would pay my mom back. I didn't want to feel like she could use this against me, so I asked my boyfriend's sister if I could work in the diner with her. She said I could probably do some dishwashing, but she didn't want me serving customers in case I got overwhelmed. I mean, I couldn't argue with her there. At first, everything was going okay. I just had to collect the dirty dishes and wash them. It was simple, really. After a while, I needed to use the bathroom, so I headed out front to find the toilet. That's when I spotted him. It was my boyfriend. How sweet. He must have been waiting for me to finish my shift. I walked up to the glass and was about to surprise him, but realized he wouldn't hear me knock. Then a girl appeared and he gave her a big hug. Who was she? Suddenly they were walking off together. I quickly ran back to the kitchen to get my phone. Then I smelled burning. The next moment, there was this insane beeping sound, and people started running. I was running too, because I had to catch up to my boyfriend. I looked around the kitchen, and it was up in flames, but I didn't care. My heart was up in flames too, and that was more important to me. I could hear my boyfriend's sister screaming my name, but I just kept running. I caught up to my boyfriend, but it was too late. He was kissing this girl. I started screaming. It was the first time I'd heard such a crazy sound coming out of my own mouth. People were looking at me in shock, but the only person I wanted to notice me was completely ignoring me. Of course, he couldn't hear me, but I thought at least the girl would. I noticed a woman running towards me asking if I was okay, but I just screamed at her and she quickly backed off. I was clearly scaring people. I tapped my boyfriend on the shoulder and he looked so shocked to see me. The girl he was with was so pretty, and I could tell she was deaf too. She signed to him asking who this monster was, and I swear I almost lost it. My boyfriend started walking away, and I signed back to her saying the only monster around here was the guy she was kissing, who just so happened to be my boyfriend. She looked really upset, and I thought it served her right. What did she have that I didn't? I chased after my boyfriend, and he just said that I'd changed too much and felt like he couldn't relate to me anymore. He said he'd tried to tell me, but I hadn't given him a chance to explain, and that he'd met that girl online and thought it was better if he dated someone who was also deaf. I couldn't believe it! What had I gained from getting these implants? Nothing, except one disaster after another. The day just went even more downhill after that. I got fired on my first shift, and my boyfriend's sister was so mad at me because it made her look bad. Great, I'd upset everyone. I went home and buried my head under the pillow, trying to block out all the sounds. My life was over. I'd been dumped because I could hear. I mean, how ridiculous is that? I must have fallen asleep because I woke up later that afternoon to a car pulling up outside. I looked out my window and saw it was a man, but I'd never seen him before. He knocked on the door, but I didn't want to answer. I crept downstairs, and then I heard him speaking. He was on the phone, and he was speaking to my mom. I heard him saying he was the house and that he thought it was time he finally met me. What? Who was this man? I thought about opening the door, but by then he'd got back in his car and driven off. Finally, my mom came home, and she could tell straight away that I'd seen the man. She told me she could explain and that he was just a friend. Then she said my dad had left so long ago and that surely it was okay for her to date again. Okay, so he wasn't just a friend then. Had they been creeping around behind my back? I felt sick thinking about it. All I wanted was to see my dad. I missed him so much. I didn't want some other guy moving into our house. My mom asked if I could just give him a chance, saying I would really like him. Yeah, right. But what choice did I have? So that night, he came over for dinner. He acted like he knew everything about me. It was so weird. And then, when my mom was getting dessert, he said I was a lucky girl to have gotten these implants. I didn't like this guy one bit. My mom came back in and kept telling me to try practicing my speech, but I refused. At least if I used sign language, her boyfriend wouldn't know what I was saying. I signed to my mom that he was a loser. And then she screamed at me to go to my room. I couldn't wait to get out of there. As soon as I did, her boyfriend asked my mom if they could finally kiss now. And my mom told him to stop because now I could hear them. Ew! I sat on the stairs and wanted to text someone, but I realized I had no one. No one cared about me. I was about to go upstairs when I heard my mom's boyfriend start talking. I could see him through the crack in the door. What he said changed everything. I crept closer to the door so I could see and hear properly. He sounded annoyed and said, "Come on, you have to tell her we've been together for years. You can't hide this from her. And does she seriously believe you paid for her implants? Just tell her it was her dad. Maybe she could even go stay with him for a bit and we could get some alone time." I was stunned. My dad had paid for them, but my dad didn't even speak to me. He left to go live with some woman he'd met, at least that's what my mom had told me. But now I wasn't so sure. I waited for my mom to reply, but she was just quiet. For a second I thought my implants had stopped working, but then I heard a banging on my door. I opened the door and saw her boyfriend standing there, and then he said, "Nova, you have to know the truth. Me and your mom have been together for years. Your dad left when he found out about us, and he's been so desperate to get back into your life that he paid for your implants. There, that's the truth. Now excuse me, I need a smoke." I wanted this man to go away. Who did he think he was? But more than that, what was my mom playing at? She lied to me about everything. Here I was thinking she'd worked so hard to get me implants. But the whole time she'd been out on dates with her boyfriend, and it was my dad who'd been working hard. My mom told her boyfriend to go home, shouting that he'd ruined everything. Then she tried to apologize, but I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear anything. All that had happened to me since getting these implants was that my life had been turned upside down. Sure, I could hear music and the sound of rain and Sweetie Pie's bark, but now I'd heard my friends talking about me behind my back. I'd lost my boyfriend, and now worst of all, my mom was a liar and my dad was actually the good guy. All these years, I'd been made to believe that my dad had run off with another woman when it had actually been my mom. I told my mom to give me my dad's number. All I wanted was to hear his voice. She'd done enough damage so she couldn't fight with me on this. She gave me his number and I called him. I was completely shaking. When he answered, I just started crying. And then he was crying and saying, "Nova, is that you? Oh, Nova, I miss you so much." I tried to speak, but nothing came out. My dad just kept crying, saying, "My baby can hear." It is so good to have my dad back in my life. As for my mom, things are still a bit weird between us, but we'll figure it out. I guess I am glad I finally got to hear, otherwise I might never have found out any of these secrets. But seriously, the world is loud. It's gonna take time to get used to it all, and as for speaking, well, one word at a time for now.
Tiptoed into the lounge. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard a voice. "You're gonna be in so much trouble." It was my annoying older sister Natalia sitting in a corner and recording a makeup tutorial. "Listen, you can't tell Aunt I came so late. She'll make me do the dishes and laundry for a month. I might keep your secret if you do my math homework for the rest of the school year." Just then, my eyes fell on the mound of honey cakes on the table and my stomach growled. "Don't even think about touching these. Aunt wants to sell them at the farmer's market." We came to live with our miserable Aunt Ursula after our parents passed away in an accident a few years ago, and she treated us like we were her servants. I was really hungry, so I just grabbed one and popped the whole thing into my mouth. Just then, my aunt suddenly showed up and yelled, "That's it! I'm sick of breaking my back looking after you girls. I'm sending you off to foster care." We looked at her in horror. Going to foster care meant we'd be sent off to different families. As Aunt stormed off and we heard her making a call, I got a flying shoe on my head. Ow! Oh, I forgot to tell you about my third sister, Tanya. The sleepyhead had been snoring in front of the fireplace, but she was wide awake now and glaring at me. "This is all your fault, Marina. Go tell her you're sorry. I'm not living away from you guys." Natalia and I ran to hug her, and I promised I'd make everything okay. Just then, we heard loud knocking on the door. Aunt came waddling out to open it, and she let out a loud gasp. Standing in the doorway was a huge man with a beard. His voice boomed in the small room. "Did you really think you could send them off and keep taking the money I give you for their care and I wouldn't even know? Girls, pack your things. You're coming with me." "Hi, my name is Marina, and I'm from Russia." My life turned around when Mom's eccentric brother, who I never even knew existed, took away me and my sisters to live in his old mansion. But it gets even crazier from here. Before I continue, click like and subscribe. The next few weeks living with Uncle Ivan was like a dream. He got all three of us into the best school in town right away. A few days later at dinner, while Natalia and I were busy arguing over something, Tanya suddenly said, Guys, is Uncle Ivan okay?" We looked at him and saw that he sat slumped in his chair. "Oh, no, no, no." Natalia poked him, but there was no response. I bent down to check his pupils, and just then he yelled, "Do svidaniya!" We all screamed and nearly fell back in shock. He glared at us. "Can't a man take a nap in his own house?" Uncle Ivan startled us again by suddenly banging his goblet on the table. "I've just decided something. I want to give you $1 million. For a few seconds, we stared at him with our mouths open, and then we started hugging each other in delight. "To one of you." We froze in our spots. "Wait, what?" "Well, if it's only one of us, of course it should be me. I'm the oldest, and I'm running a business already. You know, my beauty blog."
Your business is just Dumbos watching another Dumbo putting on makeup. I'm going to be a big shot singer one day, so I'll need that money for my album. Guys, come on, $1 million is a lot of money. We can share it. But the other two weren't even listening to me. "How dare you call me a Dumbo, you little bug? I'm 11 and I can kick your butt." And before I knew it, they were attacking one another while I was trying to break it up. Uncle got up and looked at us with sad eyes.
"I will make my decision in 3 days."
And with that, he walked off. The next morning, when I peeked into Natalia and Tanya's rooms and didn't find them there, I knew exactly where they'd be. And sure enough, I found them standing outside Uncle's bedroom with breakfast trays loaded with his favorite foods. Seriously, guys, we're family. I swear if I find the money, I'll happily split it with you two.
Well, I wouldn't do that for you.
Yeah, me neither. It's gonna be all mine. And with that, Tanya knocked on the door loudly, but there was no reply. We opened the door, and to our surprise, the bed was perfectly made and the room was empty. Just then, I caught sight of a note on his pillow and ran forward to pick it up. A fat lady with no eyebrows sitting in a frame, smiling strangely at the world. Everyone knows her name. P.S. I had to go somewhere.
What on earth is he talking about?
The woman he's describing sounds like Aunt Ursula. I'm not going back to her, not even for $1 million.
Later that night when I was in bed, I was still thinking about the strange poem when I suddenly sat up straight. Of course that's what Uncle meant. I quickly put on my nightgown and rushed downstairs. I crept quietly into Uncle's study and switched on my phone's flashlight. I knew I'd seen it here, the Mona Lisa hanging on the wall. I stared at the painting for a while, wondering what I was supposed to do now. Then I took it off the wall and flipped it over. I gasped. Taped to one corner was a small bronze key. I couldn't wait to tell the others. And then suddenly, I felt a hand around my ankle. I jumped back in fright and fell on the floor, and then someone popped up from behind the couch. Oh, hi, Marina. I thought it was Natalia bringing me food. Oh my God, how could it possibly be? It was Petrov, the hockey team captain at my old school and my biggest crush. What on earth are you doing here? Just then, the door burst open and she walked in with a tray of snacks. She looked shocked to see me, then quickly smiled. Oh, I see you've met my boyfriend. We were really missing each other, so he decided to pay me a visit. I couldn't believe my own sister would do this to me. She knew how much I liked him, and she'd been dating him behind my back. Just then, Tanya came running in, saying she'd heard my screams. She didn't even look surprised to see Petrov. You knew he was here too? Yeah, I saw Natalia sneaking him in a few nights ago. Petrov, it's really uncool to eat someone's chocolates without asking, man. Petrov stared at her like she was crazy. What are you talking about? I didn't eat your stuff. Well, one of you is lying then because they were in the fridge this morning. Who ate them, ghosts? Just then, the study door behind us slammed shut and we all turned around startled. And then we heard a key turn in the lock. I ran towards the door and pulled the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Who could possibly have locked us inside? Petrov started banging on the door and screaming like a maniac. Help! This house is haunted! I don't want to die here! Jeez, Petrov, you're gonna wake up all the ghosts. He looked even more horrified, and Natalia kicked Tanya before taking him aside and calming him down. Just seeing the two of them sitting so close made my blood boil. And now we were just stuck here and would have to wait for Uncle to let us out. As we all sat there sulking quietly, Natalia suggested that we could play a game to pass the time. Oh, I have a great game in mind. It's called Reflection. I picked the antique mirror from Uncle's desk and shoved it in her face. Mirror, mirror in my hands, who's the worst sister in all the lands? OMG, loser, get over it. Petrov looked really confused and asked what was going on. Natalia just said, oh, nothing. And then she grabbed him by the collar and started kissing him in front of me. Oh, my eyes, my eyes! Tanya ran off to the other end of the room and refused to come back. She snuggled into a big armchair, and after a few minutes we could hear her loud snoring. Natalia opened a packet of crisps for herself and Petrov and glared at me. Don't even think about it. Also, why were you snooping around at night? As if I'd tell you. When Petrov asked us what we were fighting about, Natalia spilled out everything about how Uncle was leaving one of us $1 million. If you're keeping any secrets from me, Marina, I'll find out. Come on, babe, I'm so tired. And with that, she took Petrov's hands and they both snuggled onto the couch. I put my fingers in my ears to stop hearing their kissing and giggling sounds. This was just the worst night ever. Finally, after ages, it seemed like they'd fallen asleep. I was still wide awake and my stomach rumbled loudly. A few minutes later, someone shook me by the shoulder. I turned around to see it was Petrov, and he'd brought me some food. We stayed up for hours talking, and I was having the best time. You know something, Marina? I think you're the smartest, and you'll win the money. His face was really close to mine, and he was leaning in to kiss me. Just then, we heard Natalia stir, and he quickly ran off to her. A little while later, I crawled over to the Mona Lisa painting on the floor and found a key on the back. I clutched it tight and fell asleep. I woke up the next morning, and to my shock, the door was unlocked and wide open. I woke the others up, and everyone was so excited we were free. Just as I was walking out, I heard Natalia say, "Hey, why is this painting on the floor?" "Oh, I saw Marina take it off last night. There was something behind it." And before I knew it, Natalia had jumped across the room and pinned me to the ground. "Tell me what you found, you witch!" I tried to push her off me, but she was crazy strong. As we wrestled on the floor, the key slipped out of my hands and Tanya ran to pick it up. "Both of you, shut up!" As we sat panting and staring daggers at one another, Tanya said that there was something written on the key. Together in Paris. We had no idea what that was about and decided we'd come back from school and figure it out together. I went to Uncle's room and slipped the key into a drawer. During the first recess, I snuck out of the school and went back home as fast as I could. I crept into Uncle's room and headed straight for the drawer, to find it empty. What? Just then, I saw the curtain move a little. I crept up to it slowly and pulled it back to see Petrov behind it. What are you doing here? And where's my key? I saw you with it, and I just wanted to help solve the mystery for you. You're so smart. I really wanted you to think I'm smart too. He suddenly took my hand and pulled me close. I like you, Marina, a lot. Let's figure this thing out and get out of here with $1 million. We could go anywhere, just you and me. Just as he was about to pull me in for a kiss, I pushed him away. Seriously? You were just making out with my sister this morning. You're such a cheater, and I'm no idiot. Give me the key, Petrov, now! Suddenly, Petrov pushed me aside and made a dash towards the door. He bumped into a small table and knocked everything over. I jumped towards him and managed to tackle him to the ground. The small key flew out of his hand and went skidding across the floor and landed at Natalia's feet. She looked livid. Oh, so you were going to just take my money and run off with my sister? He crawled up to her on his knees. Don't be silly, babe. I didn't mean a word of that. I was just doing this for the two of us. You mean the three of us? Tanya and I stared at her in shock, except Petrov, who just looked stupidly confused. It's not some riddle, idiot. I'm pregnant and you're going to be a daddy. He stared up at her in horror for a second, then ran out of the room screaming. We heard the huge main door slam shut. I ran to Natalia and hugged her. I had no idea. Petrov's such a jerk. But don't worry, we will be really good aunts, and She pushed me off. Ew, I'm not dumb enough to get pregnant. That was just to get rid of him. Just then, Tanya, who was picking up the things Petrov had knocked over, suddenly screamed, "Look, girls, look what this says!" She was holding a beautiful little music box in her hands, and there was a small carving on the lid, "Together in Paris." I placed the box on the table and we all gathered around as I turned the key. The lid slowly opened and we gasped in delight as we saw two figurines dancing to the tinkly music. There was a tiny compartment underneath and a small note tucked away, 271287. For a moment we just stared at the paper when Natalia suddenly gasped. These numbers! This is Mom's birthday! She was right. But what could Uncle possibly mean by this? I have no idea, girls, but Uncle said we only had 3 days, so we have to put our heads together and figure it out soon. Later that night, as I tossed around in bed, I suddenly heard a loud thump from downstairs. I froze for a minute, then quickly crept out of bed and tiptoed down with a baseball bat. I couldn't see anyone around, and just as I was about to turn away, something on the floor caught my eye. Muddy shoe prints. We definitely had an intruder in the house. I followed the shoe prints down the corridors that led to the eastern wing of the house. I'd never been here before. Suddenly they faded away, and I looked up to see a door at the end of the hall. Holding my breath, I slowly opened it. There was no one inside, but it was the oddest room I'd ever seen. It seemed like a museum of forgotten things, and there were hundreds of clocks on the walls of all shapes and sizes, ticking away and all telling the wrong time. And in one corner was a shiny bronze safe. The minute I saw it, I had a light bulb moment. Of course that's what the numbers were. The combination to a safe. With trembling hands, I entered the numbers and heard a small click. I opened it and squealed when I saw what was inside. Stacks of money. It definitely looked like $1 million. Were you going to keep this for yourself? I turned around to see Natalia and Tanya standing behind me. Of course not. How could you even think that? Come, let's split it right now. There's plenty for us all. Just then, the door burst open and we turned around to see Uncle Ivan beaming in the doorway. Uncle, you're back! I was here all along. Who do you think locked you up when you girls were being so noisy? I just wanted to see how you would play my game. Marina, you really know what family is all about. Good girl. You get to keep all the money. The other two looked horrified. I turned to Uncle and smiled. Thank you, Uncle, but I couldn't. It'll make me happier to share it with my sisters. I knew you wouldn't. Now only time will tell if your sisters deserve their share. Yes, we deserve it. We'll prove it. We'll be so good to each other. I laughed and put my arms through theirs. Let's divide it and go shopping tomorrow, shall we?
Hi, I'm Lena from Poland. I grew up in a family of models. My mom and my 3 sisters were always spending time wearing makeup, but that made me nothing close to being a girly girl. They used to call me tomboy because I cared about cars and mechanics more than stupid makeup. But that's because my dad's a mechanic and I didn't care about their stupid opinions.
One day when I was 5, on Christmas, my parents brought us some gifts. When it was my turn to open mine, it was a boy's underwear.
Ew, Mommy, what is this?
She and my sisters laughed like maniacs, and Mom said, "Oh, aren't you happy about it? It's boys' clothes since you're a boy, you know." I found tears flooding down my face, and I said, But Mommy, I'm a girl." I wish. Just then, my dad held my hand and gave me another present. "Don't cry, sweetie. Take this." I opened up the box and felt thrilled. It was a toy car and a mechanic's toolkit.
Oh, Daddy, you're the best. But does this make me a boy?
No, of course not. You're you. Don't be embarrassed to be yourself. And my sisters laughed even harder.
Yeah, that suits you better, tomboy.
I looked at my dad to say something, but he simply patted my head and smiled. Well, the truth is my mom and sisters thought they were models, but they only worked as waitresses and kept applying for modeling jobs for as long as I could remember. Mom believed that people were coming to the cafe only to see her and her daughters. One day, when I was in the 4th grade, Mom barged into my room screaming because her skirt that she used to wear 10 years ago was too tight. We're such beautiful ladies. I was prettier and more attractive, but getting pregnant with you ruined my body. I don't know why I wanted a kid after an 8-year gap. Maybe because I wanted a boy. Well, God listened and here you are. Mom, I have no idea what you're talking about because, honestly, you're not even that pretty yourself. Mom got red in the face and yelled, "Go to your room, and I hope you never come out." Is that meant to be a punishment? Because I enjoy my time there. And just like that, from that day, I started to spend my time in my room learning about mechanics, reading books about it, or helping Dad around the garage. But there was one major perk of living with 3 mean sisters who cared about fashion and makeup. I met a lot of cute guys coming and leaving our house because my sisters dated half of the guys in town. And to be honest, I started to wonder how it would feel to kiss a boy. So when I was in the 7th grade and my aunt visited us with her son, I took him aside to show him my mechanic toys. Then I cornered him and blocked his way. "Kiss me if you want me to let you go." My cousin started yelling until his mom and mine came running to us. He said, "Ew, I don't kiss boys." But instead of being angry, Mom looked pleased. "Oh, Lena, I never thought you'd like boys. I thought you were into girls. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you just made me so proud. Not all is lost." Ugh, like I cared to make her proud. I just wanted a kiss, and I was determined to get one. So I turned to my only other option, school. At school, I had the same reputation at home, but there, at least, I could kick anyone's butt if they tried to mess with me. Anyone except Monica, the school queen. Once when I was in the 10th grade, she came to me and said, "Hey, Robin, I told you 1,000 times, my name isn't Robin. And who even is Robin anyway?" "Oh, he was a boy who attended the same kindergarten as me. He used to pee his pants, and you remind me of him. You're both ugly and have a crush on me. I'm telling you for the last time, I'm not into girls. Now out of my way." Then she pushed me aside and walked away. What a total nut job. That idiot thought I had a crush on her. Well, the person I really had a crush on was her boyfriend, James. But she didn't know something I did. James was cheating on her, like, at least with a different girl every week. Once, he came to my dad's garage with one girl, and the following week he came with a different one. But I didn't care. I still liked him. So one day, I figured out a plan. When he came to my dad's garage again, I offered to help him. The girl with him didn't mind me talking to him and touching his shoulder because she already thought I was a lesbian. I took his number and said I would call him when the car was ready. I was fully prepared to have James fall for me, but that night, everything changed. When Dad and I got home, we found no one. My mom and sisters were gone, leaving a note saying, "We thought it was the right time for us to leave and pursue our careers. Staying with both of you is just keeping us stuck and losers. So goodbye." Honestly, I felt good and thought Dad would feel the same, but when I looked at him, he was crying. Then he collapsed and started sobbing. "I knew I wasn't good enough for your mom. No matter how hard I tried, she would always look down on me." I hugged him and said, "No, Dad, you're amazing. My mom is stupid, and so are my sisters. We're going to be just fine, the two of us." But nothing was after that day. Dad went through a severe depression and stopped going to the garage. He never wanted to work there because it reminded him of Mom. I sometimes had to work instead of him to provide for us. So at school, I got so busy working and fixing other kids' cars that I forgot all about James and my crush on him. Until one day, he and his jerk girlfriend came to me. "Hey, Robin, me and James have been arguing since this morning whether this shirt is too revealing and attractive." James, the little cutie, is so jealous because a lot of guys were staring. But I keep telling him that I'm wearing too many clothes here. It's not my problem the guys are crazy about me. So, since you have a crush on me, I thought you can give an honest answer here. Do you think this is too attractive? I looked at her. Why did she even exist? She had gotten me on one of my worst days. So I said, "I think it's not attractive enough for your boyfriend because he's cheating on you with half of the girls in school, and they are wearing way less clothes than you." Monica looked at me with her mouth open and said, "Ugh, I didn't know you were this helpless. Trying to make me break up with my lovely James so you can have me? That's so lame." I would have punched her face, but then behind her back, I saw the new janitor, and I almost passed out. It was my dad. He smiled shyly at me, and before I could warn him, he introduced himself to Monica as my dad. She grinned at me, and without replying to him, walked away. I couldn't help but groan. To be honest, I wasn't ashamed of my dad or anything, but having him as my school's janitor added more misery to my life, and that witch didn't leave me alone. One day during a class, I dozed off because I was super tired. Apparently, I was talking in my sleep, and I said a few words, and according to Monica, I was mentioning her name. God, this girl. She came to me and pushed my chair away. I fell on the ground and woke up terrified. "Can you stop being so obsessed with me? It's freaking me out." I was boiling with anger. I just snapped, and for the first time, I pushed her away. She pushed me back and said, "No one touches Monica like this, especially poor people like you, the daughter of a janitor." I slapped her and was about to attack her, but the teacher came in and stopped me. "Calm down. Are you a monster?" "What? She attacked me first." "Do you really expect me to believe that? Look at her. She's too gentle to hurt a fly. And look at you. I'm what? Plus, you were sleeping in my class." "Yeah, because you're the most boring teacher in the world. And you're the rudest girl in my class." "Nuh-uh. Monica is, and you know that, but you're all afraid of her. But not me. Not anymore. I'm not an idiot coward like you." "What did you just say?" "You heard me. To the principal's office. Right now." I walked out of the room without a backward glance. When I got there, the blonde, rude secretary followed me and pulled me back. "Hey, what do you want now?" I half expected her to yell something, but she said ever so sweetly, Can I please talk to you, kiddo?" I narrowed my eyes. "Why?" So your dad, he's hot." "Ew, he's Dad." Yeah, but he is. And since you're my favorite student in this school." "I am your favorite student? Since when?" "Don't be silly. Since, forever. Just listen. Let's get to the point. I don't know why you're here, but if you can get me a chance with your dad, I promise you won't face any problems with anyone here, especially Monica. You can forget she even existed." Well, honestly, that did sound like a good deal. Dad needed a new woman in his life, and I could take my revenge. Deal. And she let me go. And I didn't go to the principal's office that day or any other day in my life. Dad agreed to start dating the secretary after I begged him for the entire week. To my delight, though, he was genuinely happy with her. I couldn't be happier for him. One day, I got to school late. And when I entered the class, the teacher glared at me and told me to go to the principal's office. Then Monica said, "Oh no, please let her stay. She's been busy all night working in her dad's garage to help her poor, useless janitor dad." I swear I was going to attack her, but the teacher probably read my mind and dragged me out of the classroom. When I got to the secretary room, she wasn't there. I supposed she was with Dad. I looked at her computer and it was the grade sheet, and I saw Monica's name. So I changed her grades from A's to D's and F's, and also James, and left. They threw the worst tantrums after their grades were posted, but the secretary stood firm, and before long, everyone in the school knew about my power. Of course, some students tried to tell the principal, but since he liked and trusted his rude suck-up secretary, he didn't do anything. And she didn't have an idea I was behind all of this, and I really felt like the godfather. Suddenly, boys were into me and wanted to hang out with me, and honestly, I enjoyed the attention and hung out with a couple of boys. But my eyes were only on one boy, James. I mean, the heart wants what it wants. So one day, while he and Monica were having lunch together, I went to him and said, "Hey, you gotta date me or kiss your dream college goodbye." He looked at me and pushed Monica away. "Of course, babe. Come sit next to me." Monica looked furious, but she knew her time as the school queen was over. She never faced me again. Dating James was nice at first, but soon enough, I found out he was a jerk. And I even felt sorry for Monica that she had to deal with him. He was embarrassed to be seen with me, and I was certain he was cheating on me. Once, he sent me a message by mistake that said, "Hey, babe. Want to go out tonight? That disgusting tomboy is busy in her dad's garage tonight." I cried when I read it. Next day, James came to hug me and I pushed him away. "Don't touch me, you cheater." Instead of apologizing like a decent person, he rolled his eyes at me and said, "Oh, but you knew that a long time ago and still wanted me because you're a helpless, ugly loser." Suddenly, I lost it. I had done so much for him and he was being such a pig. I slapped him hard. "Whether you slap me or not, you're still the janitor's daughter. Nothing more." Before I could reply, I heard a voice behind me. It was my dad. "Don't you dare talk to my daughter like that, you little mutt." "Dad, don't worry about him. He's a jerk." Then my dad put his arm on my shoulder and said, "I'm sorry I'm embarrassing you, Lena." "No, Dad, you're not. I'm so proud of you. Don't mind these empty-headed ignorants. They know nothing about hard work, about dignity, about being yourself without feeling embarrassed. Dad, we aren't like them. We are free." Dad looked at me with teary eyes and smiled. "Come here, sweetie. Give your old man a hug." We hugged. That night, I had the loveliest dinner with my dad and his girlfriend and felt like the luckiest girl in the world. I couldn't wait for tomorrow to become a better person and to love myself more. Before I tell you my name, let me tell you the story behind it. I was born in the Shoshone tribe. My father was the chief. The day I was born, a big eagle flew by near my mom. She had thought the eagle would hurt her, but it didn't. The people of the tribe saw it as an omen of me being special and gave me a name that meant bird woman. But in my tribe, I was called Sacagawea. Since I was born a little before I was meant to, the entire tribe was pretty disappointed seeing how small and fragile I was. "Your child, she is destined to reach great heights, go places, be invincible." "You really think so?" "But she is small and weak." "Don't underestimate her, for when she is older, she will move mountains." Well, she was right. I don't know about moving mountains, but as I grew up, I wasn't weak and fragile anymore. Actually, I was kind of a wild child. I would spend hours playing in the forest, riding horses, and just exploring the outdoors. I was fearless and brave, and I knew one day I'd make my tribe proud of me. But there was one tiny problem. I was afraid of heights. All my friends would be climbing trees and rocks, and it would always scare me. I didn't really mind. I knew I could do so many other things. But a girl, Red Feather, who was from another tribe, always made it a point to tease me about it. I knew why. It was because she had a big fat crush on my best friend Miko and hated that he cared so much for me.
What kind of bird woman are you if you can't even climb a tree? Look, Miko, I can climb so high.
So what? Sacagawea can ride a horse, backwards. She can catch a fish with just her hands, and she's not a show-off like you, Red Feather.
Ugh, what do you even see in her? He just told you. Strength, ability, class. Now shoo off before I whoop your butt. You wouldn't dare.
Oh, but I dared. In seconds, Red Feather and I were tangled like two wrestlers, but I instantly let her go when I saw my dad coming. He had told me so many times not to argue with Red Feather. Her tribe was always looking to get into a fight with ours. Once I was home, I got the lecture of a lifetime. And even though I tried to tell Dad how that witch had started it, he just wouldn't listen. Frustrated, I left the tent and sat near the river. Angry at Dad? No, not at all.
I'm angry at myself for not being brave enough to climb a tree. If I could, I would have proved, hey, you don't need to prove anything to anyone. Got it? And who said you aren't brave? My love, you are the bravest girl I know. You can definitely do anything you set your mind to. Here, it's time for you to have this. Mom, why are you giving this to me? It's the most precious thing you have. No, you are my most precious thing. Saying that, she hugged me tight. After that day, I tried to steer clear of Redfeather. The girl was nothing but trouble. But one day, as Miko and I were hanging out near the big waterfall, the witch came and yanked my necklace. Give it back, now. Redfeather, I swear I'll... But before I could even finish my sentence, the witch gave me a smirk and dropped Mom's necklace down into the waterfall. I felt my blood run cold, and even though I was scared of heights, I did the unthinkable. I jumped. I felt like I was flying, and in the water, I managed to reach the necklace. When I got back up, Redfeather, Miko, and everyone else were in awe. Redfeather's dad came and made her apologize to me. From that day forward, I was known as the brave bird woman who could do anything. I had made my mark, and I was so proud of myself. A few years later, my dad announced Miko and my wedding, and I couldn't be happier. Our wedding was going to be the biggest event in the tribe, and everyone was preparing for it. Even Redfeather, who had been surprisingly friendly since the necklace incident, was helping out with the decorations. One night, Redfeather asked me to meet her by the waterfall. I was a little hesitant, but I thought maybe she wanted to apologize for her past behavior. I was wrong. As I approached the waterfall, I saw several men standing in the shadows. Redfeather stepped out of the darkness and smiled at me. What's happening? Who are these people? I can't let you marry Miko. Take her away. Before I could say anything else, the men dragged me away and everything went dark. When I finally opened my eyes, I was in a carriage. Where am I? Where are you taking me? I am the daughter of the Shoshone chief. When my dad finds out about you, he'll have you punished.
And who's gonna tell him, princess? You are far away from home. You'll never get back home.
Hearing his words made my heart sink, and I clutched onto Mom's necklace. It was the only thing I had from home. We had been on the road for 7 days when one night I heard noises. There were so many people fighting. The caravan was being attacked. I was so scared. I had no idea what was happening. But then I heard a voice that spoke in a different language. It was a Frenchman. He and his soldiers had attacked the caravan and freed me. They kept talking, but I didn't understand a word. And when I spoke, they didn't understand my language either. But even with the language barrier, I knew they meant well. I didn't know how to get back home. So one of the soldiers found a nice family who adopted me and taught me their language. I was so thankful to them and all the help they gave me. Years passed and I missed home terribly. Unfortunately, we had traveled too far in an unknown direction, so I didn't know my way back. When I turned 18, I got married to a Frenchman, and just when I had my son, my husband left me. I was disappointed. As a little girl, I had thought I would go places, have a life filled with adventure, make my tribe proud. But everything had gone so wrong. But things changed when one day, 2 men, Lewis and Clark, came to my town. They had heard about me and wanted to know if I could help them find a new route to the Pacific Ocean.
Sacagawea, we heard you used to be from the Shoshone tribe. We need your help to find a new route to the Pacific Ocean.
I'm not sure I can help you. I've been away from my home for many years.
You don't need to worry. We have maps and guides to help you. We just need your help to navigate the terrain and communicate with the locals.
That sounds like a lot of work. Why should I take up the offer?
Because we're headed west. This might be your chance to get home.
What? All right, I'll do it. I was so excited to be joining the expedition in April of 1805 with my newborn son tied to my back on a sling, ready to set off on the adventure of a lifetime. As we made our way along the river, I helped out in any way I could. I showed the men how to find edible roots and plants, and how to identify which ones were not safe to eat. Everyone was amazed at how much I knew, and some even joked about me being the team's official hunter. It was everything my mom had taught me. We had been traveling for months, and Lewis and Clark were always friendly to me. I realized how important the mission was for them. One day, as we were crossing a river, our boat capsized.
Oh my God! Our documents and supplies! All our hard work will be gone!
Quickly, I jumped into action and was able to save most of the supplies and important documents.
Sacagawea, that was amazing. Oh, thank you so much for saving these. I owe you for life.
It's no big deal. I'm here to help, aren't I?
That you are. But your bravery needs a reward.
I had thought they'd give me some coins as a reward, but when they named the river after me, I was speechless. Wow, I am so honored.
Just promise us you're gonna stick around with us till the end, because I know for sure we can't finish this journey without you.
I promise, I will. Our journey continued for months, and when it was summer, we stepped into a land that was familiar. I ran into the forest, and when I saw the waterfall at the end, I felt like my heart stopped. I was home. It was the land of the Shoshones. I was ecstatic. When I walked into the chief's teepee with Lewis and Clark, I was stunned to see the new chief. It was Miko.
Sacagawea, is it really you?
Yes, it's me.
But how is this possible? We thought you were lost forever.
I was taken away by some men and adopted by a nice family. Miko was filled with joy, and tears of happiness rolled down his face. He then asked Lewis and Clark to give us some alone time. He called my mom and dad, and the moment they saw me, they hugged me tight.
Sacagawea, I can't believe my eyes. I am so happy to see you here.
Me too. I missed my family and my tribe so much. We never knew what happened to you. We searched for you for months and months. It was then the hatred I had for Redfeather came back, and I told Miko, Mom, and Dad everything. Miko had his guards bring in Redfeather from her tribe along with her father. The moment Redfeather saw me, her face went pale and she fell on her knees in front of me. You witch! I knew you were jealous of me, but how could you stoop so low? Sacagawea, I am so sorry for all the wrong I have done to you. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I wanted to tell her no, and how could she even ask for me to forgive her? But just then, Miko declared that Redfeather would be kicked out of her tribe, or else the peace pact between our tribe and hers would be broken. To my surprise, Redfeather's father didn't hesitate a bit and agreed.
I apologize for what my daughter did to you. I'm ashamed of her.
It was her doing. You don't have to apologize for her. Once Redfeather left, Miko and my parents asked me to stay in the tribe, but I just couldn't. I had made a promise to Lewis and Clark. While my parents agreed to let me go, Miko was making it hard.
You just came back. You can't leave now. Please, Sacagawea, stay.
I will, Miko. I give you my word. Once the journey is finished, I'll come back here, to the tribe, to you. Reluctantly, Miko let me go, and I accompanied Lewis and Clark on the rest of their journey. We continued on our travels, but one day, something horrible happened. As we were passing through a thick forest, an arrow hit a tree just inches from Lewis. I was so scared and desperately wanted to help my group. I quickly grabbed my bow and arrow and ran towards the attackers. I was determined to protect Lewis and Clark, and I started shooting arrows at the attackers. One of the attackers stopped, and seeing a native woman protecting the European men, he called off the attack.
You are with them?
Yes, I am. They come in peace. Please, let us pass.
Everything has a price. Give us something. Perhaps the necklace around your neck.
Will you let us pass if I give it to you?
Yes.
With a heavy heart, I took off my mom's necklace and handed it to the man, and the attackers left, and I ran to Lewis and Clark. I was so relieved that no one got seriously hurt.
Sacagawea, why did you give your necklace? I know what it means to you. It was precious to you.
For me, my friends are more precious. Your safety means everything to me. I just did what I had to do.
No, you did more than that. You saved us all.
I felt so proud of myself. Finally, I had done something that my parents and the tribe could be proud of. We continued our journey and finally made it. After months of traveling, here I was, standing by the Pacific Ocean. I felt like I was in a dream. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore, the smell of the salt in the air, and the feeling of sand between my toes. It was breathtaking. I couldn't believe I was here. I had been on this journey for so long, and now I was standing at the edge of the world. I realized in that moment how much I had grown. I had gone from a scared little girl who was afraid of heights to a brave and fearless woman who had gone on an amazing journey. We stayed for a month, and when it was time to return, Lewis and Clark asked me to come with them on another expedition. I really wanted to because I loved adventure, but I had other plans. When I returned home, the first thing I asked was where Miko was, and my parents told me that every morning he sat by the waterfall. So I snuck up to him and hugged him, and we both ended up in the water.
Oh my God. You came.
I promised, remember? Saying that, I kissed him, and it felt so right, like I was finally where I belong, finally home. Today, there are more statues in the United States dedicated to me than any other American woman. I'm remembered now as a hero and as a symbol of courage, strength, and peace for safely guiding the expedition to the Pacific Ocean. My story continues to inspire and remind people that no matter who you are or where you come from, you can always make a difference.
Hi everyone, my name is Danielle, and I'm not your typical teenager. I've always been different. Instead of playing dress up with the girls, I preferred playing football with the neighborhood boys when I was a little girl. And now that I'm 15, I always play video games with the boys instead of going to the mall with my mom. I also sing a little, and it is my dream to become a professional singer one day. But before I get into that, please like and subscribe. I guess it's no surprise that I've barely got any girlfriends. My best friend's name is Chase, and he lives down the road from my house. Chase and I go to the same school, but since he's 2 grades above me, we only hang out after school. With his dark hair and light eyes, he's one of the hottest and most popular boys at Pineville High. I've had a crush on him for years now, but I know he'll never like me that way. Not when he could have any girl he wanted. No one knows we're friends, and I'd like to keep it that way. At least then his female admirers will not find a reason to attack me in the hallways. At any rate, I am already pretty unpopular in school. Ever since I accidentally spilled juice on Michelle James's prom dress, the entire cheerleading squad has had it out for me. Well, I didn't trip on purpose. I've just always been a bit clumsy. This year was going to be different, though. This year, I planned to change. Now that I'm a freshman, I think it's time I got a boyfriend. Believe it or not, I've never even had my first kiss. So I straightened my auburn hair until it was long and shiny and picked out a super cute back-to-school outfit. I even applied makeup. In fact, with my pink lips and long eyelashes, not to mention my super cute miniskirt, I looked unrecognizable. Well, that was the plan. The first person who saw me was Chase, as he was picking me up from school. But his reaction was not what I expected. Whoa, what are you up to? Nothing. Is it obvious that I was a bit nervous? Chase gave me an angry look that had me squirming, then looked ahead and continued driving. He refused to say one more word to me during the entire journey. But apart from the disappointment with Chase, the rest of the day was perfect. Nearly every girl wanted to know where I bought my yellow crop top and blue miniskirt, and nearly every boy wanted my number. Yes, even the ones who were already in relationships. And by the end of the day, I had a date with Hugh Lautner. He was a quarterback on the soccer team and super cute. He promised to pick me up from school tomorrow, even though he lived an hour away in a much posher part of town. I told Chase this on our ride back from school. I could tell that he was struggling to say something. Do you really like him? I don't know. I could if I tried, I guess. I just really want to become cool now. I've been an awkward klutz for too long. And what if I told you that you're perfect the way you are? You know that's not true, Chase. Because if that's the case, why am I invisible to you in school? Chase was silent. He did not even say goodbye when he dropped me off. That evening, Hugh and I went out for pizza. You're different from the girls I know. They always order a salad and say they're dieting or something. It's so much more fun to go out with a girl who eats. Soon, Hugh started dropping me off and picking me up from school. Unlike Chase, he never pretended not to know me in school. Apart from the awkward glances, Chase and I stopped being friends. I'm not going to lie, I missed his friendship. I missed playing video games with him and chatting with him until we fell asleep. But maybe I had never meant anything to him because he let our friendship end so easily. It hurt, but I kept my feelings to myself. Soon, Hugh asked me to prom. Of course I said yes. I spent a long time getting ready and spent all my money on a beautiful silver gown. Everyone oohed and ahed when we made our entrance as a couple. But even though I was with Hugh, I kept looking around for a glimpse of Chase. I wanted him to see me all dressed up. My heart sank when I could not see him anywhere. Finally, it was time to announce the prom king and queen. It was no surprise that Hugh won prom king. His queen, though, was head cheerleader Michelle. Michelle gave me a smug look before she grabbed Hugh for the official dance. Soon, she started getting close to him. I thought he would stop her, but he seemed to enjoy it. Then suddenly, she kissed him, and he started kissing her back. Shocked, I ran out of the hall and continued running. By the time I reached home, my beautiful dress was torn at the bottom and my cheeks were stained with tears. Suddenly, a familiar figure stopped in my path. Chase. He was wearing a tight-fitted jacket and looked, so handsome. What happened? I told him everything, and he took me into his arms. Let me go beat him up. No! Will you please stay with me, though? I missed you. But you chose him. What? What do you mean? You threw away our friendship. You completely changed yourself just to be with him. I liked you just as you were, in your pajamas, with your love for video games. But I liked you too. I was invisible to you only in school, so I had no hope. I'm sorry about that. I guess I didn't know my own feelings till I saw you gush over someone else. It's why I couldn't stand seeing you with Hugh. Suddenly, he took my hand. The question is, do you still like me? Yes. So will you go on a date with me? Of course I will. Wear your pajamas and meet me for video games then. Soon, Chase and I started dating officially. This was when I found out how romantic he really is. He was the best boyfriend ever. He would open the door for me and hold my hand wherever we went. And he had a sense of humor too. If any girl asked for his number, he would give her mine as a joke. A year passed, and soon he was going to go off to study at Yale in the fall, and I was really going to miss him. You'll forget me. Never. You'll get busy with studies and stuff then. Maybe, but I'll still come back for you. Or you can come study with me. Like that was going to happen. I was not as bright as Chase. Besides, I wanted to pursue music as a career. I had started recording videos of myself singing, but was too shy to show them to anyone. Soon after Chase left, I began devoting more time to my music. I started singing at school, but only when the classrooms were empty, and recording videos of myself. But I never shared them with anyone, including him. Chase and I were still going strong, though. He'd send me a good morning text every day and video call me every night. I miss you so much. I just want to get on the next flight and come see you. I wish you could, but I want you to concentrate on your studies instead. Yeah, I know. Promise me you'll at least apply to Yale, though. Okay, I promise. I probably shouldn't have made that promise, though. I really wanted to be a musician and had been practicing a lot recently. That night, on impulse, I shared one of my singing videos on YouTube. I applied makeup and wore a wig, though, so that no one could tell it was me. The next morning when I woke up, I realized it had gone viral. In just one night, my video had garnered 100,000 views. When I went through the comments section, I was shocked. Everyone loved my voice, and people wanted to know who the mystery girl really was. There were a few trolls, but I just ignored them. My eyes filled with tears of happiness, and I wanted to share the news with someone. But who? If Chase still lived down the street, I'd have gone running in my pajamas to tell him. But now that he was so far away and so busy, I didn't want to disturb him, especially since he had exams going on. Chase was busy with his studies for the entire week, but so was I. I started sharing more videos, and soon even magazines and news channels were picking up stories on the mystery girl. Everyone wanted to know who I was, but I was going to keep it a secret until I told Chase. But by the end of the week, I received a call. Good afternoon. Am I speaking to Danielle Jones, aka Mystery Girl? What? How do you know? I didn't tell anyone. It is my job to know Miss Jones. Oh, okay. Let me introduce myself. We are Superstar Inc., and we like to give a launch pad to actors and musicians who show a lot of promise. Now, there is no denying that you're talented, but you've also managed to create a fan following around your mystery girl persona. Part of the allure, I think, is because no one really knows your identity. Okay. And we want to keep it that way.
We are offering $1 million for your talent and your silence. This means that you need to keep your double life absolutely secret. And clearly you haven't been doing it well enough because it wasn't that difficult for us to figure out who you were.
Does that mean I can't even tell my boyfriend?
Of course not. He may be trustworthy now, but what happens if you two break up? You think you'll keep your secret then?
I was silent. I knew it was wrong not to tell Chase my secret, but I also didn't want to jeopardize my only chance at fame. So I agreed to the conditions set by Superstar Inc. Within days, I was whisked off to LA. They gave me the swankiest car and the fanciest apartment, and suddenly I was making more money than I had ever dreamt of. The best fashion labels wanted me to sign as their models walked the ramp, so I was soon flying all over the world, from Milan to Paris to Zurich. Unfortunately, this meant that I was growing distant from Chase. I kept missing his calls and texts because I was always so busy with some concert or tour. I couldn't tell him the truth, so I would just send lame excuses. I slept off early last night,
But I could see you were online till 1 a.m.
I guess I was sleep texting then. Finally, one day, Chase sent me still broke. I spent many nights crying and poured all my pain into my music. The audience still loved my songs, even though they were sadder now. Male singers and actors would keep asking me out on dates, but I was still nursing a broken heart. I no longer had any ties to my old life, though. Mom and Dad had stopped trying to call me home for a visit, and we only exchanged the occasional text. I guess they still wanted to know that their daughter was doing all right. As time passed by, my heart began to mend. I began dating Hollywood stars, but I could never forget Chase. Even 3 years after he ended things with me, I was still not completely over him. One day, I was doing a live show with Aaron, an up-and-coming Hollywood actor.
Everyone told me that you're a cutie, but I had no idea you were this cute.
Thanks, I guess.
I could marry you right now.
On live TV?
Yes. Will you marry me?
Aaron got on one knee and pulled out a ring. Oh my God! No, I'm sorry, I can't.
Why not?
Because I don't love you. My heart is with someone else.
But you're not dating anyone. Trust me, I've been having you followed.
That's illegal, I'm sure. And he left me years ago.
His name was Chase, and he was the best boyfriend ever.
I started crying. Suddenly, I was sick of this job. It may have brought me fame and money, but it cost me my relationship with my parents and boyfriend. It was time to tell the truth about who I was, whether Superstar Inc. allowed it or not. Suddenly, I took off my wig and wiped off my makeup on live TV. My name is Danielle Jones, and I am the mystery girl. Only I don't want to remain a mystery anymore. I am real, and I want to live my truth for myself and my fans. My confession sent Superstar Inc. and the rest of the country into a tizzy. By the next day, I was the top trending topic on all the news sites. Superstar Inc. fired me and took back my apartment, but I didn't care. I had made so much money that I could live anywhere. The only place I wanted to go, though, was home. After 4 long years, I landed on my parents' doorstep to apologize. They had seen the news and cried tears of happiness while hugging me. There was still one more apology I needed to make, though. I texted Chase, "Hey, it's Danielle. I know this comes really late, but I'm sorry for everything." I waited a few hours for a response, but none came. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. It was Chase. Chase, what are you doing here?
Answering your text. Can I come in? I'm a bit tired. I just flew in.
Of course. Where are my manners? Will you have something to drink? Oh, wait, why are you wearing hospital? Perfect kiss.
You may think your parents are cheap, but believe me, you've got it good. My mom takes saving to the next level. My mom saved up everything, literally everything. Our house had different stations where we recycled plastic, fabric, paper, and so on. But worst of all was the compost bin in the kitchen for recycling food and leftovers, and I can't even describe the horrible smell that came out of it. My mom, of course, refused to put it outside. The squirrels would ruin the compost we've been saving up, is what she claimed. Because of that, every time my friends would come over, they'd complain about the terrible smell. Until the day I was known in school as the girl whose house smells like a pig stable. When I was 7 years old, Mom stopped driving her car and designed her own special rickshaw with 2 seats in the back for my brother Mark and I. She drove us to school in this rickshaw for years. Back then, we thought we were cool. People waved at us and smiled. It was actually like we were the head of a special parade. I thought my mom was very creative. We always have to be prepared for the worst. Your grandpa has taught me well. He said, "Trisha, this is the best way to take care of your family," she said proudly. When we were very young, Mom bought toys from secondhand stores. and then stitched them up for us. We were too young to care where the toys came from. The funny thing is that we didn't know how cheap my mom was until Tracy, one of my friends, came to visit when we were younger. She came over to my house for a sleepover when we were 10. "Why does your mom take ketchup, sugar, and serviettes from restaurants?" asked Tracy after we'd eaten. I didn't have an answer. The next day, we went to the movies together. "Why does your mom sneak her own popcorn and drinks into the movies?" Tracy asked me as the movie started. "Your mom is cheap," she said. I was angry with Tracy. I thought she was being mean. I didn't want to believe her, but as I cooled down, what she said opened up my eyes to what was actually happening. From then on, things started to make sense. I realized that people were actually laughing at us in my mom's rickshaw. That was when I told my mom that she didn't need to take us to school anymore. "I'll walk Mark to school, Mom. It's good exercise for us." My mom quickly agreed. "It gives me more time to turn our recycling into usable things in the house. Besides, we're going to save lots of money on gas." I got shivers when she said that. Now I had a very different feeling about Mom's creativity. A week later, Mom took out all the showers. She replaced them with a bucket outside in the garden. "You know how much water we're going to save now?" she said, smiling. Luckily, when my dad saw that the neighbors were spying on him showering, he put an end to this. My dad had a lot of patience for my mom. He loved her despite her crazy cheapness. My dad had a great job, and we had money to spend, but my mom didn't want to hear any of that. "We have enough money until the government freezes our accounts," said my mom. "That's when you'll thank me for all that I do for you and your brother." The older we got, the less we saw our dad. His business trips went from being a few days long to a few weeks at a time. Soon it was months before we would see him. I should have known that something was up, but I'll admit that I was too wrapped up in my own problems. When I first got my period, I faced a problem I never expected. I knew at the time that I should start using pads and tampons, but instead, I was shocked to see my mom holding a period cup and saying, "Here you go, sweetie. You will be using this every time you get your period from now on." Not only that, but she also gave me a weird piece of fabric and said, "Spoiled teen girls start wearing a bra as they grow up, but a special girl like you will wear this." She handed me the piece of fabric. I didn't understand what it was supposed to be for. You see, you only need to wrap it around your chest, and there you go, a comfy bra for free. I knew at that point that my mom had gone way too far. My brother Mark hated my mom's cheapness even more than I did. Because he was younger than me, Mark got all my hand-me-downs. From jeans to t-shirts and even jerseys, Mark grew up wearing my clothes. He was creative in how he reshaped them to look like something that a boy would wear. But by the time he was 13, his classmates wouldn't let him get away with this. They left lipstick and makeup on his desk. They stuck fashion articles to his locker. They even started calling him Marcy. "Leave my brother alone," I said to them. But they just laughed. "What are you gonna do? Will your mother chase us in her rickshaw?" I had no reply to this. I was furious, and so was Mark. He went home and told Mom that he needed clothes for boys. My mother almost lost it. "We don't have money for new clothes," she screamed. "If you want new clothes, I'll make them for you." Mom knitted Mark the most awful, trendy clothes we'd ever seen. Mark took one look at the new clothes Mom had made and said, "It's fine, I'll wear the hand-me-downs." Mark and I were tired of Mom's cheapness. That afternoon in my room, we had a secret meeting about what we could do to stop Mom from embarrassing us in the future. We needed help, so we called our dad. Dad didn't like to fight with Mom. He was a calm man who didn't like complications and fights. So whenever Mom went into one of her raging cheap spins, we made an arrangement with Dad. He sent us the money we needed, and in return, all he wanted us to do was keep these transactions from our mom. We agreed. Now we were able to buy all the clothes and items that we needed. The next part of our plan was pretty simple. My best friend Tracy lived down the road from us. We kept our secret stash of clothes at Tracy's house. Every morning we left home in Mom's clothes. Then we stopped at Tracy's house, changed, and then went to school in our new clothes. We did this for years, and there was peace in the house. But nothing lasts forever, especially when you've got a mom that has a PhD in cheapology. Summer vacation arrived, and I was excited. I'd just started dating a boy that I really liked. His name was Devin. He didn't judge me like the other kids did. I was looking forward to spending time with him and getting away from my bizarre life. That idea didn't last long. A week into the vacation, Mom arrived home with shovels, pickaxes, and other digging equipment. "Mom, what's going on?" I asked. Mom smiled. "We're going to build a bunker. I've borrowed all this equipment from our neighbors so that we can get it done quickly." "We're going to build a bunker? As in, not just you?" "Correct. My hands make light work, and we'd better get this done before your grandpa comes to visit. He's always said that every house must have a bunker." I was surprised to hear about this visit. Grandpa hadn't left his home in 20 years. My grandfather was in the Second World War. It left him paranoid about the future. He turned his home into a doomsday bunker and taught his family to save everything they could. Nothing useful was ever thrown away, and it had to be used at least 3 or 4 times before it was thrown out. Grandpa was the reason Mom was the way she was. Mark and I didn't have a choice in the matter. We were going to build a bunker. I had to cancel plans with Devin. I made as many excuses as I could, but he wouldn't believe any of them. "I'm coming over to see you," he said. Before I could stop him, he hung up. A few minutes later, he arrived at my house. Up until then, I'd managed to keep him outside. I greeted him at the front door, covered in dirt. "What's going on?" he asked. I knew that no excuses were going to make any sense now, so I told him the truth. To my surprise, he didn't run away or even laugh. "Cool, I've never seen a bunker before. Can I check it out?" I let Devin in. I introduced him to my mom. He held out his hand to greet her. She put a shovel in his hand. "If you're going to be here, then you're going to work," she said. At that moment, I could have died, but Devin just smiled and said, "Thank you." We spent the rest of the day digging. How romantic, right? We dug for hours and hours, only resting to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Dad was away on yet another business trip and was basically unreachable. We worked like this for a week, with Devin coming over every day. We dug until our hands ached. When our neighbors started seeing what Mom was doing, they became suspicious. They called the police on us. A squad car came around and asked Mom what she was doing. She told them about the bunker. They nodded while she spoke, but we could tell that they wanted to laugh at her. The police left soon enough, asking Mom to make sure that the structure was safe. Mom told them that it would be, but knowing Mom, she'd never hire an architect to design this bunker. "It's a waste of money," she said. Anyway, my father taught me how to make a bunker when I was 9 years old. 9? I couldn't believe it. I felt sorry for Mom. She'd had a pretty tough life. Mark and I got back to work. It was becoming easier now, and it would have been fine if the news reporters hadn't arrived. Someone must have contacted the newspapers telling them about what was going on in our backyard. A day later, we had reporters outside the house. Cameras popped over our wall. Some of our classmates came to watch and laugh, too. We live in a town where not much news happens, so when someone starts building a bunker, it gets onto the front page of the newspaper. Mark and I were totally embarrassed the following week when we saw Mom smiling on the front page of the paper. The headline read, "Doomsday Lady Builds a Bunker." I was so grateful that we were on vacation. I was so grateful for Devin. He stayed through the whole ordeal and held me when it became too much. I knew then that he loved me. I also knew that I couldn't live this way much longer. A few weeks later, the bunker was finished. Mom called Grandpa to tell him that she was ready for his visit. He canceled on her, saying that it wasn't safe to leave the house. Mom was upset, but I was furious. I couldn't do this anymore. The day I turned 18, I left home. Mom wasn't happy and neither was Mark, but I wouldn't let them stop me. Devin and I found jobs and made enough to rent a small apartment. A few years later, we got married. A few years after that, we had 2 beautiful children. Being a mother was tough, but I promised myself I'd be nothing like my mom. I kept in touch with Mom, but only through calls and messages. I kept my distance from her. Mark came to visit often. Dad, well, he was so busy with work that we barely heard from him. When my kids were about 5, Mom called me with news. "Your grandpa is coming to visit," she said excitedly, "and I'd like you to come and see him." I didn't want to go, but Devin talked me into it. "Family is important," he said. So we went. The next day, we went to my mom's house. "He'll probably come on the bus," said Mom. "Back in the old days, he would have walked, but his hip is acting up now." Mark and I looked at each other. What kind of family had we grown up in? "Go to the bus to pick up your grandfather," said Mom. Mark and I walked down the road to the bus stop. The first bus arrived, but Grandpa wasn't on it. He wasn't on the second or the third bus. An hour later, we walked back home. As we arrived back at the house, a brand new car pulled up to the house. Mark and I couldn't believe it. It was Grandpa. He looked nothing like we remembered him. The Grandpa we remembered wore old clothes, cut his own hair, and had a beard longer than Santa's. This Grandpa stepped out of the car looking different. He was dressed in sick clothes and looked like $1,000,000. "Kiddos, so good to see you both. Come give Grandpa a hug." We hugged him and smelled his cologne. It was definitely something expensive. Then we helped him with his bags. If we were shocked by what we saw, Mom's reaction was even worse. She just about fell over when she saw Grandpa. He was different, calmer, friendlier, laid back, and full of jokes. Mom showed him around the house. She went through each room and explained how she had used everything that he had taught her when she was a girl. Grandpa smiled politely, but we could see that he was surprised and a little shocked by Mom's efforts. Finally, Mom showed Grandpa the bunker. We could tell how proud she was of her design. "And we put it together in just over a month," she said, "filled with everything we'll need for 10 years. Grandpa's face went white. "That's great news. Why don't we get some fresh air? And I could use a glass of water." Mom said she'd get it for him. While Mom was away, Grandpa pulled us aside. "What's happened to her?" he asked. "What do you mean?" I said. "She's always been like this? Always?" asked Grandpa. He paused a moment and then dropped his head. "It's my fault. I raised her believing that the end of the world was always just around the corner, although I was rich. But after my wife was gone, I realized I was a lonely man and that I missed out on a lot in my life. I decided to change. I'm sorry, kiddos. But don't worry. I'm going to talk some sense into her." Mark and I could have cried at that point. We were so relieved. We hugged Grandpa and thanked him. That evening after a tinned food dinner, Grandpa sat Mom down and had a heart-to-heart with her. I sent Devin home with the kids. Mark and I listened from another room. "You've done a great job of preparing for the end of the world, Trisha, but it's not going to happen anytime soon." Mom looked shocked. "What do you mean? Grandpa stopped her. "I know. When you were growing up, I thought that the world was in serious trouble. I filled your head with a lot of ideas that I now see are a bit extreme. After your mother was gone, I started to think about life differently. Trisha, it's important to save and be sensible with what we have, but it's also important to enjoy life." It was the toughest conversation that Mom had ever had. Everything that she had ever believed in had just been pulled out from under her. She was quiet for a long time. "Dad, it's okay. I'm going to keep doing what you taught me. We need to be prepared for every disaster." Grandpa tried to reason with her, but she didn't want to hear it. Mark and I tried to. "Enough of this, Mom," I said. "This is the reason why I left. And it's the reason why Dad left too," said Mark. Mom shook her head. She looked completely confused. "No, he's away on business." "He's been away on business for 10 years now, Mom," said Mark. "He told me that he's not coming back, and it's because of you, because of all of this." My mom burst into tears. "So I just let go? Give up?" My mom said quietly. "You have this skill and it's so great, but you can't always be sacrificing the present for the future. The world is not going to end anytime soon." Grandpa chuckled. A long pause followed. Then her eyes became wet with tears. She began to speak, but only tears fell. "It's okay, Mom. We're all here to help you." Mom took a deep breath before she spoke. "Okay, how do you guys do it? Do we have to go out for dinner as regular people do? I can do that now for a start." I smiled widely. Things wouldn't change all at once, but, well, she was finally trying to bust out of her bubble, and that's all that mattered to us.
Hey guys, I'm Ashlyn, and I lived with my mom and 2 siblings in Atlanta. And I have superpowers. Hang on to see why. My mom was a famous businesswoman in the city. She was from a filthy rich family and considered herself royalty. She carried herself like a queen and made sure my siblings and I behaved that way too. From the way we spoke, dressed, or even our posture, everything needed to be perfect. But because of my superpower, I couldn't get anything right.
Mom, I'm sorry. I was just squeezing the ketchup. I didn't know how it ended up in your face. It's not my fault. He threw the ball at me first. He ducked and it shattered the window.
Yep, being the clumsiest person on earth was my superpower. Sometimes, I even felt if I was bubble wrapped and kept in a corner, I would still end up breaking things. My siblings used to bet on how many times I'd trip over myself or drop something. Like once at the dinner table, I got the hiccups and they started giggling. Just wait, she'll break the glass.
No, I think she'll break the glass and the jug.
And sure enough, my sister won. But in the process, Mom was drenched in water.
It's okay, Mom. It's just water. Let me help you dry this.
I'll bring a fan. Oh, the fan isn't here. Okay, that napkin will work. When I pulled the napkin, it dropped the candle stand on the table mat, and in seconds it started burning. I quickly put out the fire with the curry. Oh, phew. Hiccup's gone and the fire's out. All good now. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Oh, just stop it, Ashlyn. How could you be so careless? Every time you're around, it feels like a disaster is waiting to happen. Always finding ways to ruin everything in my life. Such bad luck. It's like you're a curse in my life.
But Mom, it's not like I did it on purpose.
Just get out and let me have my dinner in peace. And all of you are fired. Mom's words really hurt me every time. But thank God I had Annie, who was my nanny, but she was so much more to me. She tucked me in bed, told me stories, and hugged me. Things my mom never did. I shared everything with Annie, and when she saw me crying, she asked me what was wrong.
Annie, Mom's always angry with me. She doesn't like me. I don't know why things themselves fall even when I don't touch them.
Oh dear, don't cry. You know you have superpowers, so things just move around. It's not your fault. And don't worry about your mom. She loves you. Just be a little more careful. Yeah, I know. Annie tried her best to make me happy and told me how Mom was just overworked, but actually loved me loads. But Annie didn't know that years ago, I had found out the reason Mom resented me so much. It was because Dad had left her for a maid working at our place just 2 days after I was born. And since that day, Mom saw me as her bad luck. I tried not to let it get to me and focused on my studies, but I wasn't very good at that either. But still, I tried. I really wanted to win Mom's love because seeing her with my siblings made me feel like I wasn't even a part of the family. One time, when I was around 17 and on summer vacation, Mom had a launch party for her new business. Please, just spare me the embarrassment and stay in your room. Order pizza, watch MSA videos. Just don't ruin my party. Mom was always keeping me away from the fun things she did, and I was curious, so I decided it would be fun to just peek at the party. The moment I saw the guests dancing, I decided to join them, and it was then that I tripped and fell on a table. Mom was furious. Before she could even say something, Annie came running and started to clean the mess I had made. You ruined! Ma'am, I got it. Please, don't be angry at Ashlyn. Mom forced a smile, and I thought she'd let the matter go. But I couldn't have been more wrong. When I woke up the next morning, I learned from the other servants that Annie was fired. Mom could call me bad luck and whatnot all she wanted. But firing Annie? That was the limit. Mom, that's not fair. It was my mistake. Why did you fire Annie? She was the only one that cared about me in this big house of yours. What? She was just a maid. It was her job to take care of the house and you. I can't take it anymore. You're heartless. I won't live here a minute longer. You want to leave? Fine. One day out in the real world, you'll realize how much you take for granted. I want to see you try. You're not serious. In fact, I am. I left the house in a haze and found myself standing at Annie's door. When she saw me, she was worried and tried to send me back, saying how mad my mother would be. But I was determined, and eventually, she invited me into her small house. Have a seat. You must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat. Yeah, I'd like that. But as I sat on the chair, I ended up stuck. Just then, I heard a girl laugh. Bet you never used a chair like that before. No, I didn't. She helped me up and then introduced herself. She was Michaela, Annie's sister, and she was as nice and welcoming as Annie. I really liked their cozy home, even though the things were old and some were even broken. At night, I slept peacefully on the couch, which was far better than my luxurious mattress. But old habits die hard, and the next morning, when I told her I wanted an omelet with a fresh fruit smoothie and a pancake, hearing my words, she looked stunned. Your Highness, this is not your palace, and I'm not your servant. Serve yourself. I'm so sorry. I don't mean it. I can do it myself, but could you please tell me the thing that works like a grrr? What? I just forgot the name of the thing that was used for smoothies. A blender. Princess, here it is. She left me, and after watching a bunch of videos on how to cook an omelet, I couldn't make it and ended up burning my hand. Michaela came running when she heard me scream. Like, why did you even come here? The real world is a difficult place to survive. I don't know why you would give up such a chill lifestyle for this. Yeah, it might be kind of tough, but I'm confident I can work it out. She was kind enough that she made me breakfast and fed me herself. And in no time, we became friends. It had been several days, and although Mom was angry, I still hoped that my being gone would make her realize my worth. But she hadn't called me once, like I didn't exist to her. One day, when Michaela saw me sulk, she suggested we do something fun. I was totally up for it. We ate popsicles and cotton candy, which had previously been a big no for me, and even rode a bicycle. And it was just one more thing where I ended up with bruises all over my legs that I got by falling several times off the bike. A few days later, the summer vacations were over, and Annie got me into Michaela's school so I could finish my final year of high school, since I didn't want to go to my previous one where I would have to face my siblings and even Mom when she'd come to drop them off. On my first day, everyone looked surprised to see me. I guess I might have overdressed. Ugh. Oh wow, Michaela, who is she? She looks so pretty. I love that fragrance she's wearing. All of them were really sweet, and everyone gathered around to chat with me. You have a Gucci bag? Is that a real one?
No, thrift store. She bought it from there.
You want to fit in or stick out like a sore thumb?
Fit in?
Good. So from tomorrow, don't dress like you're modeling.
Michaela was right. I needed to blend in, so I bought new stuff for myself. Things were going well at school, like really well. I even made friends and started to do well in studies. One day, we were walking down the hallway and I noticed a poster for a speech competition with the topic self-esteem. Michaela suggested that I should participate. I decided to give it a shot since it would be the perfect opportunity for me to voice my ideas, something I couldn't do much around Mom. I worked hard for weeks on my speech, practicing in front of my friends. I was still nervous, but I was determined to do my best. On the day of the competition, I kept my eyes on Michaela and Annie as I stepped onto the stage. I was so relieved when I finished my speech, and I knew I had done a good job. The judges were impressed and announced that I was the winner. I was so shocked and excited. To my surprise, the guest of honor was the mayor, and he took a picture of me with the other winners. My picture was in the newspaper the next day. Just a few days later, as I was lost in the pages of my book, Michaela came running and told me how she'd seen my mom go to the principal's office. My heart raced with excitement as I thought maybe finally my mom was proud of me and had come to my school. But then I heard my mom's voice from down the hall yelling at the principal. I gave you permission to give her admission, but that didn't mean you could use my name to publicize your school. Putting her picture in the paper and mentioning she's my daughter was a publicity stunt, right? This school runs on my donations. Do you have any idea how humiliating that is? Mom, why are you saying this? I thought you'd be happy, but all you care about is your name? My mom just gave me a nasty look and walked away. At that moment, it finally sunk in that I'd never be enough for her. I was done trying to make her happy. I was done trying to be someone I wasn't. I went to school the next day like nothing had happened, like my heart wasn't breaking. Throughout the day, Michaela and my friends tried to cheer me up. She asked if I could come and watch them practice their cheerleading routine. I'm glad I did because she did a backflip and landed smoothly on her feet. It was amazing. OMG, I can't believe it. I did it. Yay, I did it. Oh, Ashlyn, girl, you are like my lucky charm. You know, I've been trying this routine since like forever, and I could never get it right. Today, you came and I nailed it. Awesome. Congratulations, Michaela. Hey, what happened? Why are you crying? I've been called bad luck my whole life. No one has ever called me their lucky charm. Luck isn't something you're born with. It's something you create. If you focus on the good things in life, you'll be lucky. I stayed with Michaela until we graduated. Then she got a scholarship to a big university while I applied to business school and got in. I was stoked and couldn't wait to start my journey of becoming a business professional. I was in my 3rd year of college when one day, Annie told me how Mom wanted to see me. The company was failing. What? After all these years, she remembers she has a daughter, only when her company is going into the ground? Forget it. But Annie said Mom was sick too and kept insisting I visit her. But I just didn't want to. A few days later, Annie asked me to accompany her for shopping, but she had another idea. And before I knew it, she had driven me straight to Mom's house, and I was so angry. I get why you're mad, but she's still your mom. I know she was mean to you, but Ashlyn, don't let the anger take over. You are better than her. Please do this. For me. Fine, I'm doing this just for you. When I stepped in the house, I couldn't believe my eyes. Mom was sitting in a chair and she looked so weak. The moment she saw me, she had tears in her eyes. It turned out that my brother and sister had both taken their shares of the company and left Mom. Ashlyn, is it you? I am so sorry. I was so wrong about you. I always treated you wrong, called you bad luck. Please, forgive me. I was such a bad mother to you. Mom, you don't have to say that. Please, let me. I was so wrong to blame everything on you. Can you forgive me? I don't know if I can right now, but I'll try, Mom. I'll really try. And I'll spend every day of my life trying to make it up for being like I was to you. Then Mom and I hugged. She apologized to Annie and thanked her for always supporting me. Mom told me everything about her business and I decided to help her. I spoke to her lawyer and got to know that to save the company, we would need a merger with some big company.
I started working there day and night and bagged a meeting with a big company. On the day of the meeting, I was feeling confident and engaged in the discussion. Suddenly, I dropped the pen and it went rolling under the table. Why do I have to be so clumsy? Oops, I'm sorry. Silly me. It's like I have butterfingers. You know what? I'm gonna go.
Ah, come on. Happens to the best of us. We understand, it's just part of being human. If it had been my mom, she would have screamed at me.
After that, the meeting went awesome, and they told me they'd let me know about their decision. At home, I told Mom everything that had happened, including dropping the pen. She looked unhappy, but right when she was about to say something, the phone rang. Oh my God, we got it! We got the merger! I knew it. I knew you could do it. This calls for a party. Mom threw an awesome party by the poolside. Everyone was having fun until Mom got a call, and her face suddenly changed. I followed her inside the house and saw my brother and sister were there.
What are you two doing? Get out now or I'll call security. You can't really own this house anymore, can you? It's impossible. You ruined the business. Oh God, did you trick Ashlyn into helping you? We'll tell her the truth. What truth could you possibly tell her?
That you were never sick, Mom? That it was all an act to make me save your business? I knew all along. Mom's jaw dropped and my siblings were left speechless.
You knew? But why did you still help?
Because someone very important to me told me I'm a better person than you. I turned around with a newfound confidence and walked away, leaving Mom behind.
Hi, I'm Bella from Colorado, USA. Please like and subscribe. My mom came from a line of amazing horse riders, and our ranch was filled with trophies collected over generations. It was her dream that my sister Nora and I follow in her footsteps. We both learned to ride horses as soon as we could walk, but Nora was 2 years older and got a head start in life. And well, I could never seem to catch up. She always had straight A's in school. She was naturally athletic, and with her auburn hair and blue eyes, she was beautiful. Even though Mom loved us both, it wasn't hard to guess who her favorite child was. When I was in the 3rd grade, Mom threw a big birthday party for me and invited all our relatives. But everyone's focus the whole time was on freaking Nora.
Such a pretty girl. You already look like a celebrity, darling.
I'd been so excited about my new dress, but now I was just feeling angrier by the second. It's like I was invisible with Nora in the same room. Suddenly, I let out an ear-splitting scream and fell to the ground. Oh my God, I'm in so much pain. My tummy hurts so bad. Everyone came running to me and Mom rushed me to the hospital. I was happy I'd ruined the party for everyone, and they would have all just left. But hours later, we got back home to find a mess.
I'm so sad you missed your party, Bella, but I made sure the guests had a good time, and I thanked everyone for your presents. I'm glad you're feeling better now.
All I could feel was an urge to slap Nora. She just had my birthday without me. As we grew older, I slipped more into the background. I loved horses and could ride well, but it was obvious who the star in the family was. By the time she was 13, Nora had started participating in competitions and was super popular in school. And I'd grown into an awkward kid who was into sci-fi novels and mostly preferred to eat lunch alone in the gym. Once when I was in 7th grade, I was reading under a tree on our ranch when I heard a noise above me. Suddenly, a boy fell down, and I managed to miss him by an inch. Gosh, you nearly killed me. Who are you and where'd you come from?
Fell down straight from heaven.
I'm gonna punch you in your face if you don't tell me. Okay. I'm Jeremy and I just moved in next door. I did something to my stepfather and he's really mad, so I'm hiding from him. What did you do? I may have given some important papers to our dog, and he may have ripped them up. But trust me, my stepdad deserves it. He's not a nice guy. Come on, I'll show you a better hiding place. You can hide anytime you want. I helped him up to his feet, but he yelled out in pain. It seemed like he twisted his ankle. Just then, Nora came galloping on her horse, and Jeremy looked awestruck.
Whoa, who is that goddess?
Ow! You trying to break my other ankle too? Oops, sorry. It was an accident. Nora stopped by to ask who he was, and I explained. You obviously can't walk. Hop on, I'll give you a ride. The two of them rode away, and he looked like a princess who had been rescued by a knight.
Why did Nora have to be such a freaking hero? And Jeremy and Nora became best friends after that day. He was also in her class at school, and soon the two were inseparable, which meant that he was always at our place. And over time, I couldn't help having a crush on him. He was smart and funny, and we had so much in common. And he loved science fiction too, and we could talk about it for hours, if Nora would let us. One day, Nora showed me an expensive bracelet. Isn't it beautiful? Jeremy gave it to me yesterday. You mean on Valentine's Day? Yeah, but just as a friend, of course. Nora, are you dumb? It's so obvious Jeremy's in love with you. What? No, he's not. You wouldn't know because you don't have any guy friends. Or any friends, actually. And you are so self-absorbed. You're completely blind to everyone's feelings. You're giving him the wrong idea by accepting that present. You don't know what you're talking about, geek, so stay out of it. I knew I was right, but there wasn't much I could do. Soon after in 8th grade, I was so excited when I found out about a huge sci-fi convention happening in town. But as I was telling Jeremy about it, Nora spoke up and said they'd already bought the tickets. Oh, that's amazing. I can't wait. I meant I just got the tickets for me and Jeremy. We're going with our friends. So I can buy my own and come with you guys, right? I can't go alone, it's too far. No, you can't come with us. Why don't you have friends of your own, Bella? Come on, Nora, what's the big deal? I'm not gonna be the only loser with my baby sister tagging along, Jeremy. We're not taking her. You don't even like sci-fi. Why are you being a witch? Jeremy, please take me along? I'm sorry, Bella. Maybe next time? I couldn't believe he was being such a coward, and my heart burned when I saw them leaving for the convention a few days later. I just wanted to hurt Nora, and I had a brilliant idea for something I could do. A week later, I was having breakfast when I heard Nora scream. She came running downstairs and waved a calendar at Mom. How could you mess up my schedule, Mom? I had a match this morning, and I missed it. What are you talking about? I woke up to see 20 missed calls from my coach, and he just told me that the first match of the tournament was today. But you've written it here that it's next week. That's because I got a call from the organizers saying it was postponed. I don't understand. How could this have happened? Bella, did you have something to do with this? I don't know what you're talking about. Why don't I believe you? Oh, wait. Yes, I remember something now. Maybe I did pretend to be one of the organizers and called up Mom to tell her the wrong date. It doesn't feel good to miss out on something important, does it? The two stared at me in shock, and then Nora pounced on me. You horrible brat! How could you do this? You made me miss the convention. Who cares about that stupid thing? I'm disqualified for the whole season now. I cared. You shouldn't have been so awful to me. I hate you, Bella. I won't forgive you. Ever. Mom managed to pull Nora away, and she stormed off crying, and I was grounded for a month. For the next few days, Nora acted like I didn't exist. I hadn't realized she'd be disqualified for the entire season. Maybe I'd gone too far. I decided to apologize, but I found out that she'd left for a training camp for 2 weeks. But just 3 days later, we got some bad news. Nora had been in a riding accident. Mom immediately rushed off to camp, and when she returned with Nora, I was shocked to see her on a wheelchair. What happened? I don't want to talk to anyone, least of all you. Nora had badly injured her leg, and the doctor said that her recovery would take months. Mom was devastated, and Nora kept herself shut in her room. I didn't dare go in because I knew she wouldn't see me. One evening, I just couldn't help crying in my room when suddenly I felt someone's arm around me. Hey, why are you crying? Because Nora hates me and she'll never forgive me. I wanted to hurt her, but I never wished for something bad to happen. Of course you didn't. No one thinks that. Nora's just upset about her injury, and once she's better, she'll be fine with you, I promise. But he was wrong. Just a few days later, Mom called me into Nora's room for a talk. Nora's recovery could take up to a year. We cannot miss all the tournaments during this time. She has some modeling contracts too, and we can't lose this money. Someone from our family has to represent us, and that can only be you, Bella. But Mom, I'm not half as good as Nora. She's right about that. You've been riding a horse since you were a child, Bella. We have 3 months to train before the next match, and I believe you can do it. You have to do it. Before I could protest more, Mom left the room. Good luck trying to be me. It's not as easy as it looks, and you don't have what it takes. Nora wasn't wrong about it being hard. The training was tough, and I had a sore butt for weeks. But 3 months later, when I competed in the tournament, I actually came in third. And suddenly, I was the newcomer everyone was noticing. Sure, people just called me Nora's sister at first, but as I kept doing well in matches, more of them knew my name. But I really wasn't looking forward to Nora's modeling contracts. I was awkward, and I didn't have star quality like Nora. After her styling team worked on me, though, I was stunned at the results. I'd never felt so beautiful, and clearly others thought so too. I was receiving a lot of attention on social media, and at school, I was being treated like a completely different person. This is how people saw Nora, and I had to admit, it felt good. Wow, I'm gonna need an appointment soon to talk to you.
Yeah, but I'll always make time for you.
What do you think of my new look? There wasn't anything wrong with it before, but you do look lovely.
For the first time, I felt like he wasn't seeing me as Nora's little sister, and it sent my heart racing.
Bella, I've been meaning to ask you something.
Yeah?
Do you think it's a good time to tell Nora I'm in love with her? I have been for years, but she's never been clear about her feelings, and I just need to know now.
My heart suddenly sank. What was I thinking? Of course, you should tell her how you feel. She'd be a moron for not loving you back. Jeremy grinned and kissed me on the cheek and then walked off happily. A few days later, I came home to see Jeremy rushing out of our house, wiping tears on his sleeve.
I was a fool to think Nora ever liked me. She said she's never seen me as more than a friend, and she never will.
He stormed off, and I felt so mad at Nora for leading him on all this time. I didn't see her till later at dinner, and it looked like she'd been crying, but Mom looked really excited.
Bella, I have such amazing news. You've been selected as one of the best newcomers to participate in the tournament in London. This will open international doors for you, darling.
I knew it had always been Nora's dream to compete in Europe. As Mom went on and on, Nora suddenly swiped half the dishes off the table. It should have been me, but you've stolen everything from me. Nora, I only started competing because of you and Mom. Oh, shut up. You've always wanted everything I've had. Congratulations. Now you have it. That's not true. Oh, you wanted Jeremy too? I've seen how you look at him with your puppy eyes. It's embarrassing. Well, it looks like he and I aren't friends anymore, so you're welcome to have him too. That's enough. You know what, Nora? Maybe I did want to know what it felt like to be you, but I've realized that I'm just as talented and beautiful. You're just better at getting whatever you want without caring for anyone's feelings. You've misled Jeremy, and you've always made me feel small. And now I will go to London, and I won't feel bad about it because it has nothing to do with you. Only me and my talent. Jeremy didn't turn up to school the next few days, and then I found out that he'd left the city to stay with his real dad. For good. He hadn't even bothered to say goodbye. And a week later, I left for London. I won first prize in the tournament, and it opened so many opportunities for me. Mom decided that I'd finish high school in London while I kept competing for more championships. I heard Nora was back to training, but she and I didn't talk anymore, and I was enjoying my new life away from her. A year later, I was at the subway station when I spotted someone from a distance who looked exactly like Jeremy. I pushed through the crowd and followed him as he climbed onto the train, and I managed to hop on just as the doors closed. He looked shocked to see me, and we both hugged and laughed. It turned out that he'd joined a university in London.
I had no idea you were here too.
Of course you didn't. You left without a word and never kept in touch.
That was wrong, but I just needed to get away. I'm sorry, and I've missed you.
Jeremy and I started hanging out really often over the next few months, and I was happy to have him back in my life. But I kept my feelings in check. I didn't want to fall for him again. On New Year's Eve, Jeremy invited me to a party at his friend's place, and we had the most amazing night dancing away. We all counted down to midnight, and he turned to me with a smile.
Happy New Year, Bella.
And then he kissed me, and the whole world just faded. But then I pulled away suddenly. I started to walk away.
Bella, wait. Did I do something wrong?
No, nothing. I just have to go.
Please, stop. I've been wanting to tell you for a while now. I think I'm in love with you.
Nora turned you down, so you thought you'd settle for me now? As a consolation prize? I've always been second best to Nora in everything, but not anymore. I refused to answer Jeremy's calls or texts the next few days, but then one evening, I got the most unexpected call from Nora. She said she was throwing Mom a big party for her birthday that weekend, and she wanted me to attend. Plus, you haven't even seen my new training school yet. What school? I gave up racing, Bella. My leg's not good enough anymore, but I decided I couldn't stay angry forever, and I had to find another dream. I train other riders on our ranch now. Anyway, I hope you come. I felt both sad and happy to hear that, and I decided it was time to go home and see her. 2 days later, as I was leaving with my bags, I bumped into Jeremy right outside my place.
Before you say anything, please listen to me. Yes, I loved Nora for years, but being away from her made me realize that we weren't right for each other. We're better off as friends. And you're not second best to anyone, Bella. If you don't love me, I can accept that. But I just had to tell you how I feel. I love you.
Jeremy, I love you too, you idiot. As he pulled me close, he suddenly noticed my luggage.
Wait, where are you going?
To see Nora. I need to fix things with her.
I'm coming with you.
I hoped I looked confident because my insides felt like jello as the most popular girls sat opposite me at recess, their wolf-like stares fixed on me. Okay, so have you ever been to the super exclusive restaurant in Rome that only 1% of the world population knows about? Yes, who hasn't? I mean, other than the 99%. The poached snail pasta with volcano ashes, pretty good. But honestly, I've had better. So when did you watch the new movie Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse? October last year. Obviously, I wasn't gonna watch it with the general public. Ew. Daddy got a private viewing arranged for me. And who's your daddy? We just got him back after he was kidnapped the 5th time for ransom, so I really can't share this information. You understand how it is, right? I totally get that, girl. Welcome to the gang, Sophia. Phew. My research on stupid rich people had paid off. Hi, I'm Sally from LA, but for now, just call me Sophia. That sounds like a sophisticated rich girl name, right? Please, don't blow my cover. So, about that, I may look like a normal high school student, but the truth is, I'm actually a journalist. About a month ago, our paper received an anonymous tip that something shady was going on at the most elite private school in the country. Since I'd graduated only a couple of years before, not from this school, I'm not that rich, my editor sent me undercover to investigate. Now, I was in with the most popular kids in high school, and the first thing I noticed was that none of them seemed to study much and were partying every day, but they all had straight A's. The second thing I noticed was a boy named Matthew who didn't seem to fit in here, and he was constantly getting bullied by the popular jerks. I decided to find out why. So one day after school, I followed him. He'd walked several blocks down when suddenly, a flashy red sports car screeched to a halt, and the popular boys jumped out and surrounded him. Their leader, Aaron, grabbed Matthew by his collar.
You know you have to do what we say, Pinocchio. You're our little puppet. Why are you being so difficult? I don't have to do anything anymore. I'm gonna expose all of you, even if it means getting expelled myself. And who's gonna believe you? They'll believe me when I show them proof. Yeah, this isn't a bluff, Aaron. What did you do, you little weasel?
Just then, a policeman came around the corner and Aaron let Matthew go, but then snatched his backpack and threw it on the road. The boys all jumped into the car and sped away. As Matthew was picking up his things, I suddenly saw a bus approaching him at full speed, and he wasn't looking up. Without another thought, I raced toward him and pushed him out of the way. The bus driver pulled over to check on us, but Matthew wasn't moving. We called an ambulance, and I decided to wait at the hospital till his family arrived. And the doctor soon told me that Matthew had hit his head hard and he was in a coma. Gosh, so much for trying to save him. Matthew, please wake up and tell me what's going on with you and those jerks. Can you hear me? Hello? I shook him gently, flashed my phone light in his eyes, tried tickling his toes, but nothing. Then I gave him a passionate kiss on the lips. Nothing. Guess that doesn't work in real life. Just then, I turned around to see a couple who looked like Matthew's parents. They were distressed at Matthew's condition, but then, to my surprise, his mom turned around and hugged me.
We received the full report of the accident, and you were really brave to jump in and save his life. The doctor's hopeful that Matthew will wake up once the swelling in his brain goes down. Matthew never mentioned you, but we're so glad to find out he has such a caring girlfriend.
Girlfriend? Well, of course they thought that with my passionate kissing. I was about to correct them when suddenly I had an idea. Oh, yeah. Matthew's a great boyfriend. Lovely man. I mean boy. Such a weird age. Is he a man? Is he a boy? Who knows? He's a great guy. And before I knew it, I'd received an invitation to dinner at their place the next day. I walked away feeling conflicted. Yes, I was lying to these very nice people about being their comatose son's girlfriend, which was wrong, but Matthew knew something about the popular kids, and I had to find out what it was. The next day at school, I caught Aaron and the other jerks laughing about the accident.
Good thing the Matthew situation got taken care of itself.
What are you guys talking about? Why do we care about this Matthew loser?
Oh, Sophia, you're cute, but you're too new for us to let you in on our secrets. You have to earn our trust, you know?
Okay, and how do I do that?
I'm pretty sure Matthew was bluffing, but he claims he has some dirt on us. Maybe a video? You think you can find out if he has any such thing and get it for me?
That should be easy. I can totally go to Matthew's place pretending to be his sad girlfriend, and I'll look through his things. If there's anything to find, I'll find it.
I like your confidence, Sophia. Maybe you can come by my place one of these days and see a slideshow of my abs. Chicks dig that stuff.
I gave him a forced smile as I tried not to barf. Later that evening, I arrived early at Matthew's place for dinner, and it was obvious that they weren't rich at all. His parents welcomed me in, and while they were still preparing dinner, I slipped upstairs. I walked through the first door to see tons of sports trophies displayed on the shelves and a guitar on the wall. Clearly, I wasn't in Matthew's room. Just then, I spotted a photo frame with a picture of him next to a hunk who looked a few years older.
Mamma mia, who are you? That would be me, Matthew's brother Cody.
I turned around in shock to see the hunk standing behind me. He just stepped out of the bathroom, wearing nothing but a towel.
Are you staring at my abs? I'm guessing you're my brother's girlfriend who my parents invited for dinner.
What? I wasn't staring. How dare you accuse me of something so disgusting? I'm just so traumatized by what's happened to Matthew, and he used to talk about you so much. And now seeing you in person without Matthew here, this is all just very hard for me.
Look, I'm sorry.
I just threw the photo frame aside and ran out of there. Gosh, this was gonna be one awkward evening. Cody joined us soon and was being extra nice to me all through dinner, and his parents started asking me how Matthew and I'd met. It's actually a crazy story. So, you know that big park next to our school? I was feeding the ducks there one afternoon, and when I ran out of bread, they suddenly became these vicious creatures that started jumping out of the lake to attack me. So I was running as fast as I could when suddenly I tripped. I saw my life flash before my eyes, and then out of nowhere, this boy jumps in and starts howling at the ducks like a wolf. The ducks ran away like scared chickens, and my hero turned out to be Matthew. It's actually a true story, guys. I didn't just pull it out of my butt. That's how I met my first boyfriend. He's in a mental asylum now.
Wow, that's amazing. It doesn't sound anything like our Matthew, though. He's terrified of birds. Also dogs, cats, squirrels, butterflies, water, heights, sunflowers, grapes.
Right, of course, I found out later he's a scaredy cat, which made the duck thing even more special. He overcame his fears to save me. His parents smiled at me warmly. I'm sure you already know this, but Matthew's a genius. It was his dream to get into that school on scholarship, but ever since he's gone there, he's been so different. Closed off, moody, even angry. We're really happy to know at least he had you to talk to. I felt quite bad for being a big fat liar as I left that evening, and I was no closer to finding the truth. Well, at least now I knew which bedroom was Matthew's. So the next night, I decided to sneak into his room when everyone was asleep. I managed to climb up the wall and was halfway through the window when my butt got stuck. Oh God, when did my butt get so big? Probably eating all those French pastries at lunch. Why do they serve such stupid stuff in school? Oh, you know what they say. Ouch! A moment in the mouth, forever on the butt, or something like that. I finally managed to get through and fell on the ground with a thud, and I quickly crawled under the bed. Seconds later, Cody walked in. Gosh, even his feet were pretty, and he was swinging a baseball bat.
Anyone there? I'm warning you, I'm armed.
I lay there silently and watched him leave. I sighed in relief and turned around and suddenly felt someone pulling me out by my shirt.
Sophia, what on earth are you doing here?
I stared up at him, my mind racing. Just then, I spotted a pair of Matthew's shoes under the bed and grabbed them. Oh, I just came here because I miss Matthew so much. I was just sniffing his shoes. The smell of his feet makes me feel like he's still with me.
He hasn't died, Sophia. You know what? I think you're lying about something. What are you actually doing here?
I just had to tell him the truth. Well, the partial truth. Okay, so I didn't tell you before, but Matthew started shutting me out too lately. I've seen the popular kids in school talking to him a few times, but he'd never tell me what it was about. And right before his accident, I heard Matthew telling them that he was going to expose them all. He's involved with these kids in something serious, and I have to find out what.
But what were you expecting to find here?
The biggest bully, Aaron, seems to think Matthew has something on him, like a video maybe? I need to check his phone and laptop, please.
I'll help you.
We went through Matthew's phone and laptop, but didn't find anything. We searched all through his drawers and cupboards for any hard drives or any other clue, but turned up empty-handed, except Cody. Since when does Matthew get D's and F's? He looked at the quizzes I was holding up in shock.
Never. Matthew's always shown us his report cards with straight A's. These quizzes are a few months old. If he was struggling with his grades, he never mentioned it. Well, he stopped talking to me pretty much since he joined this school. I miss him.
You want to sniff his shoes?
No, thank you. Come with me to see him at the hospital tomorrow?
Of course. We started making hospital visits together, and I could see how much Cody cared for his little brother, and we often found ourselves hanging out afterwards too. At first, we were just talking about Matthew, but soon we were having conversations about everything. He seemed to find me funny, and I loved making him laugh with my silly antics. His parents loved having me over too, and it wasn't long before I had a major crush on Cody. I mean, literally, it took me a week. Well, actually, a second when I saw him in that towel. But of course, I couldn't say anything because I'm a professional, an undercover journalist, and most importantly, his brother's fake girlfriend. Meanwhile at school, I reassured Aaron that I'd looked through everything Matthew owned, and he didn't have anything on Aaron and his friends. So, you want to tell me now what this is all about? I want you to trust me, Aaron.
I think I can. I noticed you got C's and D's on your quizzes lately.
Yeah, I've been kind of busy snooping around Matthew's house lately, so haven't been studying much. And this school's tough.
Well, you know that giant chemistry quiz coming up on Monday? You're gonna ace it.
And then he pulled out some papers from his locker and handed them to me.
The quiz with the answer key. Thank me later by going out with me, babe.
He winked and walked off as I stood there in shock, then quickly stuffed the quiz in my bag. Aaron and his group were stealing exams from the teacher's room, and Matthew was involved in this too? And when I told Cody later that day in the hospital, he was stunned.
Matthew? Cheating? Stealing exams? It can't be. He wouldn't. He's always been such a good kid.
But he was getting bad grades and hiding them, and then something changed, right? And we know he's involved with these kids. He said he'd expose them, even if it meant getting expelled himself.
I can hardly believe it. What have you been up to, Matthew? Just wake up and tell me.
I put my hand on Cody's to comfort him, and the way he looked up at me made my heart race. Then he quickly pulled his hand away.
Sophia, you're my brother's girl.
Just then, the door burst open, and a short, curly-haired girl ran in, pushed me aside, and threw herself on Matthew. Oh my God, I came as soon as I heard. Come on, Maddie, I'm here now. Wake up. And then she planted a big kiss on his lips. Why is True Love's kiss not working? Maybe I should slap him hard.
Hold up, who are you?
I'm his girlfriend, Penny. Matt and I have been together for 2 years, since his old school. But I'd been away with my family for a month on this camping trip where we had no signals, and I hadn't talked to Matt in weeks. When I returned, a friend told me he was in a coma. You're Cody, right? Oh, my brother-in-law, I'm here for you.
What are you talking about? That's his girlfriend. Sophia, why aren't you saying anything?
I'm just speechless. What? I'm his girlfriend, his one and only. Where did this witch come from? Matthew saved me from the ducks. Oh God, he's playing us both. He's a two-timer. I'm such a terrible person.
Ain't no way I'm giving up my man to some Gucci-wearing hoity-toity tree trunk. You and me, outside, now!
I had no idea what to do. I couldn't expose all my lies, so I had to go fight this girl for my boyfriend. A crowd gathered outside the hospital to watch our cat fight. Ugh, I was really in it now.
You want a piece of me, Shorty? What you got in that nest on your head? Wow, your trash talk is pathetic. My mama can do better than that, Godzilla.
Then she attacked me, and she was crazy. She knew frickin' kung fu. She kicked me in the stomach, punched me in the eye, pulled my hair, and bit my leg. She might have killed me if Cody hadn't intervened. And then she stormed off back to Matthew.
Sophia, are you okay? Let's have a doctor take a look.
No, I'm fine. I'll maybe get an ice pack for my throbbing eye. We sat on the bench outside as Cody held the ice pack to my face.
I feel like I don't even know who my brother is anymore. Stealing exams? Having 2 girlfriends?
Tell me about it.
I'm really sorry, Sophia. Matthew doesn't deserve 2 beautiful girls fighting over him.
You think I'm beautiful?
Well, yeah, if it helps. More than Penny.
It helps. Cody was just sitting so close to me, and he looked irresistible, and I found myself leaning forward and kissing him. He kissed me back, then suddenly jumped. This was getting so complicated. I knew by now that Aaron and his group were stealing papers and getting perfect grades to get into the best universities, and maybe this was enough for my article, but my editor said we needed more solid proof, because it was just my word against theirs. Feeling defeated, I went to visit Matthew at the hospital one day. He was alone, and then the nurse told me that Matthew had been wearing a USB on a string around his neck, which had snapped today. I thanked her as she gave it to me, and then quickly took out my laptop and inserted the USB, and I was shocked to see security footage on it, clearly showing Aaron, his friends, and Matthew stealing exams from the teacher's room. This was all the proof I needed. Just then, Penny walked in with Cody.
Good, you're here, Sophia. Or should I say, Sally? I was just telling Cody what I found out about you, you lying tall news reporter.
With that, Penny shoved her phone in my face, showing my profile on the newspaper's website.
So, let me get this straight. You've been here undercover as a high school student to write some article, and for that, you lied to me and my family about being my brother's girlfriend while he was in a coma, and you made us believe he's a 2-timer?
Listen, I know it looks bad, but
my parents are on their way here, and I think you should leave.
Cody, please.
Just go.
Suddenly, Penny let out a scream as Matthew's eyelids fluttered open. I quickly left the room, and moments later, I saw his parents walk in, and I could hear everyone's excited voices. I was so happy for them that Matthew was awake. The next day at school, Aaron approached me.
Hey babe, you want more of those tests? The first one was free, but it's $200 per test now.
Wow, that's steep.
Look around you, doll. Everyone here can pay. Well, except for that loser Matthew. He was struggling under the pressure and came to us for help, but he couldn't pay up, so we decided to make him our slave in return. We kept telling him that if we got caught, our rich parents would get us out of this mess, but he'd lose his scholarship and get expelled in a second.
Right. It all makes sense now. Thanks, but I won't be needing any more of the tests.
How come?
I'm dropping out of school. I'd recorded my last conversation with Aaron on my phone, and I got to working on my article on the weekend. By Monday, it was out. By Tuesday, it was all over the news. By Friday, every student involved had been expelled, except for Matthew. I'd made it clear in my article that Matthew had wanted to do the right thing, and the principal decided to be lenient and only suspend him. It was a relief to be Sally again, but I felt bad about how things had ended with Cody. I wanted to apologize to him and his parents, but he wouldn't take my calls. A few weeks went by, and I was surprised to find a card on my desk from Matthew, inviting me to Cody's baseball game. That night, I found Matthew in the stands.
Look who it is, my girlfriend.
Ha ha, where's your other girlfriend?
She's on her way here. You better watch out. I liked your article, by the way.
Thanks. How did you get a hold of that security footage?
I think the principal was beginning to suspect that someone was stealing papers, because the last time Aaron and his friends made me go with them, I noticed a new camera in the teacher's room. I hacked into the school's security system, retrieved the footage, and put in some fake one. I told Aaron I'd destroyed it, but I hadn't.
Right. Also, you're the one who sent the anonymous tip to the newspaper, didn't you?
Yeah, I was tired of living a lie. By the way, I'm dropping out of that school and going back to my old one with Penny.
What? Why?
I was miserable there, Sally. I can't take that pressure. I wish I'd just been able to own up to that earlier and tell my family. I was so afraid of disappointing them that I ended up cheating instead. But thank you for exposing those jerks and making my life better, really. Now, you should go talk to my brother before his game starts. I promise. He's ready to listen. I skipped off to find Cody and burst into the boys' locker room, and I stood transfixed. So many shirtless athletes. Just then, Cody appeared and dragged me out. That was subtle, Sally. Come on, it's just some eye candy. Okay, listen, Cody, I owe you an apology. I'm sorry for lying to you and your parents, but I was just trying to do my job and even helping Matthew. It's not a great excuse for all my lies, but it's not a bad one either, right? I guess not, especially since you helped make things better for Matthew, and you make everyone in my family happy. I think my mom wishes you were still Matthew's girlfriend. And you? Oh, I'm super happy Penny exists, because now I can do this without feeling guilty.
And then he pulled me in for a kiss. I whispered to myself as I scaled the wall. Just a few more feet. My dad would kill me if he knew what I was up to tonight. I know you're thinking I'm some kind of cat burglar, but it's not that bad. Oh, hi there, Daddy.
We need to talk about your behavior, Jessica.
I was just out studying with some friends and didn't want to wake you up.
I've had it with your made-up stories. I know you've been sneaking off and meeting Armand. Ever since you started dating him, you've been out of control. You need some supervision.
I started to laugh at him. It didn't work when I was a kid, and it's not going to work now. My father just looked at me and slammed the door so hard that a picture fell off the wall and broke. The next day, I slept in super late. Oh, it's already 1 p.m. I need to get ready. What the? The shocked boy looked at me with surprise in his eyes.
Are you supposed to be Jessica? How old are you?
I pushed him down with all my might and ran down the stairs to my dad's office, screaming for help the entire way. The boy chased me all the way. Daddy, help! This guy is trying to kidnap me. He looked over his glasses and chuckled.
So, I see you've already met your new babysitter, Liam?
Babysitter? I'm a teenager.
If it makes you feel better, we can call him your bodyguard.
Ugh, I don't have time for this. I have to go meet Lisa at the mall.
Great. I hope you 3 have a good time.
I thought it was all some kind of sick joke until Liam hopped in the limo with me. And what do you think you're doing? Liam let out a long sigh.
I'm following your father's orders and supervising your little trip.
Aren't you a little young to be a bodyguard? Who even takes creepy jobs like following teenage girls around?
In my defense, the ad made it seem like it was an actual child who needed babysitting.
I rolled my eyes at him. Well, then, why don't you just leave?
Well, I made a promise. This is a great job and I intend to stick with it.
I sank back in my seat. Good luck with that. No babysitter has lasted more than a week with me. Lisa leaned in and whispered to me as she stared up and down at Liam with a judging glare. So, this is your new babysitter? He's my bodyguard, Lisa. Right. Well, I'm not into the whole stalker vibe, so maybe I should just leave. Oh, trust me, Lisa. He won't be around for long if I have anything to say about it. We went into any and every store that guys would find embarrassing. Lisa even held up a pretty pink miniskirt and asked, "Is this your size, Liam?" He was so red in the face, but he never complained. No matter how hard we made fun of him or tried to shake him off by dragging him into girly stores, he stayed. Lisa pulled me in tight and whispered, "I have an idea." "Oh, Liam, we need to make a detour." We rushed to the bathroom, but stopped Liam right outside the entrance. No boys allowed, Liam. He said he would wait for us outside. Well, he's gonna be waiting a long time. As soon as we made it to the bathroom, we crawled through one of the windows and ran across the street to our favorite cafe. We were there for maybe 10 minutes sipping on smoothies when an announcement made Lisa spit it all over me.
We'd like to report a missing child. Jessica went missing from the mall across the street. If found, please bring her to the help desk so we can reunite her with her guardian.
The announcement went on to describe my appearance and outfit. People started to stare and point at me. Isn't she a little old to have a babysitter?
Wow, something must be wrong with her. I'd be so embarrassed if I were her. Maybe we should go walk her to her babysitter?
I ran out of there so fast to avoid any more humiliation. I went right up to the help desk where Liam was standing
with a huge smile of relief on his face. "That's the girl I'm watching. You can cancel the announcement." The attendant even handed me a balloon, like I was a child, and told me what a smart girl I was to come there. I was about to flip out when Liam rushed over and hugged me. "Your father said I needed to stay with you. I was worried sick. I'm so glad you're okay." It was actually pretty pathetic how worked up he got over a stranger. Maybe losing him was going to be harder than I thought. Needless to say, Lisa said she was done hanging out with me until the Liam fiasco was taken care of. No matter what crazy things I did or how horrible I was, he stayed. One time, I stole a penguin from the local aquarium and let it loose in the gift shop. I mean, I tried everything. I made him come with me to this super sappy rom-com movie night at the local theater. I thought any boy would run straight out. Liam, he just cried. I was about to go crazy from how nice this guy was, until my prayers were answered by a little text from Armand at 2 a.m. I figured everyone was sleeping, so I scaled down the house again when I heard something rustling in the bushes. "Where do you think you're going?" "Don't you sleep?" "It's my job to watch you." An idea crept over me. Your job is to watch me, not stop me from going places. Why don't you just come with me? "I don't know what your father would say about that." "Please." I begged, and he agreed. What a sucker. I told Armand that Liam had to go. I just meant I wanted him scared off or something. Even I had to admit that what we ended up doing was pretty cruel. We went to a 24-hour diner and ordered a bunch of food. Liam insisted that he just wanted the free water and wasn't hungry. When the time came to pay the bill, Armand and I ran away as fast as we could. We were laughing so hard. Our little outing cost Liam over $100. Armand and I were hanging out in the woods when the diner owners spotted us. They yelled at us to come back and pay for our food or join your friend with the dishes. Armand pushed me toward the owners. It was her idea. I stood there shocked as he scurried away like a bug. Armand just yelled that it was my idea, pushed me over, and ran. Unfortunately, when he pushed me over, he pushed my wallet into the lake too. That meant Liam and I had to do the dishes all night to pay for our meal. Ugh, this is taking forever. Why don't you just pay the tab? You've seen my Lamborghini collection. I promise to pay you back with interest. Liam shifted uncomfortably for a bit before muttering, "I can't." "What do you mean you can't?" "I don't have enough money in my bank account right now." I nearly fell over. You're kidding, right? That was like a tenth of my allowance when I was 5. You have a job? Are you that stupid and irresponsible you blow your whole paycheck? He got really quiet and said nothing at all the rest of the night. We got home around 4 a.m. and were greeted by my very angry father. I braced for the lecture of a lifetime, but when he started shouting, he was looking at Liam. "What do I even pay you for? You're fired." Mission accomplished, right? It was weird though. I'd tried all that time to get rid of him, but once he was gone, I was super sad to see him go. The house felt so empty without him, especially since I was grounded from seeing Lisa and Armand ghosted me yet again. I decided the least I could do was bring him an apology gift. After all, the guy didn't even have $100 in his bank account. I looked through my dad's pictures and found his address. I nearly fainted when I made it to the house he had listed. It was a dump. I nervously knocked on the door and was greeted by a frail woman with breathing tubes. Phew, I made a mistake. "Can I help you?" "Sorry, ma'am. I was looking for a guy named Liam, but it seems like I had the wrong address." "Oh, honey, you have the right house. Liam is my son. He's out picking up my medicine." She invited me in for a cup of tea, and I felt too bad to say no. She told me all about her kind son who got a job babysitting to help her pay her medical bills. The woman coughed. "I wouldn't get better if it wasn't for him." I'd never felt more horrible. Liam suddenly walked into the room and looked shocked to see me. Okay, upset to see me might be a better description. He pulled me into the kitchen with him and whispered, "Haven't you done enough?" "Oh, I'm actually here to give you your job back." "Are you now?" Your father seemed pretty upset. No, Daddy insisted you come back. I'm here because he wanted me to." "I don't know. I don't want your pity." "Don't say that. It's not pity. You need this job and I need you. Please come back." Liam heard his mom coughing in the other room and did something unexpected. He pulled me in for a hug and my face turned scarlet red. "Thank you, Jessica. Truly." I felt so awkward and said, "I don't know what you mean. My dad made me come." Of course it was a lie, but I didn't want to give him any wrong ideas. I just felt bad for him, right? Now, on to the next part of my mission, convincing my dad to rehire him. That was actually easier than expected. "Daddy, please, Just give Liam one more chance. It was all my fault. I'm sorry. An apology? Who are you and what have you done with Jessica? Just please, Daddy? Fine. You get one more chance, but only because I think this boy is a good influence on you. I rolled my eyes and left. Liam owes me big time. Now that I knew about Liam's personal life, I couldn't help but like him a little more. In a sad puppy kind of way. My heart started to flutter every time I saw him sipping his coffee in the morning. Every time I caught him staring, I couldn't help but blush. I wasn't being very good at hiding my girlish stares, though. This one time, I was watching Liam carry in some packages and Lisa snapped at me. Earth to Jessica. You can't seriously be pining over that guy. Don't you have your super hot dream boyfriend already? I don't know. Do I? I'm not even sure who's my dream guy anymore. Lisa said Armand and I were just having a rough patch because of the whole dinner thing. I shrugged. When it struck 12 that night, I kept waiting for that loser to message me or call me to wish me a happy birthday. For half an hour, nothing. I went downstairs to get water from the kitchen and saw a nicely wrapped package on the table. I gasped when I opened it. It was a rare, signed edition of Harry Potter. Of course, Liam knew what a huge fan I was. While I was dreaming of Liam and me, my phone beeped. Hey babe, sorry for being missing in action. Meet me at our spot at 2 a.m. I messaged Armand to say I was done with him. Armand reacted pretty horribly, but it was his last text that really hit me hard. Oh, don't tell me you've gone and fallen in love with the help. It was that moment I realized I'd really fallen for Liam. In fact, I loved him. I walked toward his room in the middle of the night to confess. When I heard him talking to another woman, I pushed the door open a bit and saw he was sitting on the bed, hugging a very attractive young woman. I was filled with so many emotions. I ran away. I never wanted to see him again. I ran back to my room and called Armand and said I took everything back and wanted to meet him tonight. This time, Liam was too preoccupied to notice me leaving. We hung out at a park and spray painted a wall. Of course, Armand left when the police came, but they caught me. They had to drop me off at my house at 4 a.m. My dad was so mad I thought he was going to explode. He ran over to Liam's room to yell at him and I followed. When he pushed open the door, he saw Liam sleepily getting up off the floor and the surprised woman sleeping in his bed. And you brought a girl here? You are fired. Don't count on getting your last paycheck. I stood there as the young girl screamed, "What are we gonna do about Mom?" before crying and running out. Oh, does your girlfriend have a sick mom too? Girlfriend? That's my sister. Our mom is in the hospital right now and she didn't want to stay at home alone. My heart sank. I had jumped to conclusions and possibly ruined everything. Before I could say anything, he ran after his sister. I hesitated a moment and then followed him out the door. He was out of breath, standing on my lawn looking around. I'm really sorry. It's not your fault. It was my job to watch you and I shouldn't have snuck a guest in. If you tell my father it was your sister and not a girlfriend, he'll understand. Why do you all assume I'd have a girlfriend? After how close we got, you really think I would want to be with anyone else? What do you mean? I think I love you. Liam, I think... We locked eyes for a moment when an irritating voice ruined the moment. Hey babe, sorry about ditching you again with the police, but this time I came to apologize in person. Armand looked at Liam and me skeptically. Sorry, am I interrupting something? No, you're not. I was just leaving, forever. Wait, Liam. Stop. You don't have to feel bad for me. It was stupid of me to think someone like you could ever like a loser like me. He ran off crying before I could stop him. Wow. What a pathetic guy. Armand leaned in for a kiss when I slapped him. The only pathetic person here is me for sticking around with someone like you for this long. Babe, is this about the cops? I said I was sorry. He continued to apologize as I went into my house and slammed the door behind me. I ran up to my room and texted Liam to say we had to talk. I hoped Liam would show up the next day to work something out, but he didn't. I stood by my phone anxiously waiting for a response. When my phone started buzzing, I excitedly picked up. I knew you'd answer, babe. Great. I don't want to talk to you. Just hear me out, babe. When you love someone, you need to swallow your pride and go to them. Do you get what I'm saying? Actually, Armand, I think I do. Great. So that means you'll come and meet me tonight? Not in a million years. I hung up, hopped in my limo, and told the driver to take me to Liam. When I knocked on the door, he answered this time in total shock. I told you, I don't need your pity. My family is fine.
Before he could say another word, I interrupted him. Liam, would you be my boyfriend?
What? I don't understand.
I don't understand either, Liam, but I love you. I love the way you help your family and work hard no matter how horrible I'm being. I love the way you cry at movies and always have my best interests at heart. Now, I'll only ask one more time. Will you be my boyfriend?
Nothing would make me happier.
We smiled at each other, and he got closer when his sister suddenly said, So, your babysitter is now your boyfriend? We should send this story to My Story Animated. I'm pretty sure people would love it.
Hey, I'm Celine, but my dad calls me Cece. My parents were always super rich. They had it all. Huge mansions, fancy cars, even their own helicopter. Mom really believed in keeping away bad luck, so she did all the crazy, superstitious stuff, like avoiding the number 13 and hating black cats. The day I was born, though, Mom almost dropped me when the nurse handed me to her. What is that? Look at her eyes. She's Satan. Get this devil away from me. Well, yeah, my eyes were a little different than others. One was blue and the other was green. But for some reason, my stupid mom thought it was the devil and meant bad luck. Growing up, Mom never really cared about me. Once, when I was 4, I gave my mom an invitation to the party that our teacher was having to celebrate Mother's Day. And Mom said, to celebrate what? Giving birth to the devil? My life was way better before you. Your teacher is stupid and doesn't know what it's like to raise an enemy. Yes, you're my enemy. Just get lost. I went crying and Dad hugged me and said he would attend the party himself. And we had a great time. When I was in the 3rd grade, Dad got me a puppy and I was super happy. But the moment Mom saw her, she took her immediately. This puppy is mine. I need someone to make me feel like a mom since I don't see you as a daughter. She kept the puppy for herself, but a week later, the puppy died. Mom went ballistic and said it was my fault. I got mad and threw my ball at her, but it hit the TV and broke it. Oh God, I told you, this girl is trouble for me. She's cursed. When I was in the 7th grade, she started taking me to shamans to have my curse lifted. I was sick of her nonsense, so I decided to get back at Mom. Before the shaman could start her chants, I climbed on her table and went all Tarzan, screaming something in Latin. Mom got super scared and the shaman ran out of her own freaking house. It was hilarious. But Mom was more convinced than ever that I was evil. She even told my teachers at a parent-teacher meeting, and my classmates' parents told them not to sit with me. I was alone there. When I was in the 10th grade, my parents had set up a new office in LA, so they decided to move there for a couple of years. I was super excited because I wanted a fresh start at school where no one would call me a freak. So the first thing I did was get myself some cool blue contact lenses. LA was so big and lively. I loved it there. On my first day of school, I received a warm welcome and even compliments on my eyes. A couple of days later, I saw the poster for cheerleading auditions and I decided to try my luck. And to my amazement, I got in. The captain of the cheerleading team, Tiffany, was super friendly to me. I want you on the squad, girl. And just like that, I joined the group of the most popular girls in the school. I couldn't believe it. My life was getting better and better over the weeks. That is, until Tiffany offered to drive me home one day, and I happily said yes. But when we got home, we saw Mom outside, and she looked scary. She started calling out to me nonstop. I turned to Tiffany. That's our maid, but Mom fired her because she's a thief. She keeps coming here like a crazy person. Ew. It's okay, Tiffany. You can go now. I'll deal with her. Mwah, mwah. When Tiffany drove off, I walked to Mom. What now, Mom? Did you say to your dad that you liked my new car? You did? That's why it got burned today. You useless, bad luck girl. Mom, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Just leave me alone. I left her screaming and walked away. Just then, I bumped straight into a boy who was also running like crazy. He held my hand and said, "Run!" So I ran as fast as I could. After a few minutes, I stopped him and I said, "Why are we running?" "Oh, from my crazy dad. He thinks I brought him bad luck, and he's furious now, and I just ran away. Oh, by the way, I'm your neighbor." Oh, that's a lot of things we have in common. A crazy parent and the same neighborhood. Oh, yeah, I know your mom. She is... Oh, wow, your eyes. They're so beautiful. I've never met someone with odd eyes before. And then it hit me. My lens must have fallen out. Oh, geez. You don't have to be nice. I know I look like a freak. What? No, you look unique. He then came close to me and gently kissed me on the cheek. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. It's our secret. I felt butterflies in my stomach hearing his words. And from that day on, Sean and I started to hang out in school too. I found out later that Sean was Tiffany's cousin. Oh, you're hanging with the sexiest cousin I have. Lucky you. I'm also dating this hot college guy, and he's rich. It's not like I'm a gold digger, but I made sure he was rich. Tiffany was such a cool friend, and being with her and the cheerleading squad, I felt on top of the world. We were the queen bees, and I felt invincible. One day, we were in the bathroom fixing our makeup when a girl came in and walked towards a stall, but Tiffany stopped her. Hey, weirdo, leave the bathroom. We're having a private talk here. But I really need to pee. Didn't you hear what I said? Go away. Hey, Cece, was I clear enough? Yes. She said leave. Why are you still here? Because I need to go to the bathroom? No, she said leave. I tried to drag her away, but I forgot that I was still holding the eyeliner in my hand, and I accidentally poked her shoulder with it. She pushed me away, and I pushed her back hard, and she fell on the ground. She held her arm and screamed in pain. Tiffany and I freaked out and ran away. The girl later complained about us, and Tiffany and I were called into the principal's office. To make matters worse, Dad was there. He was so disappointed. You weren't letting that poor girl go to the bathroom? This isn't how I raised you, Cece. A bully? Who are you? His words made me realize what I'd done. I had tears in my eyes, and the way Dad looked at me broke my heart. I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have. Oh, cut it out, Cece. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. What? Oh my God, you started it, you lying jerk. All of a sudden, Tiffany pounced on me and pulled hard at my hair. She was suspended for a week and then removed from the cheerleading squad. I felt guilty and went to the girl to apologize. Luckily, she forgave me. A few days later, we were invited to the school quarterback Ashton's birthday party, and Sean and I danced like crazy. Feeling sweaty, I went to the bathroom to wash my face, and just as I looked up in the mirror, Tiffany came and shoved my face in the sink. You two-faced witch. I screamed and pushed her away, making her fall on her butt. Are you crazy or what? But when I turned, I noticed she was looking at me like I had a pair of horns on my head. OMG, so this is what they were talking about. You hid it well. While I was suspended, I dug up information on your previous school and talked to some people. Turns out you were quite popular for being bad luck. OMG, my lens, they must have fallen out in the sink. Okay, so here's the deal. Leave Sean and I'll keep your secret. He already knows which, and you have a boyfriend. Why can't a girl have two? He's your cousin. So what? And he knows about the weird eyes, but the rest don't. I talked to your old classmates and they all think you're a freak. It won't be much different here, trust me. I had no choice but to agree. I didn't want things to be like they were at my old school. After that, I quietly left the party. Sean kept calling me on my cell phone, but I didn't pick up. The next couple of weeks were awkward. Sean tried everything to talk to me. He was constantly following me and asking if he'd done anything wrong. I told him to just leave me alone. To convince him that I wasn't into him, I kissed Ashton one day when I knew Sean was watching us. Sean looked defeated. I knew his heart was broken, but so was I. Tiffany was by his side and held his hand with a wicked smirk on her face. I hated her. The very next day, I was sitting in the cafeteria when Tiffany suddenly came and knocked my sandwich out of my hand and then squished it with her foot. I just heard. You were made head of the cheerleading team. I think you should turn down the position. Don't you agree? 'Cause otherwise, you know what happens. OMG! Now she was blackmailing me to leave the squad? That was it. I was done with that bully. I stood up and shoved her away. What will you do if I don't? Tell everyone my secret? Wait, let me help you. And then I climbed onto the cafeteria table. May I have your attention, please? I want to tell something about myself that I've been hiding from all of you. And then I removed my blue lens and threw them at Tiffany. Yup, I've got odd eyes. I'm freaky. Want to come and take a closer look? Go ahead. But the reaction from my schoolmates was not what I expected at all. OMG, I always wanted to see someone with odd eyes. Cece, that's so awesome. It just makes you look 10 times cooler. Everyone complimented my eyes. I was the center of attention, and Tiffany was screaming with anger as she left the cafeteria. But all I could think about was Sean. I searched for him everywhere, and when I found him, I immediately hugged him and started crying. I'm so sorry I hurt you, Sean. I was so stupid and foolish that I let Tiffany blackmail me into driving you away. But it's only because all my life, my mom and other people have made me feel like a freak. Hey, don't cry. It's all right. I told you before, you're not a freak. Cece, you're the most amazing girl I've ever met. And then it happened. I looked up at him and he kissed me. I was back to going around with Sean now, and Tiffany looked crazier than ever. A few days later, we had a soccer match in school. Right at the end of our cheerleading routine, we were in the pyramid position and I was on top when I felt something hit my head. I lost my balance and was about to hit the ground, but the other cheerleaders caught me just in time, and they started screaming.
OMG, it was Tiffany!
Yeah, I saw her throwing a stone.
She's a psycho!
I knew Tiffany hated me, but this was next level psycho. Like a raging bull, I charged towards Tiffany and we both fell on the ground. You witch, why can't you just leave me alone? Leave you alone? Oh, I will destroy you, Cece. You became the cheerleading captain and you got Sean? No. Not on my watch. Sweetie, it's already done. The cheerleading squad had called the principal and Tiffany was expelled. When I got home from the game that day, Mom noticed I wasn't wearing my lens, and she flipped out. You've been going around like this? God knows what bad luck is going to come my way now. Go wear your lens. It makes me sick looking at you like this. You know what, Mom? Don't look at me. In fact, don't talk to me either. Just pretend I don't even exist. I'm just so sick of your stupid nonsense. All my life, you made me think I'm some kind of freak. But the only abnormal person I know is you. How dare you? Mom lifted her hand to slap me, but before she could, Dad caught her hand and pushed her away. Pack your bags and get out. What? Get out before I call the cops. You've hurt my daughter long enough. I'm not putting up with you anymore. Goodbye and good luck. Mom kicked and screamed, but Dad just threw her bags out. Then Dad hugged me. I love you, Cece, and I'm so proud of you. I love you too, Dad. And since then, our lives have been so much better.
Hi, my name is Ray, and I'm from Virginia. Please like and subscribe. My parents were pretty famous singers back in their time, so when I grew up, I became one too. But Mom and Dad had an accident when I was only 6, and ever since then, my uncle and aunt took care of me. Both of them spoiled me to bits and always supported me in everything, especially in my singing career. By the time I was 14, I was already doing huge shows and concerts, and it kept me so busy that I always wondered what normal stuff like making friends and going to school would be like. But suddenly, my life took a wild turn on my 15th birthday. Just as I entered my room, I saw my auntie going through Mom's stuff. What are you doing in here? Hey, honey, happy birthday. I was just missing your mom so much today. Came to see these pictures and stuff that belonged to her. I hope you don't mind. Aw, thanks, auntie. And of course not. This belongs to you as much as it belongs to me. After that, she got me to sign some papers for my upcoming show and hugged me tight. We have the greatest surprise party for you, sweetie. You're gonna love it. And it was actually awesome. It was my biggest concert ever, and I was gonna sing in front of my biggest live audience. I was jumping with excitement backstage, and that's when I heard the most shocking thing of my life. Now that we have my cunning sister's real will, and we got that orphan brat to sign the property papers, everything will be ours, honey. Yeah, and all that money she's gonna make, we'll bite on that too. We're gonna be so rich. OMG, who were these people? I pushed the curtain aside and confronted them. You
blood-sucking mosquitoes. I can't believe you'd be so greedy and evil. You're gonna what? There's nothing you can do now. We are the freaking owners of everything. Your money, your life, and your soul. Yes, sir, and now you're gonna make more money for us, so get your butt on that stage and do what you trained for. No, there's no way. I'm not gonna do anything you guys say. That's enough. I'm not asking. I'm giving you an order. Security, watch over this room and don't let her out until the show starts. Oh, God, no. I tried to kick her with all my might, but that witch got away. And now I was gonna be trapped in this room with 2 Hulks standing outside keeping an eye on me. I had to do something. I looked at the window in the room, and without a thought, I climbed out of it. I had to run away from these evil people at all costs. But just as I was climbing down, my hand slipped and I fell on something. Ah, my back. I'm so sorry. The guy looked at me super stunned, but he finally spoke. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm Noah, super crazy fan. I've heard all of your songs 1,000 times. Suddenly the guards heard me and they were running down to catch me. I didn't have any time for the introduction, but he had a bike. Get me out of here, now! What? He looked shocked and I didn't have time to explain, so I just kissed him and told him to get me out of here. He went into shock for a few seconds, but then he held me and got me on his bike and we rode off. In no time, we were far away from my evil aunt and her potato head husband. After some time, he stopped and he turned around to me. Is everything okay? Why did you run? Should I call someone? His name was Noah, and he was actually a year younger than me. I told him everything that had happened, and then he offered me his place to stay. What? Are you sure? Yeah, I live with my mom, and you can stay with me. Us, as long as you want. Honestly, I had no other place to go, and I ran from a freaking concert. I didn't want the media or my aunt to find me, so I said yes, and Noah took me to his house. We climbed into his room through the window so his mom wouldn't see us. Once inside, he got me all the food in the house and kept looking at me like I was some kind of alien. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? I just can't believe you're here, in my room. This is like... I pinched him hard and he squealed loudly. Now do you believe me? Ouch! Okay, I do. And we both burst out laughing. Later, when it was time to sleep, Noah offered me his bed and went to sleep on the floor. Oh God, he was so cute. But the next morning when I woke up, I was startled to see Noah staring at me. What the heck, dude? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just leaving for school and Mom will go to work. She's a lawyer, so you have the home to yourself. Make yourself comfy, okay? He then got me breakfast and a pair of clothes which were obviously his and left. But the next morning, as Noah was getting ready for school, I had a crazy idea. I want to go to school and see what a normal school life looks like. Will you take me? And he straight away denied. No, what if someone sees you? It's too dangerous for you to step out like this. What? So I was again a prisoner? No way! After he went downstairs, I sneaked into his mom's room and borrowed some wigs and some makeup, and then I followed him to school. And public school was nothing like I had imagined. The kids were coming in on buses or bicycles, and everyone minded their own business. That was so freaking awesome. But then I saw a bunch of guys surrounding Noah, and one of them was holding him by his collar. I thought you'd stay at home after the butt kicking I gave you yesterday, nerd. Next time when I ask you to do my homework, don't you dare refuse. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. Sure, I'll do that. But before that, you'll have to lick my shoes. Seriously? I couldn't hold it back anymore. I marched up to him and punched him hard in the face. Oh my God, what are you doing here? Oh, and who is this you got with you, Noah? Your sister? 'Cause I didn't think a scaredy cat like you can get a girl. Ha! He sure can, and here I am. 'Cause you see, he ain't a giant crybaby who has to pick on others to satisfy his tiny ego, and that's why I love him. And then I kissed him again. The guy looked raging mad after this, and he turned to hit me when Noah came in and took the hit. Noah, are you okay? Just then, seeing some of the teachers coming our way, the bullies ran away. And I didn't want to be caught either, so I took Noah's hand and ran too. Wait, what are you doing here? This was crazy. You're crazy. Why didn't you tell anyone you were being bullied? And why did you come in between? Because he was gonna hurt you. You didn't have to save me, you dummy. Look at that. It's gonna hurt. But don't you worry. I'm gonna make those jerks pay for what they did. What do you mean? I showed him the phone camera I had on all this time and recorded whatever those jerks did. Later, Noah showed it to the principal and those jerks were suspended for 2 weeks. Later that night, I went downstairs to get some ice for Noah's bruises, but just as I picked up the ice tray, I freaked out to see Noah's mom right behind me. Goodness gracious, where did you come from? Suddenly, Noah came running downstairs screaming, Mom, listen to me. I can explain. You better. I didn't want to complicate things, so I told her everything and begged her to let me stay. Just a few more days, and then I'll go back, I promise. She melted and agreed, but Noah had to sleep in the living room, which he was totally fine with. This guy was winning my heart like anything. The next day, Noah's friends were throwing him a huge party for getting into the basketball team, and he asked me to tag along. This was gonna be awesome. When we reached there, Noah and I danced to my favorite song and partied so hard. This is the best day ever. I'm so happy you got onto the team. Yeah, I think I made it because I got my good luck charm. Oh, your good luck charm? The bully guys from school. What were they doing here? How about you share this babe with us too, Noah? What are you even doing this evening, sweetheart? Want to go out with a real player? I was gonna poke my fingers right into his eyes this time. But before I could do that, Noah kicked him hard and he fell to the ground. Both of them broke into a fight and I had to pull Noah apart from him. But Noah looked raging mad. Stay away from my girl or I'm gonna kill you. Whoa, his girl? I was blushing so hard. Noah took my hand and we were about to leave when the bully got up and pulled me by my hair. My wig! It came off and everyone gasped as they saw me. Ray! It's Ray, the music superstar! Within seconds, everyone had their phones up and were taking pictures of me. Oh, shoot. Noah put his hoodie over me and rushed me out of there, but I was terrified now. My aunt was gonna know about me. As soon as we reached home, I hugged him tight. I don't want to go. I can't, no. Apologize. But before I could even say a word, he came up to me. So, princess, we are standing under a mistletoe. You know what that means? Yeah. He kissed me, and I knew in my heart that I would get my happily ever after with Mark. I was about to shoot my target when suddenly someone appeared from the shadows and snatched the apple away. It was the most popular guy in school, Travis, and lately he'd been flirting with me every chance he got. Let's play a game. If you miss the target, I'll have to kiss you. But if you hit it, then you'll have to kiss me. What do you say? Sure, why not? Everyone knew how good I was in archery, and as expected, it was a bullseye. Deal's a deal, cream puff. As he closed his eyes for the kiss, I called for the school cat Loki and whispered something to it. You can open your eyes now. Loki scratched his face like a wild animal as I walked away, in total satisfaction. Hi, my name is Bianca, and I'm incapable of falling in love. Well, that's what I thought. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. My mom owned a huge chain of hotels, and I was the sole heiress to the business empire. Our family name was well known already, but I'd really made us famous. Teen heiress seen kissing alleged gangster? Spoiled princess seen at archaeological site closed off for public? Princess Bianca announces to pay any amount to straighten the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Each headline is worse than the one before. Alleged gangster, Mom. We broke up. And you know my keen interest in history. I had to see that site. And come on, am I the only one annoyed by that Leaning Tower? When will you ever get serious, Bianca? I have a private jet to catch, but we're not done with this conversation. Yes, go to your meeting, Mom. You didn't even remember to wish me a happy birthday, but I was still celebrating in style. I was having a huge birthday party at the newest club in town, but my night was ruined when I saw an uninvited guest, Travis, and he was approaching me and my BFF Carmen, as if he was God's gift to women, despite that scary face. Hey, sugar lips, wanna dance? Aren't you supposed to hate me for making you look like Frankenstein? What's love without a little pain? And I adore your feistiness. He was all over me the whole night. Eventually, I had to make Carmen distract him and try to escape, but he noticed and followed me like a madman. I'm not done with you, my love. I turned around a corner and opened a VIP door at the end of the hallway. There were some men in suits playing poker, and they all turned to me like I was an alien. Oopsie, wrong room. Thought it was the toilet. But may I say, sir, your jacket is really cool. Very vintage 90s. 90s. Michael Jackson kind of vibe. Okay, I won't bother you guys. May the best man win. Bye. Travis was nowhere to be seen, so I took the chance to finally leave the club. But of course, I couldn't avoid him at school, and he was being such a nuisance that eventually I got a restraining order against him. My life was finally peaceful, till a few days later when Carmen told me that her cousin from the village would be joining our school. Since when do you have a cousin? Ever since he was born? You never told me about him. I love to collect snake skins and samurai swords in my basement. I didn't tell you about those either. What? Friends should share everything. I think some secrets are good. Oh my god, my cousin's here. I turned to this guy who was walking towards us like he was the king of the underworld. Judging by his walk, he knew he was a fine specimen of the male species. But suddenly, he tripped over nothing and fell into the fountain nearby. And then he immediately got up like nothing happened. I felt like I was watching a comic cartoon strip. Are you sure he's not some hot model you paid to act as your clumsy cousin? Nice way to say that he's hot and adorable. He then spun her around like she was a cotton ball. Carmen, my favorite girl. I missed you so much. The guy turned to me and I was stunned. He was even more handsome up close and also really familiar. You must be Bianca, Carmen's best friend. I'm Slater. Nice to finally meet you. Did you just curtsy? And have we met before? No. Is this how city people greet each other? Excuse us a moment. Carmen pulled me out of Slater's earshot. What you doing? Talking to my best friend's cousin? Why does that require you to bring your face so close to his? I just thought he looked really familiar. What's your problem? I just think you're finding an excuse to flirt with him. Now listen up, Bianca. You're never serious about any boy, and you just play with their feelings and dump them. And you're not allowed to do that to my cousin. He's not even my type. Relax. Just don't get involved with him that way, or it's friendship over. Understood? Loud and clear, ma'am. Since then, the three of us started hanging out together, and I was having a hard time believing someone like Slater existed. Sheer perfection on the outside, but with the poorest balance a human could possibly have. He tripped, slipped, and stumbled everywhere. He even got a black eye while tying his shoelaces. But one night, while I was admiring one of the paintings at home, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. I remembered where I'd seen Slater before. You gotta trust me, Carmen. Your cousin's up to something shady. Mom and I attended this art exhibition downtown last month, and Slater was there. He was one of the artists. We even bought a painting from him. Only his hair and eye color was different, but it was him, and he wasn't clumsy. He must have been a lookalike. Slater has lived in the village his entire life and just got here last week, and he can't even draw a circle, trust me. I even showed Slater's picture to Mom, and she said it's him too. Now she's contacted the artist to buy more of his work, and he's coming soon, and I'll finally know the truth. You just need to give yourself something to be excited about. Do what you want, but you're wrong. A couple of days later, the artist called Mom to say that he had to go out of town and he'd come to meet her next month. How convenient. I decided not to say anything to Slater and try to get to the bottom of his secret identity. He was always hovering around me and Carmen like an annoying fly. He was sure to slip up at some point. I'd be watching him. But one day, I was spying on him at the gym, and after seeing him miss the 100th basket, I got really bored. I decided to skip the rest of school that day to get a manicure. As I was walking to my car, a van suddenly stopped next to me. Good day, child. Would you please buy some apples from me? I run an orphanage, and I'd like to get some toys for the children. Sure thing. Just give me a basket and I'll give you $100,000. I was about to take the basket from her when Slater suddenly popped out of nowhere and crashed into me. Hey, you. Who do you work for? Show me your ID. The poor lady looked terrified and just drove away. What the heck was that? Didn't your parents ever tell you not to take candy from strangers? What if she was trying to poison you? Dude, those are apples, not candy. And who am I? Snow White? And that cute granny is trying to poison me because I'm the fairest girl in all the land. This isn't funny. You don't know how dangerous some situations can be. Oh, please. I swam with sharks last year and jumped off a hot air balloon when it malfunctioned. I laugh in the face of danger. And that lady just wasn't dangerous. I know you're from the village and probably think everyone in the city's evil, but please stop being a weirdo. But Slater just got weirder. Like another time, the three of us were at a restaurant, and as soon as the waiter served our order, he started sniffing mine. If you wanted me to completely lose my appetite, you succeeded. What's wrong with you? He also started sniffing his food and Carmen's. That's how we do it in the village. The first whiff of food tells you everything you need to know. About what exactly? About how organically the food was grown, if the farmer sang to his crops and cows. I ordered a giant brownie sundae with whipped cream and sprinkles. Are you insane? Just give me that But just then, there was a loud crashing sound next to us, and Slater jumped towards me and brought me down to the floor, covering me like a human shield. He was looking down at me, and I was a little breathless. And then I saw everyone else staring at us like we were mental. Apparently, a waiter had just dropped a tray full of glasses. Oh, my bad. I thought it was a gunshot and maybe some robbers had come in. I just acted on instinct.
Wait, let me get this straight. So you thought it was a dangerous situation and your first instinct was to save Bianca? Hello, what about me? Your own flesh and blood?
Slater muttered some apologies while Carmen kept scolding him, even if he was crazy. It was really sweet how he tried to protect me. One weekend, Carmen told me that the cheer captain was throwing a party, just for the cheerleaders and all the boys. I felt curious to see how Slater would act at parties with other girls, so I dashed over to the venue and spied from the bushes. But I couldn't spot him anywhere. I knew how girls looked at him. He was probably surrounded by the cheerleaders. Well, what did I care? I took this opportunity to practice my amazing singing. I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, say things you don't understand. Suddenly, I heard a sound right behind me. Slater, what are you doing here?
Same question for you.
I came here to sing flowers, 'cause you know, there are flowers here, duh. What about you?
It's too loud inside, and everyone was acting wild. It was scaring me.
Just then, a huge bug came flying at our faces, and Slater tried to smack it away, but he ended up slapping me instead.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My hand is so stupid. Bad hand.
Gosh, Slater, why are you so freaking clumsy?
I don't know, just born that way, but I get even clumsier around you, because attractive girls make me nervous, and you're the most beautiful I've ever seen.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, Bianca.
It suddenly hit me. He was attracted to me, and that could make things complicated. I had to avoid him from now on before Carmen could misinterpret things and unfriend me. But the very next day, I caught him in the janitor's closet with his butt stuck in a mop bucket. Jesus, what have you done this time?
Can you just help me, please? I think I got a cramp.
As I pulled him up, our lips accidentally touched, and my tummy fluttered. Just then, someone gasped from the door. Carmen! Girl, it's not what you think. I followed her to an empty classroom and tried to explain. I swear, there's nothing romantic going on between us. He's too dumb and clumsy for me, and I'm certain he's a liar. Excuse me? That's my cousin you're insulting. And you say these things, but I feel like you're attracted to him. Just don't get attached to him, okay? He's not right for you. Of course, duh. I already knew that, but I was a bit bothered by what Carmen said. Why did she think he wasn't right for me? A few days later, I was practicing archery alone when suddenly an arrow came flying from somewhere and almost hit me. I turned around and saw someone behind a tree. I dashed over and found Slater. What are you doing here? Trying to kill me now?
No, what? What just happened?
You happened, Slater. You nearly sent an arrow straight into me. You're a hazard to society.
Oh god, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize my arrow came your way. I mean, I didn't even know anyone was here. I would never hurt you, I swear. But let me make it up to you with an ice cream shake. Come on, let's go.
I wasn't finding his act convincing. Why was he always around me? He was beginning to seem as obsessed with me as Travis. And what if he tried to hurt me on purpose with the arrow?
By the way, are you free tonight? I want to talk to you about something. Just you and me, alone.
Okay, sure. But we're alone right now. You can't tell me over ice cream shakes?
What ice cream shakes? Oh, yeah, that. No, tonight's better. I'll send you the pin location. Driver, I'll get off here. Thanks. See you later, Bianca.
And then he just jumped out of the car and walked away. This dude was so weird, but I was really curious about what he had to say. Later that night, I was surprised to learn where he was taking me. The rooftop of an old building. There was no elevator, so we had to climb 8 flights of stairs, and he was holding on to my shirt like a kid. Wait, what if he tried to push me down? Can you move away? I need some personal space.
But what if I trip and fall down the stairs? You know how clumsy I get.
Why would you invite me to a rooftop then, idiot?
You'll see.
When we finally reached the top, I was surprised to see a candlelit dinner. What's all this?
Obviously a date. Were you expecting a crime scene?
Didn't your cousin warn you about me?
She did, but I just don't see why she's so against the idea of you being my girlfriend. You're beautiful and amazing.
She was trying to protect you because I have a history of not being good with relationships.
May I know why?
why. And before I knew it, I just found myself opening up. Growing up, I saw how my dad broke my mom's heart and left her for another woman. Since then, Mom's not even the same person. She just buries herself in work. And Dad kinda broke my heart too. Leaving like that, I'm just afraid to let anyone come close. I know that you don't trust me, but I hope that someday you will, and I'll get to know you better. I feel like you're someone worth knowing. He looked at me earnestly and then started leaning in. I found myself closing my eyes, and when his lips touched mine, I felt something electric. Wait, that was a mistake, Slater. I care a lot about my friendship with Carmen. I can't.
Okay, I understand.
But later that night, all I could think about was Slater and that kiss. Maybe I could talk to Carmen and she'd come around, but I still couldn't shake off the idea that Slater was lying about himself. As luck would have it, Mom told me the next day that the artist was back in town and he was displaying his work at a gallery that night. Well, Slater wasn't going to be the only one in disguise. I went dressed up as someone completely different, and I was thrilled to see him. He might have a different style, but I was certain it was Slater. And as I was walking past him, I accidentally tripped and fell forward, scraping his arm with my pen. I'm so sorry. I'm not very good with the walking. Clumsy, like you people say. Oh, it bleeds.
It's fine, miss. I'm okay. Excuse me. I need to use the bathroom.
And the next day at school, Slater was wearing a full-sleeved shirt, just like I'd expected. So I spilled my juice all over him. Oh my God, you're wet. You'll have to change your shirt.
It's fine. It'll dry up.
No, you'll get sick.
I won't. I'm as strong as a cow.
I tried a few more tricks, but he was able to avoid all of them. I guess I just had to do it by force. After our classes, I followed him outside school, and just as I was ready to jump on him from behind, he turned around and pinned me to the wall.
Bianca, why were you trying to attack me?
How did you know, Spider-Man? And all I wanted to do was this. I pulled up his sleeve, and sure enough, he had a long cut on his arm. Ha! So you're really that artist. I've exposed you, you big fat... Suddenly, there was a growl behind me. I turned to see two guys holding two rabid dogs and pointing at us.
Bianca, just run.
Slater grabbed my hand, and we ran like crazy from the dogs. After sprinting down several blocks, he pulled me into an old building, and we ran up the stairs. We climbed all the way to the rooftop, and we could hear those guys behind us.
Okay, there's no other choice. We gotta jump.
Excuse me? I must have heard you wrong. And what is going on?
Questions later. And what's the matter? I thought you laughed in the face of danger. Haha.
Now is not the time to be sarcastic.
Just hold on to me and you'll be fine. Do you trust me?
Of course I don't trust you. You're the clumsiest idiot I've ever met.
Listen, Bianca, I'm not who you really think I am. I just need you to trust me right now, okay? I won't let anything happen to you. I promise.
My instincts told me to trust him, and I did. And what happened next was the most thrilling thing ever. We went flying through the air, then landed straight in a garbage dump. Ew, fish heads.
Come on, this isn't over yet.
I needed answers about why I was currently running a marathon with my BFF's mystery cousin around the city. Slater, why are these people after us?
Listen, something happened.
He didn't get to finish because the gangsters finally cornered us. Slater pushed me inside one of the diners as he started fighting them expertly. What were these kung fu ninja moves? He was so hot. Just then, one of the guys came up behind him with a metal chair. I looked around for anything I could throw at that scumbag before he could hurt Slater. Bullseye.
That's my girl.
Just then, a bunch of policemen arrived and surrounded the men, and Slater pulled out a badge.
You're under arrest.
What? He was a detective? As those jerks were being taken away, Slater finally told me everything, starting with how I unknowingly got involved with an international mafia gang.
You walked in on them one night at the dance club and saw something you weren't supposed to see. You've been in danger since then.
Oh, those guys. But I swear I didn't even see anything.
They couldn't be sure of that, so you've been their target since. I was already in town looking for this gang and posing as an undercover artist, but when we found out that they were looking for you, I joined your school to be closer. We also thought we could catch them using you.
You mean using me as bait?
I didn't mean use you like that. We just knew they'd come after you.
So that date on the rooftop, was that also a ploy to get the gang members there?
Well, yeah. We had police hidden all over that building, but I think the gang realized it was a trap.
Everything made sense now. He was just pretending to be interested all along so he could be around me for my protection and to catch the bad guys. I was just a mission for him. You saved my life.
Thank you.
I just did my job. I'm glad you're safe now. I gotta report to headquarters soon, so...
Yeah, great job. Goodbye then. As I walked away, I suddenly felt sad and empty. And the next day at school, Slater was gone. I demanded more answers from Carmen. Slater really is my cousin. He became a detective at a young age, and he doesn't tell us much about his job. But after that restaurant incident where he was clearly protecting you, I asked him what was going on, and he said it was something related to you, but it was confidential. So that's why you didn't want us to get closer. Yes, because he was just here for his job, and he doesn't form attachments. I didn't want you to get hurt. I'm sorry. What for? I can see it in your eyes, Bianca. You're in love with him, but I don't think he can make you happy. Oh, please. I've told you, I'll never fall in love with anyone, if you say so. Over the next few days, I tried my best to get back to normal, but I couldn't get Slater out of my mind. Even Mom noticed something was up with me.
Haven't seen any crazy headlines lately. No new adventures?
Yeah, it's been kinda quiet, but I did make one stupid mistake, falling in love. Mom sat down beside me and then pulled me into an awkward hug.
Sweetie, I know you've been affected by what your dad did, but don't close your heart off. Falling in love isn't stupid, and you'll find the right guy one day, and it'll be amazing. Trust me.
Mom decided to take some time off work and we planned a vacation together, but just as I was leaving for the airport, I heard a loud crash from the main hall and saw Slater had pinned Travis to the ground.
Slater? Travis? What are you both doing here? Bianca, my cream puff, I couldn't go on any longer without seeing you. I can't live like this. You really need to tighten security around here. Found him crawling through the dog door.
As Slater handed over a screaming Travis to the guards, he turned to me. Why are you here, Slater?
Same reason as Travis, actually. I really missed you. Wait, where are you going?
Sorry, can't disclose the location. It's top secret, so whatever you want, make it fast.
I got another mission.
Okay, so what is it?
I need you to fall in love with me and be my girl.
Oh, well, that sounds like it's gonna be a very hard mission.
I'm not afraid of challenging assignments.
He pulled me in for a kiss and then hit his forehead against mine. So you're naturally clumsy.
Only when I'm in love.
Hi, I'm Mia from LA. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, it was just me and my mom, who was a famous photographer working for big brands and celebrities. So you'd think, with a photographer parent, I'd have a beautifully documented childhood. Well, you'd be wrong. I hardly had any pictures because Mom was always too busy. And I was raised by nannies. Sure, Mom gave me everything, but she couldn't make much time for me. She did try by setting up her studio at home, but once when she was in a meeting, I slipped into her darkroom and switched on the lights, and all her photos were destroyed. That nanny was fired, and Mom relocated her studio. And then she hired a lady named Susan, who was the coolest. Susan could play hide and seek with me for hours. She'd always let me do her makeup, and she even taught me how to slide down our main staircase. She'd pitch up a tent in our backyard, and then tell me stories around a fire. And what a storyteller she was. She'd just make up magical tales in the moment, and I was hooked. What are you thinking, you lily-livered, yellow-bellied scallywag?
I was thinking you should be my mom.
Susan laughed it off, but I was kinda serious. She even gifted me my first notebook when I turned 8 because she knew I loved writing stories, and that meant more to me than any of the presents Mom had sent. Yeah, she couldn't make it to my birthday. Once when I was 9, Susan had taken the day off, and I ended up being stuck with Mom at a photo shoot at some historical building.
Mom, I'm bored.
Read your book, Mia.
But I'm also hungry and sleepy.
Think of something fun to do for a little longer, okay?
Okay, but you better come find me soon.
Yeah, soon. So I skipped off to find an amazing hiding place. I thought it was clear to Mom that we were playing hide and seek. As I waited for her in my spot, I dozed off. And when I woke up, it was kinda dark. I tried to find my way back to Mom's shoot, but I was totally lost. Luckily, a security guard found me and took me to the nearest police station. And the only number I knew by heart was Susan's. Sometime later, both Mom and Susan came running in, and I jumped straight into Susan's arms. Sweetie, you really scared your mom. Give her a hug. But I was so mad at her because she didn't come looking for me. Susan would have never let that happen. Soon after, in 5th grade, I came home from school one day to find a girl my age in the kitchen, eating my cereal. Who are you and why are you here? And who eats cereal for lunch? I eat what I want when I want. You're not my boss. Now shoo! I was about to smack that thief in the face when Susan walked in, and she introduced the girl as Harper, her daughter. I didn't even know Susan had one, and I felt a pang of jealousy. Your mom has to travel out of town more often, so she's requested that I live here now, and I'm moving in with Harper. Isn't that great? I'm sure you two will get along wonderfully. I was certain that we would not. She was a nuisance. She threw away all my markers caps so they dried out, spilled juice all over my bed to make it look like pee, and gave my favorite shoes to a stray dog. But I only had to scream, and Susan would tell her off. Harper would tag along with us everywhere, and she'd glare at me and make comments under her breath when Susan was out of earshot. If you don't stop annoying me, I'll tell Susan to make you leave. She's my mom. If I leave, she leaves with me. Well, she likes me better. As if your mom pays her to spend time with you. You're just a job to her. I'd never really thought about it that way, but it was true. That didn't mean she loved me any less, did it? Soon enough, Mom got Harper into my school. I was the top student in class, but she replaced me quickly. Her mental math was faster, her science projects were more inventive, and her creativity had the English teacher gushing. Usually, the person with the best story would be selected to read theirs out loud every week, and now it was always her. And one day when I walked into the living room, I saw Harper on the sofa with her feet up, watching TV, and the sight boiled my blood. I just didn't want her here. It's time for my show. Please leave. There's a TV in your mom's room. Watch it there. It's not your place to tell me what to do. What's that supposed to mean? I thought my mom was like family. That makes me family too, so deal with it. I snapped and dumped her bowl of popcorn on her head. She pounced on me, and as I was pushing her off, I sent her crashing into a table, knocking off a huge vase. Susan came running in at the noise, and she went bonkers on Harper. How could you do this? You know better. But Mom! No, Harper, I told you. You had to be perfect. Do you want to go back to the way things were? You get to go to a great school and live in a nice place. But if you can't appreciate that, then we leave today. I'd never seen Susan so mad, and I didn't want her to quit. Also, I felt a little bad for Harper. Wait, it was an accident. I tripped, and she was just helping me up. Susan calmed down, and after that day, things started getting better between me and Harper. Once we both backed off from annoying each other, we realized that we actually had a lot in common, especially our love for writing. And over time, we became like siblings who were constantly competing and arguing over dumb things. But we certainly didn't hate each other anymore. By the time we reached high school, Mom had expanded her studios to several locations. She wanted me to take an interest in the business, and even though I pretended I didn't like tagging along, I actually loved the glamorous shoots and meeting celebrities. I even started hanging out with celebrity kids my age, and they were something else. They shopped in private malls and had front row tickets to every concert. And once I went to a party with a giant indoor wave pool, which was awesome. I'd often invite Harper to join us, but she never seemed comfortable around them. One night, we were at a burger joint when they decided it would be fun to break into an amusement park at night and operate the rides. Ah, that sounds fun, right, Harper? No it doesn't. It sounds illegal. Don't be such a buzzkill. You only live once, girl. Unclench your butt cheeks. Mia, this is a bad idea, and Mom would never approve. Yeah, so we're not telling her. I'll just text Susan and say we're staying at a friend's tonight. No, I'm going home. What a loser. Let's go, Mia. We had a blast at the amusement park and even narrowly escaped when a security guard turned up. We almost peed our pants laughing as we drove away, and it was such a thrill. But Harper had a sour face the next day. Just spit it out. What's your problem with my friends? They're fun and perfectly nice people. They're not nice. Haven't you noticed their comments on my appearance? They're just giving you some friendly fashion advice. They're being condescending, Mia, and they're reckless, spoiled brats who are just used to their parents getting them whatever they want. Okay, so my mom also gets me anything I want, Harp? Is that what you think of me too? No, of course not. It's different with you. But I caught Harper rolling her eyes when Mom got me a sports car for my 17th birthday. Also, when I got into a college business program without taking the entry test because Mom knew the dean. And she got really pissed when my friends were over one day, and one of them knocked their drink over on Mia's laptop and fried it. Things were tense between us. But when I found out about a national story contest, I went straight to Harper with it, trying to get into her good books. Won't you be entering it yourself? Or maybe you can just win it anyway because your mom probably knows someone. Stop being so snarky. I haven't written something in ages, so no, I'm not entering. But you should, Harper. The winner even gets a scholarship to a great writing program. She finally agreed, and some weeks later she sent off her story. And then one day, she burst into my room excitedly. Mia, I won!
Holy marbles, I actually won! What? The contest! Not only am I getting the scholarship, Mia, they want to turn my short story into a novel, and it's going to be published. Can you imagine? Oh, thank you for convincing me to enter. Harper, that's amazing. I gotta tell Mom, she's gonna be so happy. I couldn't help feeling a little jealous, though. I'd always wanted to have a story published, and Harper was actually getting to do it. I pushed the thought away. I could do it someday, too, and I was happy for her. That is, till her book came out. It was my first time reading her script, and my heart started racing. I couldn't believe my eyes as I frantically skimmed through the pages. These were my stories. Not exactly word for word, but the main themes and so many ideas, they were mine. I stormed downstairs and shoved the book in Harper's face. You cheat. What? These are my ideas, Harper. You stole them from my notebooks. How could you stoop so low? Are you crazy? Why would I even look through your notebooks? Then how did my ideas magically appear in your story? 'Cause they're my ideas. But of course, you found a way to make it about yourself. You've always thought you're better than me because I'm just the help's daughter. Don't change the subject, witch. And I've loved Susan like my own mom. Yeah, and never thought about how you took all her time away from me. I was at home with my rotten grandma while Mom looked after your highness. Well, we were gonna leave after high school anyway, but now with my book deal, I'm sure I can take Mom away even faster. I always knew you were jealous of me, and I was right. Jealous of you? Oh, please. Why would I be jealous of someone whose mother can't be bothered to talk to her more than twice a month? Shut up, Harper. I never want to speak to you again. Fine by me. Susan was really upset when she found out about our fight, and she tried to make us talk, but I refused. I couldn't even look at Harper. And then one night, some reporters came to interview her at the house and asked her where she got her inspiration. Oh, my mom's always been a great storyteller. I wouldn't be here without her. You wouldn't be here without me, Harper. Hey, everyone, here's something you should— Harper attacked me, and suddenly we were fighting like wild cats till our moms pulled us apart. Mom asked the reporters to leave, and when I told her everything, she was livid. After everything I've done for you two, and this is how you repay me? Stealing ideas from my daughter and attacking her too? I want you both gone, now. It broke my heart to see Susan leave like this, but it was all her evil daughter's fault. It didn't make me feel better, though. I didn't even want to meet any of my friends. Then one night, Mom knocked on my door. Hey, sweetie, want to go out for dinner? I don't really feel like it, Mom. Do it for me anyway. I reluctantly agreed, and she took me to a small Italian restaurant. This is where your father and I came on our first date. You don't ever talk about him, Mom. You really don't talk to me at all. Your father was a photographer too. He got sick soon after I got pregnant with you. It was really hard for me to deal with his loss, and I just threw myself into work. Also, I always wanted to make sure I had enough to take care of you on my own, but I think I've let you down. What do you mean? I can see how much you miss Susan, and she's made you into the kind of person you are today, not me. It used to hurt my feelings when you preferred her as a kid, but I can't blame you. Is there anything I can do to make up for me not being there? Mom, I've always appreciated everything you've given me, but I think I just want your time now. Over the years, Mom and I grew closer, and I got more involved with her business. I'd see Harper on the news. She'd turned her novel into a trilogy and gained worldwide success. I tried to get over my bitterness, but I just couldn't forget the betrayal. Then one day, my assistant let in a visitor, and I was shocked to see Harper. What are you doing here? I don't want to see you. Please, Mia, just hear me out. She told me that Susan had fallen sick and had been in the hospital for months. My heart sank at the news. She's recovering now, but she keeps asking to see you. Please, you should hear what she has to say. I put all my differences aside and ran to see her, and hugging her made me feel like a kid again. Susan, I've missed you so much. I've missed you too, Mia. But what's happened? Are you okay? Yes, I'm much better, but there's something I have to tell you now. Okay, what is it? Harper didn't steal your stories, Mia. I did. I felt like someone had punched me. It wasn't intentional, believe me. You remember how you always shared your stories with me over the years? When Harper was writing for that contest, she had writer's block, and I gave her some ideas. I didn't realize those were all yours, or that it would be such a big deal. But after you two fought, I realized what I'd done, but I just couldn't come clean. I didn't want to take away this amazing thing from my daughter, but I felt so awful for the pain I caused you, Mia. I am so sorry. Do you think you can ever forgive me? Oh, please don't cry, Susan. I just need some time to process this, okay?
I sat outside her hospital room, still trying to wrap my head around everything. Just then, Harper joined me. Mom just told me a week ago, Mia. I really had no idea, but we can fix this. I can announce publicly that some ideas were yours and you can be given due credit. No, Harper, slow down. It's okay. You know what? Your mom inspired me to write stories too. I'm sure so many of my ideas came from her. It kind of feels right that they came back to you. And I'm enjoying being part of Mom's business, and I'm glad you've done so well for yourself. I'm glad you're happy too, Mia. And about all those things I said, I didn't really mean them. Me neither. Forget about it. Can we be friends again? As long as you bring your mom along. I only tolerated you because of her. Right back at ya.
Hi, I'm Noor from Pakistan. Please like and subscribe. I was 17 when I moved to the US with my family. And even though my parents were worried about me adjusting here, I was super excited about my new life. On the first day of school, as I walked down the busy hallway, a girl bumped into me and dropped all of my books. As I started picking them up, I saw another kid in roller skates charging straight at me. I just sat there frozen in horror when suddenly someone pushed me out of the way. I looked up to see the cutest boy I'd ever laid eyes on smiling down at me. Hey, are you okay? Did you hit your head? Do you feel dizzy? Well, I did, but I don't know if it was the fall or his smile. I think I'm okay. Thank you for saving my life. Suddenly, he leaned in closer. Wait, was he gonna kiss me? I was ready for it, but to my embarrassment, he just reached over and picked up his sandwich lying next to me. Must have dropped this while saving your butt. I would have been really sad if I'd lost it. He helped me to my feet, winked, and left. Wow, that was a dramatic start. Later in class, the teacher asked me to introduce myself, but when another really cute boy winked at me, I just went blank. As I was trying to think of anything to say, a girl started cackling. Geez, where is she from? Does she even know English? I wasn't gonna let some big mouth ruin my first day at school. Oh my god! You're just like those girls in American movies. You know, those mean girls in high school who always get their butts kicked in the end. I'm so excited to meet you. The girl's grin turned into a deadly glare, and just then I saw the guy who'd saved me before, and he was laughing at her. Ouch! That's gotta burn, Pat. When I went back to my seat, he poked my shoulder and introduced himself as Damien. And later he showed me the way to the cafeteria and even grabbed a food tray for me. This guy was so nice. He then told me everything about the school and that girl Patricia. She was the school's queen bee, and that boy that winked at me was Eric, her boyfriend. Ew. After that, Damien and I often hung out and studied together, and in no time we were really good friends. One day, as I was going to my class, I saw Pat on the stairs with her groupies, bullying a girl who was in tears. Hey, what are you guys doing? Oh, how come the damsel in distress is here all by herself? Is the great Damien not with you to protect you today? What does that even mean? You're dumber than you look. Don't you know why the hottest guy in school is your friend? It's 'cause he thinks you're too weak to protect yourself. Yeah, he begged me to leave you alone on your first day. And that's also why he hangs out with you all the freaking time. What? Was that what Damien thought of me? Just then, I saw Damien come up the stairs, and he'd clearly heard everything. Listen, Noor, I can explain. Oh, everything is clear, Damien. Did protecting me make you feel good about yourself? Oh, well, you can go be someone else's bodyguard. I can take care of myself. Thank you very much. And with that, I stormed off angrily and planned to ignore him for a very long time. A few days later, I was paired up with Eric for an experiment in the science class. There were rumors that he and Pat had broken up, but she kept giving me death glares all the time he sat next to me. While we were doing an experiment, a test tube slipped from my fingers and almost fell on me when Eric pulled me to his side and I fell over him. And Pat jumped off her seat like it was on fire. Girl, where have you been all my life? Hiding from you. I pushed him away and left the class. I didn't want Pat's sleazy ex or more drama, but it wasn't like I could avoid it.
We were having elections for student council in the coming weeks, and I entered my name for the same position that Pat was competing for. Oh, you think you can win? That's cute. Right. I am really cute, and it's gotten me very far in life. But yeah, if the position can only be filled by a bad-tempered witch, I'm sure I'll win this year too. I'm gonna. Easy there, Pat. Kids might not vote for you if they see you going all wild on me. You gotta be cool and a little cute. She looked furious as I walked off. That day, I was waiting for my bus outside school. A car stopped in front of me and the backseat window opened. Come on, Noor, get in, I'll drop you home. No thanks, I'd rather stay on this spot the rest of my life. Oh, you're hurting me, babe. I know it may look like a jerk, but trust me, I'm not one. He literally stood there for 20 minutes, and when I realized the bus wasn't coming, I gave in. Just this once. When we reached home, he got out first and opened the door for me. And then, he pulled me close and kissed me. What the what? I pushed him away, but he just smirked. How dare you do that? Easy there, princess. It was just a kiss. Was it your first? I was so mad at him, but I didn't want to create a scene in front of my house, so I let him leave unscratched. But when I entered my home, I saw both my parents standing near the window looking shocked. I thought I was going to be grounded for life. But when I told them how the loser just kissed me out of nowhere, they calmed down and told me to be careful. The next day at school, the campaigning for the student council election began. I'd made all my posters and left them to dry in the art room. But when I got there, I saw they were all trashed. Of course it was that witch. I could almost cry. As I frantically started all over, I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder, and I turned to see Damien. Hey, you look like you could use some help. May I? Oh, just go away, Damien. Yeah, Pat's a big fat jerk. And she's wrecked all my hard work, but I can fix it on my own. I need a friend, not a knight in shining armor. Just give me a chance to explain, okay? I never thought you're weak. I just thought you're new around here and I was only looking out for you. But I'm sorry about how I did it. Can we be friends again, please? How could I not melt at that adorable smile? I gave him a hug and he jumped right into helping me out. We made a lot of posters and hung them all around the school. But just as I was getting one up on the wall, my foot slipped, and I almost fell to the ground when someone caught me mid-air. Eric, gotcha. Straight from heaven into my arms, gorgeous. Before I could even say anything, Damien pushed him away roughly. Get away from her before I punch out all your teeth, Eric. Whoa, I'd never seen Damien getting so mad before. Was he jealous? I had to cut in to stop the two from getting into a fight, and Eric walked off with a smirk. But later that day, as I walked back to the art room to put away some stuff, I stopped when I saw Pat and Eric inside, and they were talking about me. Babe, I swear, I was so sure Nora's parents saw me kiss her. I thought they'd ground her for a few weeks and she wouldn't be able to run for the election, but I don't know why it didn't work. It didn't work because you're a moron. Try harder. We need to do something big to get her butt kicked out of school. I just can't stand that brown-skinned curry girl. OMG, these guys were such jerks. And I decided I was gonna teach him a good lesson this time. The next few days, Eric kept trying to impress me with his expensive gifts, and I started acting like I was loving all this attention. I wanted him to think that he was winning, but it wasn't gonna be easy for him. One day, I was in the cafeteria when I invited Eric over to eat together. Hey, Eric, come sit with me. I made this delicious food only for you. OMG, homemade Pakistani food? It's my favorite, babe. And then I grabbed a spoonful of my mom's super spicy chicken tikka and shoved it in his mouth. His face turned red and he ran around the cafeteria looking for water with tears in his eyes. Did you like it? Here, have some more. But he just ran out of there like crazy. This was so much fun. But just then, I saw Damien at the back of the cafeteria, and he looked so pissed. I called out his name, but he just left, and I went after him. Damien, stop! Let go of me, Noor. I don't wanna. Whoa! Just listen to me. I've been listening to plenty of things. Eric's been going around saying you kissed him. He's such a jerk. Why would you? And then I pulled him close and kissed him. Oh, did you just... Yeah, dummy. It's you I like, not him. Then I told him about how I was playing Eric and Pat. He looked at me all surprised, but then he just hugged me. I like you too, Noor. You certainly don't need my help, but still, I want you to be careful. OMG, he was so sweet. I loved this guy. And now that everything was going according to plan, I was totally focused on the election, while watching my back, of course. On the last day of the campaign, both Pat and I had to give speeches for all the school kids in the main hall. Just as Pat got onto the stage, she said, "Guys, there are so many reasons you can vote for me, but I'll just give you one that'll make you love me. And that is, I'm not a criminal, like Noor." Just then, the lights went off, and the auditorium's TV screen lit. Everyone gasped at what they saw. It was some girl dressed like me, but in a mask, breaking into the principal's office. She took some sealed question papers from the drawer and ran out of the window. What even was that? And before I could get a grip on what was happening, Eric came onto the stage and confessed. Yes, it's Noor. She's my girlfriend, and she asked me to get that mask for her. She said she was gonna do something that would make sure all the kids voted for her, but I had no idea she was gonna steal and sell question papers. OMG, I feel so used. Oh god, such a drama queen he was. He's lying, he's not my boyfriend, he didn't give me anything. Oh please. We all know about all the gifts you took from him, and now you're saying you're not his girlfriend? Face the truth. You don't even deserve to be in the school, let alone the student council president. Guys, I swear it's not me in this video. Eric is lying. They're just trying to frame me. It's just your word, honey. No, actually, it's your word, Patricia. And then I took out my phone from my bag and forwarded a video to everyone in the school, including the principal. Everyone gasped as they saw it and stared at Pat. But she looked so confused and just screamed, "What is it? What the heck is going on?" Suddenly, she ran down the stage and snatched a phone from a girl. Her eyes widened when she saw the video. It didn't work because you're a moron. Try harder. We need to do something big to get her butt kicked out of school. I just can't stand that brown-skinned curry girl. Yup, it was the recording from the same day they were talking about me. Luckily, I recorded it just in time. Suddenly, Pat looked at me and ran towards me like a mad bull. Thankfully, Damien got in the way and stopped her. I think I told you to stay away from her. Just then, the principal came forward and said, "I can't believe you would stoop so low to win an election, Patricia. You broke into my office and framed an innocent person. And I even have complaints against you for bullying. You're being expelled from the school, Missy. And you too, Eric." The looks on their faces were priceless. You're not the only one who can play others, Eric. I'll get you some more chicken tikka next time. Oh, but wait! You won't be here anymore. What a pity. Soon they were taken away, and I was announced the president of the student council in the absence of other competitors. Yippee! Damien ran to me and hugged me. Whoa, you did that all on your own. I'm so proud of you. Guess you don't need me after all. Yeah, I don't need you. I want you, you dummy. Now kiss me already. No, babe. I love you. I love you too, Damien.
Hi, my name is Caroline, and from the day I was born, Mom has thought of me as a nuisance. No matter how hard I try to please her, I just always end up doing the wrong thing. You see, I was always clumsy, and I'd been causing minor disasters around the house even since I was born. Like one time when I was 2 years old, I climbed onto the bookshelf to take down a book and somehow managed to bring the whole thing down. Mom and Dad were freaked. They fired my nanny then, and since Dad was always away, Mom had to quit her job to look after me full time. I think that's when she started hating me. She thought everything I ever did was wrong. On my 6th birthday, she said to her friends, "She's so annoying that she chose to come out in the middle of my pedicure. I had to go to the hospital with half my nails painted. Can you imagine? So annoying." I was so embarrassed that I tried to run out of the room, only to run smack into my cake. I sat in a pile of cake and felt so embarrassed, and Mom looked so annoyed that I did the stupidest thing on the planet. I ate a fistful of cake and said, "Yum, chocolate." Everyone just laughed harder, and someone said I was an idiot. Turns out, it was Mom. Later that night, I heard Mom on the phone with her friend, and she was crying like a baby. I just miss the good old days. I had a life. I felt so bad. I decided to surprise her with something awesome. I took a screwdriver and ran to the garage. I started to draw with it on the car. I made a whole scene with me and Mom in our house. She was gonna love it. I excitedly nudged her awake from her nap and led her to the garage. But I was so shocked when she went totally ballistic on me.
You're so dumb, Caroline! Your birthdays for the next 5 years are canceled!
And it doesn't get any better from here. You see, I grew up really insecure about my looks around Mom. She was beautiful herself, and her snarky comments always made me feel ugly. She'd say things like, "Your nose is just like your father's mother's," or "You really can't pull off that pink color," or "Do you really need to eat chocolate?" But one time, when I was in the 7th grade, she had some friends over, and I heard her say it loud and clear. "I just wish my daughter was beautiful like me." I ran off to my room and stared at myself in the mirror. The only thing I had in common with her was my long black hair. I decided I would never cut it, but Mom was right. I was ugly. I was so upset with my reflection that I threw a shoe at the mirror, and it broke. Mom heard the noise and came running to my room. "What'd you do now? Clean that up." The next few years went by like that. Dad was a constant no-show most of the time. He sent money and gifts to make up for it though, and Mom insisted I needed to be a different person, while I had found a brilliant new hobby. You see, the day before my 16th birthday, I had found a gorgeous old set of sculpting tools in the attic. I didn't even bother asking Mom whose they were because I was afraid she might make me throw them out. Just then, Mom knocked on the door. She said she'd bought me a dress to wear on my birthday the next day, but to no one's surprise, it turned out to be the wrong size. I tried really hard to fit into it, but I just couldn't. "Why did you buy me such a small dress, Mom?" "To push you to eat fewer cookies and more veggies. The way you're eating, you're never gonna fit into anything nice." "But Mom, clothes are supposed to fit you. You aren't supposed to fit them. If you'd gotten me the right size, I would have looked just fine."
Just fine isn't the same as beautiful, Caroline. That's chubby girl talk.
I was so angry with her and disappointed that I had nothing nice to wear, so I just canceled my birthday party and shut myself up in my room, blasting away loud music and doodling furiously in my art pad. A few hours later, I heard a knock at the door. Mom banged on the door saying Dad's gifts were here. After she left, I opened the door and pulled my gift inside. To my surprise, it was a fancy new set of sculpting tools and clay. He'd remembered. Over the next few weeks, I ended up turning my room into my studio. I started sculpting every day. I started to get obsessed. Cars, people, horses, toy, everything. I even started doing it at school. One day, as I was rushing from class to the art room, I bumped into someone and all the miniature sculptures in my bag fell out and scattered everywhere.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Just help me. I looked up and saw the school's basketball captain, Ron. I'd had a crush on him for a while, but he didn't even know I existed. And now he was helping me pick up my scattered miniatures. Suddenly, Ron looked at my work and let out a whistle.
Don't tell me you made these. They're brilliant.
I'm pretty sure I'm very capable of making something brilliant, Ron.
No, of course. I meant you're really good. My aunt's a sculptor, and I just know she'd love your work.
Then he invited me to his home after school. I could not believe my ears. Ron's aunt was crazy talented, and she did seem really impressed with my work. Before I knew it, we had become friends. Not just us, but Ron too. I started hanging out more and more often at his place and sculpting in his aunt's studio. Before I knew it, we had become great friends, and my crush was back. One day while I was at Ron's place, his aunt showed me a poster of the sculpting contest. And wow, the prize was a scholarship to study art at the university. Ron said,
"If anyone can win it, it's you."
The way he said it gave me butterflies, and I decided I'd give it my best. I came back home thrilled, and I told my mom about my project, but Mom was
anything but impressed. A sculptor? I was hoping you'd become a doctor, a lawyer, or something that won't make you starve. Actually, on second thoughts, maybe that's not such a bad thing. I tried to not let her get to me, but she made me so mad. I shut myself up for the weekend and sculpted with such passion that I dirtied the floor and sent clay water splattering onto the walls. I wouldn't even go down to eat with her. I just ordered pizzas and had the delivery boy hand them to me through my window. A few days later, as I was leaving for school, she barged in and was beyond furious. She completely ignored my beautiful pieces and only looked around at the mess with crazy eyes. What are you, a cave woman? You're not going anywhere till you clean this garbage dump. I'll clean it up, Mom. But why do you always see the ugly side of everything? Don't you have anything nice to say about my art? I couldn't care less about your stupid art. And with that, she walked away. I was so furious, I decided to do the only thing I knew would really get to her. I decided to cut all my long black hair and dye it. It was the only thing my mother and I had that was similar, and now I was different. When she saw me with bright blue short hair, she dropped the plate she was holding and simply said, "Ah, completely ugly now." I started spending as much time away from home, returning late and not answering my mom's calls. I spent most of my time at Ron's house working on my sculpture of Grace O'Malley, a fierce Irish pirate. She was such an iconic woman. One day when I returned home, I couldn't find my sculpture anywhere. So I asked Mom, and she casually said, "Your room looked like a dump." So I threw away everything. You what? Mom, I spent weeks on it. The competition is just 4 days away. I told you to clean up your mess. I couldn't tell the art from the trash. I was horrified and did the only thing that made sense. I turned around and ran out of my home. That night it was freezing outside and I didn't know where to go. I started crying, sitting on the street. Suddenly a car approached me. It was Ron. He said, since I hadn't shown up at his place when I was supposed to, he thought I might be in trouble. When I told him I'd left my house, he said I could stay at his place as long as I wanted. The next 3 days were crazy. I skipped school and worked on my sculpture all day long. I blocked Mom's number because she wouldn't stop calling to yell at me. But the day before the art contest, someone knocked at Ron's door. It was Dad. He wanted me to go home to Mom. Are you coming? No, honey. I have to catch a flight in 30 minutes. Now, hurry up. Forget it, Dad. I'm tired of how you and Mom have been. You're literally never there in my life. And Mom just hates me so much. I'm not going back to her. She doesn't hate you. She loves you. Yeah, of course. Now, go, Dad. I don't need you either. I have other friends who can be there for me when I need it. With that, I slammed the door in his face. On the day of the art contest, I was very anxious. I tried to look around and find some familiar faces, but none were there for me. I looked at other people's art pieces, and I suddenly felt they were all better than mine. I wanted to go away. I took my small little statue and ran out of the exhibition crying. But at the door, I found Dad. He took one look at me and smiled. You came? How? No one else gets to be my daughter's best friend and biggest support. Now tell me, you weren't running away, were you? My work is really bad, Dad. It's not good. Why don't you let the judges decide? He led me back inside, and long story short, 2 hours later, I walked out with the first prize, 100% scholarship to my dream university. Just as I was about to leave the gallery, I saw something that surprised me. Mom was walking away from the far end of the crowd. I couldn't believe she'd come to see me tank, and now that I'd done well, she was just walking away? Well, she could do whatever. I was going to start college anyway. I started art school and started dating Ron, who asked me to be his girlfriend the day we graduated high school. After I finished college, Ron and I decided to buy a small gallery for me. I found a gorgeous little place, and the very first day, we found a lovely little sculpture tucked away in its storage. The real shocker, though, was that it looked very familiar. The gallery owner said, "Oh, it's just been collecting dust for 20 years. The artist was not very successful. Then she stopped working when she had a kid. This was her last piece. She called it Baby Caroline." I was stunned for a second when I realized why it was so familiar. The baby was wearing a necklace exactly like mine. My mom made this. I told the owner I was keeping it and wrapped it up. On Christmas that year, I took the sculpture and decided to see Mom. As soon as she saw it, she burst into tears and said, "I'm so sorry. I'm a horrible mother, aren't I?" She said she'd gotten jealous when she saw me sculpt. "I gave up my career for you, and you were so good."
I got so upset. I'm so sorry. As angry and hurt as I was, I knew that Mom had given up a lot for me, so I hugged her and showed her my second gift, the old sculpting tools I'd found in the attic years ago. She cried as she held them. They were hers. Well, now the two of us often sculpt together in my studio, except we have a third edition, my little girl Maria.
My friend often says that Italians are emotional and impulsive. I haven't done an impulsive thing in my life. Crazy things just happen to me, you know? I was just so unprepared for my chemistry exam, and all I did was set off the fire alarm. Next thing I know, a fire truck had crashed into our school auditorium. The principal was furious in searching for the culprit, and I, the culprit, found myself running away from the school as fast as I could. I rushed straight into my empty house and up to my room to find a boy sitting on my bed. He looked exactly like me. I'm talking height, hair color, lips, down to my very eyes. He was like a boy version of me. Suddenly, he ran up to me and hugged me. I pushed him away. Who are you and what are you doing here? Sorry, the front door was open and I was just so excited to meet my twin sister for the first time. Twin what? Falla finita. Was there no end to today's drama? The crazy events of the day ended with me finding out the greatest secret my parents had kept from me. I wasn't born into this world alone. I had a twin brother, and his name was Lucas. My parents had given him up for adoption and kept me. His millionaire father barely paid attention to him now. He was far too busy, and that led Lucas to seek out his real parents. After telling him what happened at school, he suggested something that really caught my interest. Why don't we switch places for a few days? You could enjoy my mansion and posh high school while I get to see what it's like to live with my real parents. And my Italian blood quickly did its thing, and before I knew what I was saying, I yelled, "Deal!" I didn't want to waste another second. I just wanted to experience a day at school without getting bullied. We went out and bought wigs, and then I was off to take over my twin brother's life and move into his mansion. I just went crazy the first day of the switch, eating everything I could see in the pantry and playing all of Lucas's amazing video games. No one was at home except for his many servants. I called Lucas to check in on him, and he sounded so happy with my parents. Mama's cooking is the best, and I had so much fun watching basketball with Papa today. How about you? I told him that I was doing just fine. I hope you'll really enjoy my life, sorella. After meeting his best friend Jeff, I was sure I would. There was just something about him that was so dreamy. He radiated pure confidence and charisma. Too bad I was here as a boy. There was nothing I could do but look. Or so I thought. Turns out Lucas and Jeff were much closer friends than I knew. One day, he just barged into my room without even knocking. And worse, he immediately jumped into my bed as if he owned it. Wake up, princess. It's time for your morning tea. What did he just call me? He was grinning from ear to ear. And then it hit me. I was still in my girly pink pajamas. Could I just disappear right now? I immediately cleared my throat, and in a deeper voice I said, "I'm just man enough to wear pink." Dude, I know, it's cool. He gave me a fist bump and a wink, and I responded in the most awkward way. Gosh, I was so bad at this. My crush on Jeff was interfering with my acting. He was so hilarious and attractive, it made my girly side come out. Once I almost giggled. How was I ever going to hide my secret with this gorgeous boy always hovering around me? Little did I know that it was about to get much worse. Jeff walked up to me one day and asked me if I was up for the date. I nearly fainted. Date? Yeah, with our girlfriends. Wait, a girl? What? Apparently there were things Lucas hadn't given me a heads up about. Like his girlfriend of 6 months? I called him after school to ask how he'd forgotten this minor detail. He answered the call, but none of my questions. He spoke in a squeaky voice and pretended to be me, Andrea, throughout. My parents were nearby, and he had to keep his act up. The pazzo. Next thing I knew, I was going on a couples trip with Lucas's girlfriend Danielle, Jeff, and his girlfriend Courtney. We were driving to a resort owned by Jeff's dad to chill there for the night. That car ride turned out to be one of the most difficult and awkward experiences of my life. Danielle, my girlfriend, was super into me. She was literally clinging onto me like a snake and was breathing down my neck the whole ride. Oh, babe, I hadn't seen you for 23 hours, 16 minutes, and 10 seconds, and I was missing you like crazy. She tried to kiss me, but I turned my face away from her and said, "Wow, I bet you're good at math." Oh my God, you're so funny. She was all over me, literally laughing at every word I said, and I just wanted to disappear between the car seats. I struck up a conversation with Courtney to avoid my own girlfriend, but I guess it was a bad idea because Danielle started crying hysterically. Oh my God, ladies. I met Jeff's eyes in the rearview mirror. I gave him a help me look, but he just grinned at me. "You're such a flirt, Courtney. Stop talking to my boyfriend." "What's your problem?" "My problem is your existence." Before they could kill each other, Jeff turned around to tell them to shut up. And then he suddenly swerved sharply to avoid an oncoming truck. The whole car spun out of control and we all screamed, terrified. The car came to a halt on the hillside and one of the wheels was stuck in a pothole. We jumped out and tried to push it out of the hole, but that wasn't gonna happen, and we were miles away from the city. We were stranded in the middle of nowhere. I found an inn nearby that had decent ratings online. We began to walk there when Courtney and Jeff began to fight. It was her car that had been wrecked. I was tired of their bickering, so I moved away from them, but then Danielle caught up with me. What have I done, Lucas? Am I not pretty enough? Don't you like my new hair? Wait, what did her hair look like before? I tried my best to hide my annoyance and forced a sweet smile on my face. You're the prettiest woman alive, mia bella, and you deserve everything. I love you. I almost threw up at my words. I hadn't expected that acting like Lucas was going to be this tough. As soon as we reached the inn, I rushed to the bathroom to take a breather. While looking at myself in the mirror, I was surprised to see Courtney behind me grinning. I turned to her. What are you doing here? She stepped closer to me and answered, No, Lucas. What are you doing here? This bathroom is for females. Oh, shoot. Was there no end to this? I was about to rush out when she suddenly blocked my way. We had such an amazing conversation in the car back there, Lucas. I love Jeff, but I don't think I've ever had as much fun with him. Wait, what? Before I knew it, Courtney grabbed my face and kissed me right on the lips. Holy cow, I was kissing a girl. At that moment, Danielle came in and saw us. There was a look of horror on her face as she screamed at the top of her lungs. She was ready to attack Courtney, but Jeff came in time to stop her. Danielle screamed at Jeff, Your stupid girlfriend kissed my boyfriend! Courtney started crying as she hugged Jeff. Babe, I didn't do anything wrong. Lucas followed me in here and kissed me. You know what? I'm so done with you. We're over. Courtney just rolled her eyes. Fine, whatever. Jeff ignored her and turned to me with a furious look on his face, and my heart sank because I had betrayed him. The pretty messed up situation was interrupted when the innkeeper came in to tell us that she had prepared 2 rooms for us. At that moment, I wanted to hug her so bad for being a lifesaver. Thankfully, the woman was very old-fashioned. She wouldn't let teenagers bunk together under any circumstances, so Jeff and I had to share a room, and the crazy girlfriends were in another. But then I started sweating bullets when I realized something. Jeff and I were sharing a room? A bed? How was I ever going to get through this? And he's mad at me right now. I literally just kissed his cheating girlfriend. What was he going to do to me? My heart was racing when we finally went to our room. While heading to the bed, I tripped over something and fell down on the floor. Jeff immediately came to my rescue. He looked so worried as he helped me to my feet. I swear I was about to pass out because of how close our faces were to each other. Jeff offered to take a look at my foot and took off my sock. Nail paint on your toes? Nice. I gasped and looked down at my feet. My blue nail paint was still on my toes. I couldn't think of a single excuse that would work. Before I could betray my secret, I yanked my foot away and changed the topic instead. I'm sorry about what happened earlier, dude. I know you're mad at me. Are you going to beat me up? Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Why would I beat up a girl? And in this case, Luca's twin sister. I froze in surprise. But how did you know? Jeff said he'd figured it out easily. I acted nothing like Lucas and remembered none of his plans. Lucas had mentioned to Jeff that he had a twin sister, so he put 2 and 2 together. Besides, Lucas's eyes aren't this beautiful, and I've never felt attracted to that idiot's smile. My whole face was red now. You're attracted to me? He just smiled at me and continued to bandage my foot. When he was done, he got up and said, wildly attracted. I kid you not, I nearly fainted. I finally opened up and told him the whole truth. I was a girl. Oh, it felt so good to say that out loud. Jeff listened to me patiently as I told him everything. My life at home and at school. He took my hand. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever met, Andrea. Inside and out. Not to mention funny, too. You don't deserve to be bullied and treated like that. Oh God, he was so sweet. How could Courtney cheat on a boy like him? I blushed harder when Jeff started leaning closer and closer. Before our lips could finally touch, Danielle, my girlfriend, suddenly barged in. Jeff immediately jumped out of the bed and pretended to be doing push-ups on the floor. She said, Babe, I couldn't sleep. That witch Courtney was snoring like a pig. I said, How did you get in here? Oh, the innkeeper was sleeping, so I took the duplicate key from the reception. Ugh, she was so annoying. I forgive you for kissing Courtney, by the way. Now let's go to sleep. She climbed onto the bed and told Jeff to sleep on the mattress instead. Jeff said, Yeah, sure, while grinning at me. He was really enjoying my misery. I was forced to cuddle Danielle to sleep just to stop her from making out with me. Babe, can you sing me my favorite lullaby? I was panicking now. I started singing some random nursery rhyme when Jeff came to the rescue again. In case you guys have forgotten, I'm also here. Can I have some peace? After a few more minutes of pestering me, Danielle finally fell asleep. I carefully untangled myself from her and rolled to the edge of the bed. I whispered down to Jeff, "Are you still up?" He whispered back, "How can I sleep when I can't stop thinking about you?" Oh, my heart. Go to sleep already. We need to have enough energy to deal with these crazy girls tomorrow. Sure, but I need a goodnight kiss. I rolled my eyes as I grinned in the dark. Fine, carino. I reached down to him, intending to give him a kiss on the cheek, but to my surprise, he aimed for my lips instead. My heart almost jumped out of my chest when Danielle started snoring. Jeff and I were laughing soundlessly till our stomachs hurt. It was 5 a.m. when Jeff convinced me to sneak out and leave the two crazy girls behind. He paid for the rooms and we waited for help at the side of the road. Luckily, we were able to find someone to give us a ride back to the city. Jeff wanted to take me out on our first official date, so I wore the cutest pink dress and let my hair down this time. As he watched me walking towards him, he put a hand on his heart. Did it hurt? Huh? What did? When you fell down from heaven? His cheesy line had my heart doing hula hoops. Finally, I was able to giggle as much as I wanted. He took my hand and kissed it. You're even more beautiful than I thought. He took his dad's car and we continued our love story that weekend in his dad's resort. Just the two of us this time. Everything was perfect until Monday. Word of Courtney and I kissing had spread like wildfire thanks to Danielle, who was really mad at me for leaving her behind. And now everyone thought I was trying to steal Jeff's ex-girlfriend. There was an awards event in the school's gym the next day, and Courtney was declared the best cheerleader. After delivering her speech, she suddenly called my name out and said, "I can't stop this feeling anymore, Lucas. Will you be my boyfriend?" Danielle shouted from the audience, "Girl, your desperation is hurting my toenails. Dream on." Courtney fought back. "At least I wasn't dumped by Lucas." Danielle replied, "Yet." It was so awkward that I found myself running out of the gym as everyone laughed at Courtney. I skipped school for the next 2 days to avoid those girls and chose to hang out with Jeff as my real self. I was so happy when he agreed to watch a cheesy romantic movie with me. The movie ended, and as soon as the lights were back on, we were shocked to see who was sitting in front of us. Danielle's friends! They were about to turn around, but Jeff and I were quick. I immediately buried my face in my bucket of popcorn while he pretended to sleep. Thank God they immediately left. That was close. Jeff and I continued our little dates, but my love-filled haze of happiness didn't last long. I was heading to school one day when Lucas showed up, the real Lucas. He was troubled and unhappy back in my school. He said he had no idea what I'd meant when I said I was unpopular. People were picking on him left, right, and center. "I love our parents, sis, but I'm done with your life. I'm sorry." I would have agreed to switch back happily a few days ago, but now I wasn't sure. I didn't want to leave Jeff. On the other hand, I missed being a girl freely. I missed my parents too. What was I going to do? I told Lucas to give me some time and I went to school. Little did I know that this was the calm before the storm. That night, I got invited for a Zoom conference by Courtney. Out of curiosity, I clicked on it and was surprised to see the faces of everyone at school. Did I miss something? All right, now that everyone's here, are you all ready for our interesting lesson tonight? Oh no, I didn't like where this was going. She started playing a slideshow presentation for everyone to see, and it was pictures of me and Jeff, hundreds of them. Apparently, Courtney hadn't dealt well with my public rejection. She was suspicious of me and Jeff, and without our knowledge, she had stalked us during our last few dates. My world stopped when the pictures of me taking my wig off and kissing Jeff showed up. Everyone knew our secret now. My act was finally over, whether I liked it or not. So according to my research, Lucas's twin sister has been pretending to be him for the past few weeks, and she has had the nerves to kiss me and steal my boyfriend. I don't know which one is more disgusting. Ew. That was officially the end of it. I had to go back now. I was about to call Lucas to tell him what had happened, but he called me first and told me to come home urgently. I got really worried. Jeff drove me to my real house, and I saw my parents hugging Lucas with tears in their eyes. And Lucas wasn't dressed as a girl. What was happening? Mama? Papa? They immediately hugged me as soon as they heard my voice. Dad said, "Our bambina is back. Why didn't you tell us about this switching business?" I turned to Lucas, and while scratching his head, he told me, "Sorry, sis. Mama caught me in my underwear in the bathroom." Mom then started explaining, "We were forced to give up Lucas for adoption because we didn't have enough money to take care of you both. We never thought we'd see Lucas again, and we're so happy that we got to meet him." Lucas told us that he wanted to be close to his family, so he'd made a plan. There was more than enough room in his mansion for all of us. He talked to his foster dad already, who was totally fine with it. My parents were so over the moon. I was so excited to have a sibling and leave my horrible school. And of course, now I could stay close to Jeff. Jeff said, Oh, by the way, dude, Danielle's no longer your girlfriend. Lucas laughed. Great, I was wondering how I was going to break up with her. Seriously, those girls are the worst. The boys did a fist bump in front of me. Jeff then turned to me with a wink. That's how it's done, babe. I just answered him with the girliest giggle ever. Amore mio.
I never knew my father, but Mom and I were really close. We didn't need anyone else. We both loved to talk over a cup of hot chocolate in the morning and tell each other the most interesting things we read on the internet. Fact-checked, of course. See? This male model is walking on the ramp with heels. Guess what? Apparently high heels were originally for men. After that, we biked to school most mornings on Mom's way to work. One day, when we were in a little bit of a rush, Mom and I raced through a light just as it turned. I didn't pay attention to a car making a left turn, crossing the intersection and nicking Mom's back tire, sending her flying off her bike while it sped away. Rage rushed through me and I threw rocks at the car before it sped away without looking back. Oh no! Mom! I'll call 911. We need to get you to the hospital.
Did you see who did this?
No.
Well, let's not wait for the ambulance. I can take you to the hospital right now.
And here I am, getting into the story without even introducing myself. Hi, I'm Aurora. I used to live in Pennsylvania, and now in Australia. Before I tell you the rest of the story, please like and subscribe. The man introduced himself to us as Carrie, and he was so kind that he checked on us every day for the week Mom was in the hospital. Once Mom came home on crutches, she tried to go back to work at the chocolate factory. But instead, they let her go. No job meant we were about to lose our tiny one-bedroom apartment too. We were struggling when, like a guardian angel, Carrie showed up at the door. He came to meet us as it was his last day in Pennsylvania, and when he heard about everything, he had an idea.
I have plenty of room, and I'd really like to help you and Aurora.
The next thing I knew, we packed and left everything I liked and moved with Carrie to Australia. He had an enormous mansion. I had my own bedroom and my very own study with an art corner. Carrie even hired Mom to be his office assistant, and we never had to cook or clean anything. The upstairs housekeeper made our beds, and the driver took me to school along with Carrie's twin nieces, Julie and Jackie. You'll have to sit in the boot, like the dog we never had. There's plenty of room in the back seat. It's a big SUV. We're not sitting next to you. Just because our uncle took you in does not mean we have to change our lives to make room for you either. So yeah, I sat in the back. Didn't try to make friends with their friends, and I kept to my passion, which is art. When I wasn't finding art to look at, I was drawing. That one guy, Lee, who looked like a rock star, had his locker right next to mine. And one day, I accidentally hit him with my locker door, giving him a start.
Watch it, loser. You almost tore my jacket.
Your wardrobe looks like you can take it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The door just swung open kind of fast.
Don't let it happen again, or you'll see how fast I can fight back.
He walked away, and I felt really weird. Like, was that a threat? Was he actually dangerous? Or just liked acting tough? He surprised me the next time we were both there at the same time, when he picked up a drawing that fell out of my notebook.
This looks like a cross between an old famous Degas and a cool Banksy. Way to mix decades together.
Wow, I'm surprised you know who these artists are.
Maybe you shouldn't judge a book by its cover.
He did dress like a rebel, and I'd seen him drive a flashy scooter. Lee was one of the most popular boys in school and super handsome. But that didn't mean he wasn't smart. Well, when the book speaks in cliches, you don't expect much.
Touché, mademoiselle. I'll try to be more original. Maybe you should crack this book open to see more of the story.
Are you asking me out in a very roundabout way?
It sounds like you want me to, new girl. I could oblige, but I don't want to be late for class.
He walked backwards, keeping his eyes on me for a moment, and then turned and went ahead. That afternoon, our English literature teacher separated the class into two halves. My half of the room wrote our names on tiny slips of paper and dropped them in a hat. The other half of the room each picked one of our names. Julie and Jackie got each other, which seemed fitting.
I got Aurora. What do you know?
You can put it back and pick again. I don't mind. The class laughed, but the teacher said there were no swaps, and we found out that we had to act out a scene from a Shakespeare play.
Oh, this should be fun. I bet you want to do Romeo and Juliet.
No, why would I pick that when I could play someone who hates you?
I thought you didn't like cliches.
Obviously we should do. And then we both said it at the exact same time.
Much ado about nothing. A play where the world could be blowing up.
And people are more concerned with the petty, stupid stuff.
Shakespeare really is timeless.
Yeah, stupidity hasn't ended in hundreds of years. Isn't it always the handsome ones who are the worst? All the way home, I had to bear Julie and Jackie taunting me about Lee while I sat behind them in the car.
Is that play where you get killed by the boy you're paired with? That's definitely the one you should do with Lee.
You two are thinking of fairy tales. Maybe you should do Cinderella and see how that goes. I ignored the rest of their jabs. The next day, I was studying in the library when Lee came over, plopped his smelly shoes on my table, and gave me a weird look. I snapped. I picked up the heaviest book I could find and threw it right at his feet. Oh, sorry.
Ouch! Ouch!
I laughed as I walked away. He still followed me, then blocked my path with his arm.
Come to my place after school?
What? Are you nuts?
Don't we need to practice the play? My house is perfect for it.
And what? You've got blisters on your feet? Can't make it to my place instead?
Ugh, does your place have a library and a stash of theater props?
Not sure. But okay, I'll come over. But first, apologize for the locker incident, now.
And then it would be a yes. Promise.
Yes.
I'm sorry, beautiful.
Did you hear that? Or is it just me? Okay, apology accepted.
Anyway, I'm good at lying, but you promised me. So, see ya.
Ugh. He stormed off and I went to his house after school that day. Only his parents' house was an even bigger mansion than Carrie's, and the art on the walls was better than a museum collection. Originals of every artist I'd ever heard of. Wow. Wow. Wow! Lee sprayed his mouth with some breath freshener before we started reading some lines together. That's weird.
It's not weird. It's chivalrous.
I think you should also do the same for your feet. What other fun facts should I know before I have to stand close to you?
Okay, Miss U.S. of A. Let's just focus on the homework, shall we?
When Carrie's driver came to pick me up, he asked Lee why he hadn't been around, as he knew him well, but that must be because Julie and Jackie had invited him to some party at home. As I reached home, I was surprised to see Mom and Carrie sitting close, watching a movie together. Well, I didn't mind. But later that week, Mom seemed upset after a nice dinner out with Carrie. When I asked her what was wrong, I was shocked at her answer.
Carrie and I have gotten closer, so I guess he felt comfortable telling me the truth. He was driving the car that hit me.
What? He deceived us and I thought of him as an angel all the time. He should be in jail. I'm going to call the police and tell them everything. Mom tried to stop me, but I stormed off and took a bus to the police station. The kind officer told me that they had no jurisdiction for something that happened in a different country. I was so angry. So I started to think of ways to hurt Carrie like he hurt Mom. I could let the air out of his tires, but that really only hurts his driver. I could mix salt into his coffee, but it might not bubble over like a soda would. I ended up taking scissors and cutting a slit in every pair of pants he had. But in one day, they were all replaced and Mom made me apologize.
Aurora, you have to forgive him. I have. He's giving us a better life than I ever could.
But he hurt you, and he lied?
He didn't mean to, and he cares deeply.
Maybe he has you fooled, but I am not. Because of everything, I was so distracted, even while doing my homework at Lee's house. I guess he noticed how quiet I was because he did something I least expected. Salsa! He kept on dancing, making these silly faces, and then he started tumbling over the furniture like a circus clown, which made me laugh till I cried. Eventually, he sat down next to me and took me by surprise when he hugged me. Why'd...
You look upset about something, and I've learned over the years that a hug is like magic. I wish I had them once, but since I didn't, I'd rather give them to people whom I like. A lot.
I didn't push him away. I knew that I needed that hug. But in that moment, I knew he needed it maybe more than me. I was happy, and we started spending more time together. He even offered to carry my books, started sitting with me at lunch, and when I told him about the chocolate factory where I used to live, he had hot chocolate waiting in a thermos for our next rehearsal.
We should rehearse the scene all the way through since we have to do it in class tomorrow.
He asked me to be his girlfriend, and I said yes. When I went home that night, I completely understood the expression, walking on clouds. Maybe our life in Australia was better than it ever might have been. I wanted the good vibe to last, so I couldn't face riding with the nieces to school the next day. I took the bus. On my way to class, I noticed Lee talking to Julie and Jackie, so I ducked around the corner so I could listen without them seeing me. Then I was shocked when he leaned closer to Jackie.
Well, I am that good of an actor.
Okay, but you can quit now. I don't like this anymore. You were just supposed to spend time with her to see how Jackie and I are so much better. I'm missing my boyfriend. Aren't you missing me too?
Of course. I'm doing this for you, right? You two came up with this plan.
Plan? Getting close to me was all some sort of game for them? He didn't want me any more than Carrie wanted us. I was fuming. I raced to the bathroom to pull myself together and set my own plan in motion. When it was time to perform our scene in class, I put on the low-cut costume our maid delivered for me with an extra prop I asked her to bring. Lee whispered in my ear before we began.
Aurora, you look amazing.
Wait for the next surprise. When he tried to squeeze my hand, I conveniently pulled away to grab my little paper bag with the prop inside. In our scene, we worked out that Lee would casually take a bite from an apple. We ad-libbed and made up some added dialogue when I handed him a caramel apple instead.
What a treat to have caramel. You'd think it was my birthday.
I tried to keep from laughing, but his face was priceless as he took a bite and found it was a caramel onion. The whole class laughed at him, but he kept going, like he wanted to prove he'd do anything for me. After class, Lee grabbed my arm.
What was that?
Maybe Jackie, your real girlfriend, has some of your mouth freshener for you.
Wait, how'd you find out?
I didn't want to hear any of his lies, so I ran out and left school early to go home to find Mom. I begged to move back to Pennsylvania, but Mom showed me a giant new ring right before Carrie walked in. Aurora, I know it's fast, but Carrie and I feel it was fate that brought us together.
I didn't know that my trip to America will help me find the two people I care about more than anything in the world. I'm very sorry that it had to be through an accident. It was an honest mistake, and I don't want to lose both of you.
I was beginning to soften toward Carrie. He was really showing he cared. I guess that look in his eyes was the dad moment I'd been missing. I'd been overthinking it, but he'd done so much for us. Clearly, my anger took the best of me.
And if you still don't agree, I'm not going to press your mom to stay. And you know, I've had enough punishment as I had those piles you wished for me. At least take it back.
I'm sorry. But I never want to go back to that school, though. They're hateful. As I told them what happened, I didn't see that Lee had been let into the room.
You only think that because you don't have all of the information. Didn't you say you liked to fact check?
In that moment, I knew it was time I took charge of my own narrative. Lee looked like he'd been crying, but even his explanation didn't change my mind.
I never meant to hurt you. I was trying to find the right time to tell Jackie that she and I were through and how much I really do like you. That getting to know you was absolutely the best thing ever.
Wow, that's sweet. And I know what I'm doing. Lee, you're exactly the kind of guy I want to be dating. And Carrie, you've done so much for Mom and me. Only, I just realized that I don't want to be an extra in anyone's story or a prize in some twisted game. I don't need any grand gestures to know my worth or dictate my happiness either. Lee's eyes held a mixture of admiration and surprise. Carrie and Mom both looked like they respected what I was saying. I'm going back to Pennsylvania, not because I'm running away from what happened here, but because I've got dreams to chase. I want to go to art school and build my life on my own terms. Lee remained silent, but I could tell he liked what I was saying.
But what about us?
You will always be a part of my story, but it's time for me to write the next chapter in my own way. Carrie, you and Mom have a chance at happiness. I won't stand in the way of that. Lee, if what we have is real, it'll survive the distance and the test of time. The room was filled with a sense of understanding as Carrie told a maid to pack my things. When I hugged my mom goodbye, I whispered, "I'm doing this for us, Mom, so we can both be strong independently." I left the mansion with my head held high, not as a girl swept up in a whirlwind of events, but as a young woman taking her first steps into a future she was crafting for herself. On the plane back to Pennsylvania, I sketched a collage of lessons learned over the past few months, friendships formed, and a path leading to a bold, unapologetic future of my own design. Of course, I included a kiss with Lee in that future. Stay tuned for the story when he visits me.
Lily, sweetie, are you still mad at Mommy? I turned away and continued to draw on the paper in front of me. That's beautiful work, sweetie. You're your mama's kid. I kept working. Mom, just leave me alone. I'm sorry, darling. I can't explain. I'll do whatever it takes to protect you. Grown-ups were so lame. They were always crying and saying the weirdest things. As Mom left the room, she turned to Mandy, my oldest sister. Take care of Lily for me while I'm gone, okay? As soon as I heard Mom leave, I said to Mandy, I'm going to go watch TV. Go wherever you want to. I hope you don't come back. Wherever? Great. Mom said she couldn't take me to Susie's party because I was too small to go out. But I was 6 years old. I was almost a grown-up. I could go out by myself. When I got outside, I asked an old woman standing by the side of the road, "Do you know Susie's house? It's got a pink gate." She said she did and she could take me there. But the house she took me to had a purple gate. Don't be silly. This is purple. I told you, Susie has a pink gate. I was starting to get angry now. Grown-ups could be so dumb sometimes. I turned to leave when suddenly the woman picked me up and rushed inside. I started to scream, but there was no one around. She put me in a dark room and said if I keep quiet, she'd give me ice cream. I don't want it. I want my mommy.
Should have thought about that before. Now I'm your mama. She'll never find you.
I started to cry. Just then, the door of the house flew open and someone yelled,
"Keep your filthy hands away from my girl."
I started to jump up and down with joy. It was Mom. As the woman was taken away, my mom hugged me. "How did you find me, Mommy? I was so scared. She said you'd never find me." She hugged me again and said,
"I'll always be able to find my little girl. I put a special little chip in her brain that tells me everything about her, so I never lose her."
Hi, my name is Lily, and if you think you have an overprotective mom, wait till you meet mine. She can literally read my mind and can always track me down. She said that I'm too beautiful and can't go around by myself. When I was younger, I didn't know what that even meant. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. By the time I was 10, I had good grades in school and was the smartest kid in class. I could read books far above my age group, and I was better at math than Mandy. But my real passion was like my mom's, art. One day, my art teacher invited me to her house, saying she had some old canvases and paints I could use. I had just started working when the door burst open and Mom barged in, looking like a loony. "Just what do you think you're trying to do with my child? You think I won't find her? Your little Lily is a prodigy. She's another Picasso, a Michelangelo. Keep your trap shut. I know you were trying to kidnap my kid." As Mom dragged me home, I couldn't help wondering how she even knew where I was. But then I remembered how Mom had once said she'd put a chip in my brain so she could always find me. That's how. The next day, we had a new teacher. And on top of that, Mom forced Mandy to join my class. Mandy was furious. "I can't believe I have to go down a class just to babysit this brat, Mom. It's not fair." But Mom couldn't care less. "You know your sister is special. You absolutely have to look after her." Mandy glared at me. "I wish you'd just disappear." Yeah, well, I wish you'd disappear too. Years passed, and every day Mandy had a new reason to be mad at me. She kept picking fights for the smallest things. If I made a good piece of art, Mandy yelled at me and called me a loser. In fact, sometimes she yelled at me if she could hear me breathe. It's not my fault what Mom decides. One day soon after I turned 14, Mandy threw a particularly horrible tantrum when Mom said she had to go somewhere, and Mandy had to stay back to watch me. You honestly can't expect me to cancel my date to watch her again. When Mom came back that evening, Mandy was still in a really bad mood. So she said she'd take us out for pizza and ice cream. We'll spend some time as a family. This is bad. No. Just then the pizza was served, but Mom slid under the table and said, "We have to go, right now." "But Mom, the pizza." "Not a word, you two. Outside, now." As soon as she parked the car at home, she ordered us to go to our rooms and pack up. "We're moving." "But why, Mom?" She never replied. Before the night was over, we were on the road, driving to God knows where. I didn't even get time to pack my art supplies. When I was younger, I thought my mom was cool, but now that I was 14, she was starting to get on my nerves. In our new city, Mom moved us to a house in an almost empty neighborhood. There was just one other family and they lived across the road from us. When the truck was unloading our stuff, a boy came out of the house. He stood there, staring at me, and then he yelled, "I'm sure you're not from this town because you're the most beautiful girl I've ever met." I felt blood rushing to my face, but Mom immediately pulled me inside and said, "Maybe we should have tinted windows." "Mom, it's bad enough I have to share a room with Mandy in this weird place. I can't live in a black-windowed house. I have rights." "Where's Mandy?" Curious to know what she was up to, I snuck to our room. The door was slightly open. I peeked inside and gasped. She was looking at a picture and crying. "I miss you so much, my love. I have no one here. Watching her cry like that broke my heart. I threw the door open and rushed to her. Don't say that, Mandy. You have me. Truth be told, I expected Mandy to throw me out of the room for spying on her, but instead she hugged me and said, I know, and you'll always have me, Lil. And then, just like that, my sister and I were best friends. When school started, I was excited. At least now I had an excuse to get out of the house. Mandy spent hours getting dressed because she was determined to be one of the cool kids. I'm going to stun them all, baby sis. The minute we walked in, someone whistled. I grinned at Mandy. Clearly, her effort was not wasted, but she looked angry. I was confused until I heard someone say, the blonde girl is gorgeous. I was? Since when? But throughout the week, it became clearer that everyone thought I was beautiful. Add to the fact that everyone who saw my art wanted me to do a piece for them, and before I knew it, I was hanging out with the popular kids. By the end of the week, I'd been invited to 4 parties, even to the one the captain of the football team was throwing. You don't just make art. You are art. I need this masterpiece in my house. I was thrilled. I couldn't wait to go. All the guys were already telling me I had to dance with them. There was just one problem, asking Mom. That night over dinner, I waited for the right moment to bring it up when suddenly Mom said, these parties are useless. You can't go. My jaw dropped. Every time I started to think my chip theory was crazy, she just convinced me it wasn't. How else could she know my thoughts? She didn't say anything about a party, Mom, Mandy said. Oh, she doesn't need to say anything. I know. I looked over at Mandy in shock, and she looked just as taken aback as me. That night as we lay in bed, Mandy said, it's unfair how she's so strict with you. I don't know why she hates you. I wish she didn't, I said sadly. Hey, you know what? If you want, we can sneak out. What, really? Yeah, it'll be a ball. All the jocks will be there. And it's so great that the captain of the football team wants to dance with you. I was thrilled. I promised her I'd never tell Mom she helped me. The next day, the 2 of us got to the party when it was in full swing. Mandy immediately disappeared into the crowd. Everybody started to hover around, waiting to dance with me. It was as if the whole school had been waiting for me to show up before the party actually started. After a while, I was so tired, I absolutely had to sit down. That's when I saw him. He was tall and he was wearing a green shirt. Even from across the room, I felt his intense gaze. And when our eyes met, he smiled. I never knew a smile could make my heart race the way his did. I smiled back and he started to make his way to me. I waited with my breath caught in my throat. I just knew I was about to fall in love. Hi, But before he could complete his sentence, the door flew open. Lily, I know you're here. You are grounded for as long as you live. I gasped. Oh no, Mom! I was so mortified that I tried to duck under a table, but she knew exactly where to look for me. When I got home, I was shocked to see Mandy already there. She looked at me apologetically and whispered, I'm sorry. As soon as I saw Mom there, I just ran. I don't know how she knew. Mom started to yell at us. Me for sneaking out and Mandy for not watching over me. If I've told you once, I've told you a billion times. I wanted Mom to admit that she was a psycho who'd put a chip in my brain. How did you know? What? How did you know where I was? Don't ask questions, Lily. Just go to your room. You're grounded. I had to put a stop to this. I couldn't let Mom control me forever. There was only one person I could turn to, Mandy. That night, I told her my suspicions, and all she said was, I don't know, kiddo. Mom really does seem to have it out for you. I'd be careful if I were you. You have to help me, Mandy. I have to go see a neurologist and get this thing out of my head. Mandy promised that we'd go next time Mom was out of town or we had a chance to sneak out. The next day in school, I was a girl on a mission. I had to find the guy in the green shirt. I checked every nook and cranny. I went around asking everybody, did you see the guy in green yesterday? It turned out that a lot of people were wearing green. Why did Mom have to come before I caught his name? By the end of the day, I was so disappointed that I gave up and was wandering aimlessly around the school when I saw the art room. Immediately, I made my way to it. As I set up a canvas, I once again began to drift into my universe of colors. Hey there, I thought I might find you here. I broke out of my reverie and gasped. It was him. My heart immediately began to thump like 100 drummers were banging away on it. You were looking for me?
He smiled and said, "Well, a little birdie told me that the most beautiful girl in school was looking for someone in a green shirt. I thought I might be the lucky winner. Am I?" I looked at the ground and nodded. In a flash, he was next to me. "Why?" I wanted to ask you out." He stepped closer to me, and I gasped. He came closer and closer, till his face was just an inch from mine. "I'd love to go on a date with you." With that, he turned to leave, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I hadn't even known I was holding my breath. As he reached the door, he turned and said, "Oh, and in case you were wondering, Lily, my name is Eric." When I got home that day, I was still flustered, and my heartbeat would not slow down. I kept thinking only one thing: Eric, Eric, Eric. Suddenly, Mom barged into my room and she yelled, "Snap out of it." "What?" This boy. Eric, just stay away from him. Boys only bring trouble." I gasped, and then suddenly I felt furious. "You aren't the boss of me, and you can't control my life forever. I'm going to date whoever I want to." "Don't make me do something I don't want to." The next few days went by in a magical haze of Eric, who was spending every minute of school time with me. I'd never felt happier in my life. And then one day, Mom announced that she was going to an art auction to sell some of her work. She would be gone for the whole day. This meant I could spend the whole day with Eric. We decided to visit a nearby town that was famous for its art museums. The minute Mom left, so did we. For once, I was sure I was safe from Mom, but I was so wrong. As we wandered around seeing museum after museum, Eric suddenly stopped and told me he had a small gift for me. Of course, I wondered what it could be and gasped when I saw it. It was a gorgeous hairpin. One look was enough to know it would have cost a fortune. I'm not much good at art myself, but my grandma was. This was hers. She'd have loved you and would have wanted you to have this. "Oh, Eric, it's lovely." And then I couldn't stop myself. I leaned in to kiss him, and what a kiss it was. I felt like the brightest colors had sprung up all around us. Just then, I felt someone pull me away. "What are you doing? Are you trying to take my daughter away? Did they send you?" "Who? What? No one sent me." But Mom wasn't listening. Her eyes were glazed over and full of panic as she tried to drag me away. "Let go, Mom. I don't want to go anywhere with you." As soon as we got home, Mom yelled for Mandy. "Pack up, Mandy. We're moving." "What? No, I'm not going anywhere with you. You're crazy. I know you've put a chip in my brain, but I'm done letting you ruin my life." "Don't be stupid, Lily. There's no chip." I turned to see Mandy standing at the bottom of the stairs, and Mom looked horrified. "Mandy, no, you can't." "Watch me, Mom. I'm just as sick and tired of you as she is. You promised me we wouldn't move as long as I told you." "Told her what? What are you talking about?" "She's been using me to spy on you all your life. There was never any chip. The last time we moved, she said if I was nice to you and told her everything, we could stay." I was stunned. "Why would you do this, Mom?" Mom stood speechless, and Mandy said she'd wondered that too. I got so tired of Mom acting crazy that I snooped around in her papers and found everything. "Will you tell her, Mom? Or should I?" Mom looked at me, tears pouring down her cheeks. "After Mandy's dad left, I was completely broke. A really rich couple who couldn't have a baby offered me a great deal of money to carry their child. But as soon as I set eyes on you, my Lily, I couldn't bear to give you up. So I ran away with you both, and I've been on the run ever since, terrified they'd find you and I'd lose you." "Me? You ran away with me?" I looked at them in shock as the reality set in. My mother was not my mother. My real parents were out there somewhere. My whole experience had suddenly turned upside down. I refused to even acknowledge Mom's existence. She had stolen me from someone and used Mandy against me all this time. Eric convinced me that everything she had done was out of love and I needed to forgive her. Eventually I did, but only on the condition that she'd tell me who my real parents were. I needed to go see them, and they deserved to know what happened to me. My real parents were overwhelmed with joy to see me. I stayed with them for a few days, and they seemed like lovely people. They could give me the life every girl dreamed of, but something kept bothering me. "I'm sorry you went through all this, but I have only one mother, and she's waiting for me." "Smile, please." Click. "You should be on the cover of a family magazine. So perfect." I fake a smile and walk past the photographer. To the outside world, we have it all. A big house, cars, money, and my parents' perfect marriage. But what goes on inside the house is another story. Hi,
I'm Fatima from Afghanistan, and this is how I made my jerk dad regret having me as a daughter. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. Mom and Dad were high school sweethearts, but their parents were dead set against the match from the start. Dad took a stand and got married to her anyway.